Welcome, people of the world, coming to you 50 miles north of the City of Angels, Los Angeles, in the state of California, the best country of the world. I ask of you, why am I doing this? Crowds are not lining up outside my house saying, history, do history. No one's lining up. No one's even saying it. They want history. I'm waiting for high number. If you don't come up, I'll end this quick. Why am I doing this? The real reason is I'm so ashamed. I was on the David Waltz show. No, you want to see who he is? Here he is. David Waltz. I was so ashamed. I said, maybe if something happened to me, here he is. I don't want to be remembered for David Waltz, the dummy. He's so stupid. No. So after 3 years of talking to this high number, I like this guy, but he's not the most charismatic, and I like him, but when he comes on, people leave, right? Hey, man.
Hey, people leaving?
Did you see the picture I have to present you?
I saw it. What do you think about this bee socks?
Well, let me do my little opening. And welcome, by the way.
To your open, and by the way, welcome.
That's what I said. So, let's see if anybody's here. Why am I doing this?
Nobody's here, Sam.
Now, nobody asked for history.
Nobody wants you.
The most important person in my world, my wife, do. I'll take it. What about you, dummy? Thanks for coming up. What do you want to say? Be part of this. Come on. Don't let me dominate
Sam,
you.
I thought you were going to do an intro about Shiloh or something.
Yeah. Let me do it.
Okay? And Tennessee.
Yeah. I kind of want to talk about the Revolutionary War, but let's see. Oh, the show is called SHA History Live. Stump High Number and me. Oh, we got the smart people. We get it. We're not expecting many, but we expect maybe people who want a little bit about history. And you stump us. Good luck. We're good. We got 2 master's degrees. I got 2. He got 1. He's smart. He reads. That's about it. That's about the show.
That's good.
Why were we doing it?
Because before you were relying on Cool Boy as your guy.
Yeah. How did that work out?
I don't know.
Now I'm relying on you.
It's not good.
How's that working out so far?
It's not good, but I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy.
Chat. Why am I doing this? Well, I can delete it. It's got to be special. The challenge is so great. I'm on with this man who people always leave, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
Does that make you feel bad?
Yeah, it does, actually.
He deserves it. Don't feel sorry for him. I met him 5 years ago on the Sand Show with my good friend. I don't say friend very much, but Boost and Lock I really like. So there's Boost.
Is Boosty here? Is Boosty here?
Well, let's go through chat. This was we talked about this high number and me for 3 years, man. 3 years. And just like that, I don't know. My wife's not here. Here, I haven't seen high numbers, so we said, well, let's just try it, man. We both like in history and whatever else. I talked to this guy in a bar about history for maybe an hour. I probably won't give you more than that, but you know what I mean. After an hour, but for that hour, you might be good. If you listen to me, that's a big part of being good, right? Why
I'll
are you being
just
so
listen. I don't
quiet?
give a shit.
Come on, man.
I'll
Come on.
just listen.
This is your time. No, this is your time to shine. We've talked about it.
All right, go into SHA then, man.
Can we go through chat?
All right, go.
And I want to see if there are a couple people. And what do you want us to talk about? This I go way back with this man, and sometimes we liked each other, right?
Yeah.
I remember, man, that you didn't like this one guy. And I didn't like this one guy. And we would do strategy sessions about how to go after this guy, right? And after I started going forth with it, you disappeared.
Sans it.
We used to talk every day, man.
Talking about Rex? Or Fred?
You and
I don't know who
me.
you're talking about.
You and me talking about Rex. You really don't like him.
Rex is a joke now, right?
I don't know. I don't follow to see how many people follow him. I don't know.
You do follow him, though.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, well, you know what I do. You're an expert on me. Maybe you should
I've
listen
seen
to me.
Sam. You've gone from Sam Hill, what was it, SHA to
Yeah, well, Co's my nickname.
American. You're always there. You care.
No,
you
I was
care.
gone for 3.5 weeks, man.
Nah,
Why are you so skeptical?
I don't know.
Really? This is me. You used to like me.
I do like you.
I know. I could kind of be like you and kind of give up. And I can talk too much, right, man? I can talk, but I can listen too much too.
But we used to have good discussions back in the old days.
I could have been somebody.
You're doing that whole.
You were my brother, honey.
We had good times, but we used to have good discussions.
But you should have taken care of me, and you didn't. That
No,
time
you
I could
fucking.
have taken Sands, and you told me to take a dive, man. Not groovy.
I think your friend Booster Malaka
I
might
could
have.
have been somebody instead of what? A Sands gets a show with 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 subs.
He's actually
I
famous
was
now,
on
right?
with him. You told me to. What do I get? A ticket to Palookaville. Palookaville, yeah. And I listen. I could have been somebody, you know. I could have been a contender instead of high number. You know it. Instead of the bum I am. Admit it. Admit it. I could have had class, you know. You should have looked out for me just a little bit. It was you, high number. It was you. Comment. I love doing that, Brando, Thank you. Say something. So quiet. High number. Come on, man. Don't mute yourself. Come on, man. Where are you? He muted himself. It wasn't that bad. Come on. I did a little Brando. Sue me. Come on, man. You didn't last very long. Come back. Come back, little Sheba. Skip to Malou back. There you are.
How about some?
I missed you, man. I got used to you being there, Every day I come home and there you are in the dark, all lit up. Day after day, man. You banned me, You kiss up to Sands, but that's okay. Yeah, this guy on Sands used to be the mod.
But you talk great Civil War talk, but you don't know your shit.
I know a little bit. I'm not a big expert.
But you don't know anything, really.
No, I know some things.
You talk great Civil War. Like, I know
Yeah,
my Civil
talk.
War. I know
I'm gonna show
Ulysses S.
you.
Grant.
You're
You
just
don't know
trying to.
what the
You're
fuck
trying to
you're
get
talking.
my clothes off, sir.
You don't know what you're talking about with Ulysses S. Grant.
I did read 900 page.
Tell me
on
about
human.
what was Pittsburgh Landing. This is a gimme. Cause
I don't know.
tell me Pittsburgh. You talk about Shiloh. Tell me what Pittsburgh Landing was all
Shiloh
about.
was in Tennessee.
All right,
Pittsburgh is in
so tell me about
Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh
Can
Landing.
we? Okay. Well, you're gonna have to say it because I don't remember.
No, well, Pittsburgh Landing.
Let's check.
You
Maybe
should know. If you know about Shiloh,
we
you
lost
should know
3
about.
viewers. Come back.
I can't wait to lose 5 viewers.
No, come
I want to
I
lose
won't do
more
it again.
viewers because
I
this.
threaten you. I won't do history again. You all
Tell
be
me
nice
about
and come up.
Pittsburgh Landing.
All 5 of you. I
Why
don't
was
know.
that important to
I
the
don't
Battle
know.
of Shiloh?
I don't know.
Because that's where they landed the Union troops at Pittsburgh Landing, and they were able to bring in more troops to counter the Confederate advance.
I think like that was really important on the second day of the battle.
Yes,
Because
second day. Yeah, you're very good. But
Well,
why
you're
didn't you
better.
say that, Sam?
Well, I didn't remember what that was. Let me go through chat because this
You
might
care
not.
more about like views than you care about history.
Yeah, because we got 4 views.
I don't care about 4. I care about 1 view.
I care about those 4. Don't
I care about 1.5
way.
views who know what they're talking about.
Look, it's just I like talking history, and if
You
you
don't
do
care,
too,
Sam.
Well, I care a little bit. I want to get to the couple people who were kind enough to put up with this.
Sam, we're going to talk about Civil War in Tennessee, and you're going to know what you're talking about. And if you don't, you're going to be gone.
I was thinking, shouldn't we talk about, we just lost another person. Oh, no.
That's my job.
Do this to me. 3P, I used to be a contender. Not now. That's okay.
Sam, shall I go? I'm going to go.
Don't go.
You're leaving me. I don't want to lose you more.
No, okay, I'm kidding. I expected it. I did. Come on, man.
I lose you.
Maybe we'll surprise each other. Be good.
You need to have Charlotte or somebody like that to bring your viewers.
No, this isn't about views. Serious. You know that.
Or you need Maria. What's her name? Maria?
Well, there she is.
And Winkler?
Winkler love. No,
I think Winkler will bring you some views.
We're going to do history. Forget the views.
No, we're bringing Winkler. Winkler will bring you views.
Why are you being difficult? You used to be so much nicer to me. You used to listen to me.
I'm listening.
And make
Let's
dinner
talk
when I
California.
came home.
Let's talk California.
Look, serious politics, history, whatever you want. History of comics, whatever chat want. It's just
Sam, can I ask you a quick question?
Having a conversation here. That's all.
Can I ask you one quick question? Nobody cares about this, probably.
Just don't ask me if you can ask. Of course, you're my bud.
What about Bel Air? Do you know the area?
The area?
Yeah, Elvis
I do.
Presley
my
lives in that.
One of my girlfriends.
Can you tell me about Bel Air?
Sure. So if you take, I think it's a 405. I think it's a 405 freeway, and you get off on Sunset. There's an exit. It's by the Getty Museum, and if you take that, you go to the right. You get off the exit, and there's a bridge, and it might say Sunset Boulevard. You take the left, and you're on Sunset, and you keep going, and in a mile maybe, you turn on the left, and there's little gates, but they're open to Bel Air. If you keep going and don't turn left, you're going to get to UCLA. But I used to go in through the back. There was a different way that people who lived there went in the back, and there's a little market there, and it's on maybe Beverly Hills kind of money, maybe not quite. And it got movie stars. It had this the guy who came up with Stouffer's or something, and he was a secretary under some politician because my dame was friends with his daughter. There's a Bel Air, there's a country club, right? So there's movie stars, important people, and I got to know it's an actual hill. I think it's called Bellagio. So if you go in the back, you're on a street called Bellagio, and they're not full acres. Let's say there might be full acres, but most are quarter acre. And it's a nice place to live. It's near Westwood, near University of California. It's a little ways from Hollywood because it's west. It's west part of LA, whereas when you think of Hollywood, it's more to the east. So Bel Air is on the west side of town.
It's nice, son.
It's very nice. Yeah, it's like a $2 million houses now or something like that. Very nice.
So supposedly that's where Elvis lived.
Okay, but maybe I don't
And
know. I don't
when
really follow.
the Beatles visited Elvis back in
who isn't too
'65,
far is I think there's Homely Hills where that old guy who died, Hugh Hefner, used to have his stuff. It's in that area of Bel Air. But I don't follow Elvis Presley, so yeah, he was renting.
I'm not big Elvis. Yeah, I like Elvis, but I'm not a huge Elvis fan. But
I wanted to talk about something with you.
yeah.
If you listen to the TV or even on internet, all this news about the monarchy, I'd like to remind the four people and me or people on replay. We fought America. We fought the monarchy. You dig? They were the bad guys, so we could be free. And of course, we're allied with the country, but not with the monarchy. And I'm no bending to so I feel, yeah, okay. She seemed like a good lady. But I'm not into monarchy, and our country fought against monarchy. So for some reason, some Americans or the media, I think because Women Watch or something, are like celebrating something we fought against. So, okay, she's a good lady, whatever. I'm not for the monarchy, blah, 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 da. Comment? That was a little commentary. What's your response?
You have to go further than that. You didn't say anything more than that.
Okay, like what? What do you say?
You just said there's some women who are against the monarchy, blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
sorry. It seems like more women watch the coverage of the Queen and are involved in the monarchy over in Great Britain than men. And okay, who cares? But I'm not that person. So there's a lot of pretense, and nobody says, okay, she was a nice lady, but she represented an empire that a lot of people felt was oppressive. And the British. Wait a minute. The British. What did they do to the Irish, Mr. Irish
shut the hell up!
ancestor?
You don't know what they did to the Irish.
You know what I'm talking about. Why are you telling me to shut up?
Tell me what they did to the Irish.
Well, they did it to other people too.
No, tell me what specifically they did to the Irish. Give me some events.
Here's the wealthiest country in the world. Vast resources. And the Irish people had a problem because one year they depended on potatoes and the potato went south. So it was so important. This is before, like technology and it was so important that people can support themselves, and kids weren't eating enough. And the British looked the other way or smiled or did nothing and let these Irish people, imagine having kids and you can't feed them. And there's that country, it's not that far away, doing nothing. And these are the people who the British wanted the land of the Irish, right? So you know what they did? Didn't they come in and take it? I forget that part.
When? Give me some years, Sam.
I'm not good with years. I'm not good
You're
with
not good with
dates.
years. Why? But you're
No,
very good with
no.
like talking about history.
Thanks.
So tell me, tell me when Ulster was established, the plantations of
Well,
Ulster.
Ulster is Northern
You're really
Ireland.
into Irish history, so tell me when the
No, I'm not that
plantations.
good. I'm not
No,
that
but
good.
tell me when the plantations of Ulster were formed.
Were those by the Prods?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know the
Tell me when
year.
that
You want me to
happened.
guess? I'll
Yeah,
guess. You
guess,
see?
guess.
1793.
Not too bad.
Probably bad. I don't know.
No, it happened under James the First, the
Right.
King of England, who was actually the King of Scotland, James the Sixth, Scotland. He
Did
formed
you
the
know?
plantations of Ulster.
And Ulster being currently Northern Ireland,
Yeah,
which is part of the United
but it
Kingdom.
didn't happen then but essentially he established a colony of you could say Protestants in Ireland.
Why don't you ever come up, Roo? What? Why aren't you up, Dame? Maybe we'll have some fun. This
But
Roo.
David Falls probably knows this.
David is Scottish, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Scots.
Yeah.
He's
Here's
Scottish.
Marie. I did give
Maria's
you.
she's a Manchester girl.
I've been. Have you probably been through Manchester? I did. I don't remember much about it. It was kind of working class and
Yeah,
plain.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
Manchester. That's what Smiths,
Oh, that's
the
right.
band the
You dig
Smiths.
the British or something, right? Is that right? Hi, Izzy. Why are you
Of
here?
course.
If you like history, just give us stump us with history, man. We got like 3 or 4 or 5 people. What would you like? What do you know about history? Stump. This man does have a master's degree, and I have 2. So I just thought you're getting 2 kind of smart people in many ways. And I'm not ashamed of being educated. Usually
No,
some
I'm not like
uneducated dopes
I'm
like
not smart. I'm just a douchebag
you're
like
pretty smart.
anybody else.
Why do you say that? Come on, man. We got 2 people. We're disappointing. It went down to 2.
Sam, but you have
I'm trying to
U.S.
make a
Grant
bit of.
in your avatar. That's a big
Well, I
thing.
told this story that
Yeah,
I read about
do you
Grant on a
defend him
plane.
though? I hope you defend him.
Well, who cares enough? Nobody requested about Grant. I do. I like
I hope you
gangsters.
defend him at every turn.
Where is he attacked? Where are these places that
They
people
pretty
care?
much are bringing down everybody,
There
right?
actually are history streams and much bigger stuff.
No, they're bringing down Grant.
Hang on. Why?
Because people don't know shit about any history.
Well, he's got a lot of
They already
scandals.
destroyed Teddy Roosevelt's statue, right?
Oh, you're talking about the statues.
Yeah. U.S. Grant
Yeah, I
is.
don't think they should do it, but it doesn't change my
You
life.
don't care. You don't care.
No, I given my preference, I wish they wouldn't tear him down. Right? But there's so
But
many things
otherwise,
I'm not
it's
thinking
fine.
about. I don't walk around my life thinking, "Oh, they took down the Theodore," because he's got a mountain. Don't feel sorry for him, Argentina. He's part of what's that called? South Dakota. All the presidents on the mountaintop.
Mount Rushmore.
Not Rushmore. You got the Rushmore. Don't feel too bad.
Yeah, but they're gonna
Oh,
bring that
we
down.
lost another
Sam,
person.
they'll bring that down eventually.
No, well, I don't know. Maybe.
And then you'll just be like,
Maybe.
well, that's okay.
They'll probably
because,
add one.
well, they'll just do something else, and that's
I'll
okay.
probably put Mandela up
They'll
there.
just put somebody else, and that's okay.
Mandela, he was.
No, I don't mind that, but
socialist.
I'm just like, at what point do you just say enough's enough?
Well, it just keeps going on, man.
Like
It's the people who
Grant's
care the
tomb,
most.
like they don't take care of it anymore, do they?
Say that again.
Do they take care of Grant's tomb anymore?
Fug, it's like the biggest tomb area in the country, and I've
But they
never
don't
been
take
to it.
care of
Have you
it
been to
anymore.
it? Have you been to it?
Yeah, of course.
I'd
It's
like
in
to ask you
Harlem. It's
about it.
up in
What's it
Harlem.
like? What's it like?
It's a great place. It's in Harlem.
It's a bit of commie history because one of the greatest comedians had a TV show, Groucho Marx, and he would always ask that to show how dummy people were. The question was, who's buried in Grant's tomb? Right?
Yeah, but that's so corny, old
But
school.
people wouldn't know it. That was the funny
Yeah,
part. Once in a
Groucho
while.
Marx. Come on.
It was pretty funny.
He was great in his day, but I mean, come on.
Well, there's these channels, man, on TV with old shows. So those people are still out there on TV. And some of the shows are better than the current ones.
Do you like Groucho?
Like Lucille, What?
Do you like Groucho Marx?
Well, they were part of movie history, the Marx Brothers. So, yeah.
Who is your favorite?
Let me tell you the classic joke.
You're doing like a Jewish thing?
Well, kind of. So he lived in Beverly Hills, and the country club.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Groucho back in the day?
Dude, I'm not old.
No, but like
I've seen the show on these special.
Did you ever
TV.
hear Anthony Cumia? He saw like Groucho Marx.
No, I didn't follow that show. I know a lot of people did.
I know. Somehow you came into this universe through Stern.
Well, let me finish the joke.
Wait, did you come through Stern?
We can talk about the history of us. Why not?
All right. Anyways, go. I'm sorry.
The joke is, he went to Beverly Hills. I guess he made a lot of money, and the country club invited this man, Groucho Marx, and he wrote back a letter saying he did not want to join a country club that would invite him. You get it? It's smart.
Sam,
it's like a play on
that's
words.
Like that's the old Woody Allen.
Where do you think Woody Allen got it from?
Of course, Woody Allen got from Groucho, but that's Woody Allen said that in Annie Hall, I think.
Okay.
Like, I don't think I'd ever belong to a club that would have me as a member.
Yeah, that's probably literally the words. So
yeah, that's from Woody Allen.
No,
or it's from it's
Woody
not
Allen
from Woody Allen, but it's like Groucho Marx who got it from Woody Allen.
People don't talk about Woody Allen very much anymore, do they?
Well, he was good though. I mean, I like him.
I don't know if his movies hold up. I haven't seen a movie in a long time.
You know what? It all depends on if you're kind of like if you're creeped out by him or weirded out.
It's not just
I like I'll just talk over you for a second. I like what's the film? Manhattan. I like Husbands and Wives because they're good films. I like good films, and I can deal with the fact that the filmmaker.
Some are dated, some aren't.
Some are dated, some are not. But at the end of the day, it's like they're good films, and I can deal with like filmmakers being kind of creepy, as long as they make good films.
One element of a film has to do with enjoyment. So in a film like Manhattan, the creepiness is within the plot of the film.
The girl.
This man is fucking what did she look? 16?
He's not fucking her though. He's just like.
No, they are. They're boyfriend.
What's her name?
They are.
Oh, what's her name? She's a famous actress.
Hemingway.
Mariel Hemingway.
The granddaughter of the famous Hemingway.
Yeah, Mariel Hemingway, who's 16 at the time.
She looked, yeah. So you know what I mean? He's such an older man.
There's one scene where she's obviously fucked him and
maybe originally people were creeped out by it too.
I think they were at the time. They were originally people at the 70s. People were kind of like, well, everything's fine. And it's like
that's not true.
No, I think there was kind of a little bit of like
there was a loosening of morals. But it never
And I
got to the
think there
point
was
that
a
it was
sense
okay
like,
for Roman Polanski
yeah.
to have sex with a 12. It never got that point.
But I think there was a sense in the
Why don't you
70s
ask
where,
me about my own experience in Hollywood?
because I don't want to when I'm scared.
Of what?
Because what did you do? That's creepy.
I've talked about it. I went to a couple parties.
All
I
right,
was
I'll
paid to
ask
go to a
you,
couple
what
parties.
creepy thing did you do in the 70s?
I wasn't alive till 83, dude.
All right, let me ask
Oh,
you.
you're so smart. What a detective. Really?
All right, can I ask
Good.
you again?
Why not try? No, why? I'm kidding. Why not try?
Why did you give me such a fucking forward thing? Why not just let me do it?
Dude, what do you want to do? I don't do it. David Walsh does not tell the
All
truth.
right, so I'm only
Just
joking.
because you want to do it.
David Walsh was awful tonight.
Can I seriously? I went on there.
Awful. All right, so let me
He's
ask you
always
this.
been kind of awful. It's like we expect him to be good, but he always disappoints.
No, but I align.
I kind of like him though.
I
I was kinda like
align
him.
with him because the friend of my friend is my enemy kind
I
of
heard
thing.
you on the
Whatever.
show a little bit.
It wasn't good. I know.
Let me think. Yeah, you weren't bad.
I'm not good, Sam. You know that.
No, you weren't. You're good in your knowledge and the meaning of your words.
But I don't have a channel. I'm not promoting.
But here's some things you need to improve.
Okay.
It's kind of based in a compliment.
No,
Stop
I
with
appreciate.
stop with the lack of belief in yourself. 6 people are still 6 people, and I do it with you in a bar. Talk about history.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Fair enough.
Some shows, when I had the bigger show with 1,400 subs, then we get 40, 50 people watching. But there's a freedom in only having 5 people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's no pressure. I probably won't even keep it up. But I appreciate the 5 people, and I appreciate the people in chat. And because we've proven ourselves. This guy has been around for 5 years. He's been on many shows.
I've tried.
There's something very admirable about, but you're trying. Like, Tom Petty, you stand up, man, because you depend on the worth of your knowledge. Unlike me, because I'm so cool, it's my personality. So it kind of challenges you more to be better in other ways. And you're very good. You're very smart. People, they put down masters. It's not that easy to go year after year and study and listen to lectures and projects and blah, blah, blah. It's like a discipline in addition to being cognitive, smart enough to handle the curriculum. So people who put down education usually don't have much education. If you're smart and you have go back in history, Abraham Lincoln didn't have access to books, but somehow he got.
But I think he read the Bible. I think he read
Shakespeare too.
Shakespeare. Yeah, of course.
So my point is that
He
these
definitely
dummies
read Shakespeare, right?
in our little universe. There's so many dummies like Walshy.
B-Sox.
B-Sox is a different person.
Might be retarded, right? Sorry.
Well, he's so different. Let's stay with the show you were on, the Walshy
But a
show.
lovely
I came
guy,
up too.
nonetheless.
How did I do, by the way, on that show?
I think you're very smart.
It's not about being smart. It's about.
I think B-Sox. I apologize for
Interesting.
saying that. I don't mean he's retarded.
Okay, I'll go where you want.
Just a wonderful man, but he's got like his issues.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge chat, and we'll go wherever you want to take it. All right.
I feel bad, Sam.
Why?
I feel
Why
bad.
do you feel bad?
Because I said something very impulsive.
What did you say?
I said the R word, which I don't like to say.
Okay, so what? Once or twice?
Yeah.
It's not a big. I mean, it's cool that you think that's a big deal, right?
I have decorum, Sam. I'm like the queen.
You're like a queen.
The queen.
But
we should have more
comment on the
we should have decorum. More of us should have decorum.
We fought the King of England for our independence, and now everybody's making such a big deal. No, I liked her, I guess, but I believe in no monarchy. My grandmas were better than. Well, she was pretty good, but so were my grandmas.
You came from Scotch-Irish background, though. You are not
There
fans
must
of
have
the
been some
Irish.
mongrel. That's what
You
my
are
family
fans of
says.
the.
But
You are fans of the crown. Your
uh,
family were people
my
of the
father never
crown.
talked about his family, but on my
Yeah, but
mom's side we can trace it.
listen to
But
me.
there was
Listen
probably
to me.
mongrel and probably
No,
African
no,
American and
no,
all that
no,
stuff.
no, no. People of Tennessee were people of the crown. You were Protestants of the crown. You are Irish of the
No, there were
crown.
some Catholics. There's some
No,
Catholics.
no, no. You weren't Catholic Irish.
No, I
You were
wasn't. I'm not
Protestant.
Protestant.
You were
I'm
Protestant
Catholic.
Irish.
No, I'm not
You were
orange.
Protestant Irish.
I'm not with the orange.
You are
I know
not
where you're going,
Catholic
Mr.
Irish.
Pound Road. Come on.
Were you Irish?
Are
Irish?
you
Were you?
Are you Protestant or Catholic?
No, I'm Irish. I'm real Irish.
Well, there's real men in who
I'm
wear
no. I'm Irish from
going to orange parades who call
defending the
themselves
faith.
Irish. Okay, you're Catholic. Okay.
I'm 1916. What do you think?
I think that a lot of people don't realize that there was a civil
What do
war
you
in
think?
England.
I believe I fought the. I didn't fight, but my family fought the battles against the crown. We fought against the black and tans, the auxiliaries.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. So where were you in 1916? 19.
I told you I'm not good with you.
Were you part of which? Were you part of us or part of them?
No, I'm part of you.
Were you
You know
part
I
of the?
am.
So you were.
It was
So you were.
interesting today on David Waltz that I exposed him as being Polish. Isn't it interesting that some people don't say, "Oh, I'm Swedish,"
David
but
Falls
the
will
Polish
take
people
you
say they're
down.
Irish. Isn't that? I find that interesting.
No, but David Falls
How
is
is Irish so
real
high?
Scot. He'll tell you
I
where
mean,
you are.
why do people pretend like they're Irish if they're Polish?
Which Irish are you?
Um, you know what I am? Catholic Irish.
Sorry, but you're no, you're Scot Irish. You're from
Maybe.
Tennessee. You're
There's
from you're
there's two
from the
different.
western. You're from
I
Tennessee,
don't say too much where I'm
not
from.
Tennessee, but West
You're
Virginia.
not. I probably just said I'm from that state to confuse people, by the way,
But
right?
these
I don't want
counties,
people to know what state I'm
these countries are not Irish Catholic. They're Irish Protestant. They're the Scot
from.
Irish.
Actually, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So you're Scot Irish.
Okay, but why do you keep saying that?
But why do you say you're Irish Irish?
I don't. I don't even
You're not part of
bring it
us.
up that much. It's just
But
I don't like when
you're
British.
not an Irishman.
No, I'm an American.
You're part of the orange.
I'm not. Come on. First of all, I'm not
You
part
are
of
part
any
of
of
the
that.
orange.
My
You're part of the
grandfather was
orange.
involved in politics. I wasn't.
Your grandfather was a Scot.
I think he gave money. It wasn't something
I think your
I
family's
understood.
Scot Irish. I think you're
Okay.
Scot Irish,
But
which is fine.
there's different Gaelic. There's the Scottish
You're
Gaelic and the
part of
Irish.
the crown.
Well, you're being offensive.
You're
You know
part
how
of
I
the
feel.
Ulster. You're part of the Ulster
What's
establishment.
it? Ulster Defense League.
Yeah,
What is
you're
that?
part of Ulster. You
The
defended
the
Ulster.
problem was that this is a police association
Yeah, tell the crowd. Tell them.
was patrolling and keeping the peace in Ulster, but they had a bias toward the Prods because they were mainly Protestant. So it caused a lot of problems because the people, the Catholics, didn't believe in the police force basically because they were Catholic, and most of the force are Protestant. I wonder if it's changed. It's probably changed by now, don't you
Oh,
think?
it doesn't matter
More
anymore, I
Catholic.
don't think.
Yeah, there's more peaceful. Every once in a while, something else, but
Nobody
it's not
cares
like the
anymore.
Troubles. No, you only
Are
care if
you
you
a
live there.
Glasgow Celt or a
But
Glasgow
the
Ranger?
people in London cared because
Celt, I
the
should say.
IRA exploded a bunch of bombs, which resulted, if you go now, there's cameras fucking everywhere. So after all the bombings caused much more security, and part of that is, I think, overdoing the camera bit, and that was part because at one time the IRA did they want to bomb the Queen or Buckingham? I think it was the
Yeah,
Prime
they got
Minister.
Lord Mountbatten. They got him in
Oh yeah,
76.
but you're right. But they also
Yeah.
tried to
They
unsuccessfully
almost got the
bomb.
Queen in 81, I think. She was on horseback.
See, I don't know specifically, but I believe you, of course.
Um, but Sam, are you you're basically a prod, right?
No, what? No. Why do you?
Because
No, that's not my
you're a
religion,
Scotch.
dude.
You're Scotch Irish. You're from the
There's
Ulster
a
plantation.
lot of
You're
connection in that.
Daniel Boone and that crowd, right? Which is
Wasn't
fine.
Daniel Boone was a real politician too,
Yeah,
right?
no, I mean you're
Was
part
it
of that.
Kentucky?
You're part of that Kentucky, that like real Scott Irish kind of Andrew Jackson,
But it's not Protestant.
Kentucky.
I don't know. You
Yeah,
want me
it's
to say it?
Protestant. That's
It's not
Protestant.
Protestant.
Of course it is.
We're not we're never prots.
What are you then?
Catholic.
No, you're not Catholic. That's not Catholic Irish. That's Scott Irish. That's Presbyterian. You're Presbyterian.
Why do you like keep wanting me to think this kind of stuff?
Because I'm just
I don't
telling
care.
the truth.
I don't want the truth. I can't handle the truth.
You're a Presbyterian. You're not Irish. You're Scotch
Okay,
Irish.
believe what you want.
You believe in John Knox. Knox is your man, right?
That sounds familiar. You know.
Yeah, Knox.
Am I thinking Henry Knox?
Knox. He's the Presbyterian.
I think he worked under Roosevelt.
Calvin. Do you know John Calvin?
Now, Calvin sounds familiar.
Have you ever? You're a Calvinist.
But like these are words I think I've heard of, but I really don't know who they are.
Because your parents, who are lovely people, I'm sure.
Is that where Calvinism is from?
Yes, Calvinism.
Okay,
and Jonathan Knox was a Calvinist.
Okay, go wherever you know when I put.
And I think your parents are lovely people, but I think they're not
my
Catholic.
Father wasn't.
He's probably a nice guy.
Can I tell you about books and my father?
Can you tell me about what he liked as far as like sports, or as far as like forget sports.
Football.
Tell me about what he liked as far as like ideas. Was he into Calvinism? He was not a Catholic.
My mom's side was more to religion.
They're not Irish Catholics.
He was an intellectual dude. He was a classicist.
Yeah, he was probably a lovely guy.
No, he wasn't. I've talked about it. He really wasn't.
But you come from a very strict Calvinist kind of upbringing.
You don't understand.
Yes, I do, Sam. I know you.
Can I tell you?
Okay,
my mama's side goes way back.
To where?
Catholic. Before the Civil War, I had a relative who died in the Civil War. Way back.
Okay, give me some heritage. Was it Presbyterian?
No. Catholic.
Irish?
Now, was there some secret or maybe some kind of conversion? I don't know. My family didn't talk about everything. There were subjects that weren't, talked about a lot. Sex, they didn't openly talk about sex. And in political events, it would pop up sometimes, like with my first girlfriend, where I was, I found out my mom was a human being because she was perfect. And then she told me, my first girlfriend was black, that basically our family doesn't socialize. I mean, we socialize, but not have them. And I looked at her, and because I don't think that way. That's her generation. I don't know. So she goes way back, but my father would not talk about his family. He came up, I was going to say that people, Reb don't like books or something, but because of books, it gave my father a life because he came up poor. And because he was so smart and educated, he worked his way up, all these scholarships, blah, blah, blah. And he ended up with a PhD in classics from nothing. He was Black Irish, but he had a lot of demons. And he was a drunk. So that probably came from his childhood, and he didn't like to talk about it. And my grandfather didn't like him. Well, he wouldn't say why, though. I don't know. My grandfather was much more interested in me, but when I bring him up in streams, people don't want to talk about it. I kind of get it. But when you talk about books, I want to do a book stream like I'm doing history. And these idiots like Walshy and there's HB, man. Hey, reading is a good thing. In most of history, it was being educated and smart. And if you read books, it's the closest to experiencing kind of the life of another person, because books bring up their consciousness or unconsciousness. Even meeting a person, you won't get as personal as a book, although most books are fiction. But the belief when you're reading the book is that they're real, the characters, and most are based on life. Do you know Carlos?
Yeah.
I really like him. I hope that's him. Hi, Carlos.
Hey, hello, Sam, and hello, who was the person? I can't see.
This is High Number. We go 5 years back.
Oh, hi, number.
Hey, how's it going?
He has a master's. Do you
Oh,
know
that's good.
Carlos is just normal, so I have all these kooky people going after me because I'm happily married and they make up stuff. And here's Carlos. We like the same guy, Evil Abe. So I think and Poon Handler. I think I discovered you through Abe and Poon Handler.
Yeah,
And say hello to him, High Number.
yeah, I was over
Well,
talking
no,
right now.
hello. I like POON Handler. He's a friend of mine from way back.
Oh, cool.
So people frequently like Rev and these obnoxious people sometimes say racist things when they talk about immigrants. But here's an immigrant who was born in Mexico and come to this country. So if anybody wants to know the real
Oh, is this
deal,
Carlos Sagia, whatever his name is?
see
Yeah,
how
Last
that's
name?
me. Met
I've gone
Yeah,
around a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit and
yeah,
mentioned your
yeah.
name, Carlos.
He's California.
So ask him.
Yeah.
This is a real deal. Instead of saying bullshit about immigrants, ask him. Here he is.
I have nothing against him. I don't care. It's like,
Oh, that's
No, I didn't
okay.
say
It's
that.
okay. I understand.
I didn't say that. I'm saying some people do get racist. I didn't
Yeah, I
say
know.
you
I
do.
think
You're not.
maybe POON. I don't know. I think
But if you want to
fine.
know about immigration, here's an immigrant.
Yeah.
My wife's an immigrant.
I think he's it's fine. I mean, I'll have to think of questions, but it's like my questions are all stupid. They're all historical and nonsense.
Although they're not stupid.
You know,
See, Carlos,
I like to know
Yeah.
about like
this guy has no competence. He keeps putting himself down. I said, I'll put you down. Wait for me, but don't you
Uh,
put yourself down. You know what I mean, Carl? He's really one of the smartest guys around, but
oh, that's good.
he's not real emotional and stuff. Like, he's just a smart, pretty
Oh,
good
that's
guy.
good.
He's a
Yeah, thank you.
family man. He helps people, but
Yeah.
I think he was bullied. I think we talked about his family, Carlos, and his brother picked on him. And still, you see how we're affected by our childhood.
yeah, but I
That
overcame it, Sam.
you overcame it. Yeah.
In my case, was something different. I lived under the shadow of my cousins and older brothers. That's what happened to me. I couldn't. If they say I couldn't do it, I couldn't do it. That was for them.
Uh-huh.
I had to answer that, and believe it or not, it just affected me.
Sure.
But I overcame it. I just don't go. I just don't try to spend time with them
Right.
because as I grew up more, I spend time. I spend time off with them, not going, and I started feeling good about myself and having more self-esteem.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I mean, for years I started. I mean, I couldn't. I mean, for them, I couldn't do nothing. They treated me like I was some kind of a killer
Wow.
person. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I lived with them because there was no other choice. My mother and dad were
Sure.
separated, and we didn't have and had a house. We didn't
Why
have
didn't
a
they
house.
get divorced?
I think it was
Religion?
my. Well, no, it was. I think my dad's drinking and
I was going to say drunk.
yeah,
Very common, right? My dad was a drinker. Very
yeah,
common, right?
yeah. Yeah, a lot of families, drinking breaks
But
a
I
lot of
think it was
families.
a different attitude back then. Like now, people say, "Oh, drunk." Like, have you gone to AA? But back then, it wasn't it more accepted,
Yeah, well, yeah. Back then, yeah, I was more accepted.
or people didn't talk about it as a problem,
Well, that's true. Yeah, people didn't talk as much as around as today, but
right?
like other things we talk now.
I've talked
Not just
about my father, Carlos.
oh yeah,
Drunks, don't be romanticize drunks. If if they're by themselves, whatever. But if you're around children, you have a responsibility to be sober, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
True. That's
But a
true.
drunk is a drunk. They have it's an addiction,
Yeah.
and I guess it's so hard to break.
Exactly.
It's like it's like um, you're saying the state of intoxication is better than being sober.
Hmm.
You're kind of choosing that state because it is a different state of consciousness.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
it seems to affect some cultures, like the Irish. There's a lot of drunks in the Irish culture. I know
Well,
that's a
yeah.
stereotype, but I find it to be true. I've been in Ireland, and I think, how do you pronounce it? The Leafy. Saturday
Yeah.
night, I'm walking along the river because it runs through Dublin, and it's just lined with drunks. You
Well,
know?
just like the culture in some parts of Mexico, but the city where my family's from in Sinaloa,
Uh-huh.
that city was known to be a beer town. Beer
Oh,
this, beer that, beer that, and usually,
cerveza.
and the people that usually they come here to live,
Uh-huh.
from over there, they come here to work and they go over there. The
Uh-huh.
first thing once they get over there
Uh-huh.
is they're gonna go and get themselves drunk every single day.
Interesting. But why do you
Yes, every
think they
single
do
day.
that? Why do they do that?
Well, I think it's in their culture or anything.
Oh, okay.
It's
Like
because when they go to a different country, they have
uh-huh.
to work, they have to do different stuff, it's and they always say, "Oh man, over there we drink a lot." And I used to love going over there, but I wasn't a big drinker. I did drink down there, I admit it, but I wasn't even a big drinker. I just drank when it was a party or something, but I wasn't
Yeah,
like
you
every
you
single
you
day.
were yeah, you were like a social drinker, but you didn't have a
Yeah, oh
problem.
yeah, yeah. Because let me tell you a story about a friend of mine who passed away about a year ago. I knew this guy ever since I was about 10 years old. Childhood friend of mine. Let me tell you what happened. This is out of a movie. What happened to this guy? Um, he went out one night. This happened like I think in late 1989 or not early 90, around that time. He went out one night to a nightclub, and 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 he met this girl there, and he took the girl with him or something, and the girl later on accused him of kidnapping and rape, and he said he was innocent. He
Wow.
says, "Yeah, yeah." He said he was innocent. He said, "I didn't do it like that." He was there for several weeks in jail until it was all over. The girl made up a story and all that stuff, and the poor guy had to come. He came here, escaped all the next one like that, and I saw him in 2 years after this happened, and we got along well. And then a year later, he left back to his town. Everything was already forgotten in the past, and he started drinking every single day. He was excited because he was back home. Uh, the injustice that happened to him. It was all back. It was all back in the past and everything. And he just started drinking every day, until one day he said, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna drink liquor now." Boom, boom, boom. And guess what happened? He
What?
collapsed and he fell like a statue.
Wow.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. Yeah,
Can I tell you my
yeah. Go ahead.
brother-in-law story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you were talking about being accused, right?
Yeah.
So why did why did you go off my number? Come on. Anyway,
Uh,
by the
uh,
way,
uh,
God loves me. You're welcome in chat. Just don't, dox or anything like that or go too far. And you're welcome on air. And I won't talk about, we'll have fun if you want, or I'll talk about anything. So you're welcome anytime. Anyway,
yeah, go ahead. Go
so
ahead.
so you have to know the culture in the Philippines is that you want to get money, and sometimes you do it through fraudulent ways. So
Hmm.
my brother-in-law, she comes. My wife comes from a family of teachers, right?
Yeah.
So he's going off in the mountains of the Philippines. I don't know if it's Mindanao or where, And I hear all this after, of course, through my wife. But I know the guy. He's I've seen him a number of times. Well, each time I went to the Philippines. Anyway, nice guy, kind of passive and quiet, And he went in the mountains, and he mentioned that his sister was in America. So I don't think he realized it, but that lets people know when the kids go home and tell their parents. That lets people know that this man has access to money, because most Filipinos who go to America acquire money, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So two sisters, and my brother's teaching elementary, and the police show up after school, and the police grab him and take him back to the police station to interview him. And they say, these two students in your class said that you touched their breasts, these
Oh
kids,
my God.
right? So they kept him there for hours and hours. And the guy is kind of weak. And they said, well, if you just sign this paper, you can go home. And it was a confession, of course, right? So he had signed confession that he did it. And because of it, the principal took him out of the classroom and made him a gardener. And now it got out that people thought at least he might be a pedo or one of those creepy guys, right? They weren't sure. But if you're not sure, you still stay away from that person.
Yeah.
And in the Philippines, probably like Mexico,
Yeah.
everybody lives closely together, and families live, generations, and everybody know each other's business. And you care so much about your neighbors, which my wife still does. That's part of the culture. So you can imagine now this brother went from respected teacher to somebody to kind of avoid, and when he's walking, walk the other way. And plus, his wife had a gambling problem, so they had money problems.
Oh my God.
So I think I was expected maybe to pay off the girls who accused him, but I don't know. I don't know the culture. He said he was innocent, and I said, well, go to the trial, and there's a good chance. If you're innocent, then you'll probably be okay, right? But before that, he was so depressed. I've been depressed, I'd say moderately, a couple times in my life. It stink. Oh man, it was hard, But he was fully depressed. He lost his prestige. He was taken out of the classroom because you have to presume the rights of the kids come before the presumption of innocence. You know what I mean? Because the consequences are so startling that you remove the teacher, which is an act of presumed guilt. Maybe he's guilty, so you take him out. Anyway, so he had no money. His family was in debt. People started avoiding him. And they have a little compound where family, cousins, but there's a tree in front of his house. And he went around. I heard all this from my wife. He went around the day before an incident happened, kind of telling people goodbye. And he told my wife's sister, who lived in the Philippines, to, if something happens to him, take care of the children, because he has 3 children, I believe, right? And he started saying goodbye, but nobody took notice of what happened, because that night he climbed the tree outside his home and he hung himself.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
It turned out that there was a man contacted in America who had been falsely accused by these 2 same sisters like the year before, and it was theorized that the parents told the sisters somehow. So the expected outcome was that because the family wanted to meet with him at some point before he hung himself, he didn't do it because it turned out that it was theorized, like with this one American. No, it wasn't American. Previously, the guy went to America, but he was
Hmm.
accused by these same sisters that the family wanted money and they would shut up. So it's probably they made the whole thing up, expecting because the family to go to America, my wife, and get money and pay them off. So the whole thing was a scam in a way that resulted in the worst thing ever happened to my sister, the hanging of the brother because he was falsely accused and it was a mess because it's Catholic. And in the old days, if you were suicide, the priest would not officiate and they wouldn't bury you.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
the Pope, I guess a decade or something ago, made it the priest's discretion that if somebody hung themselves, a priest made the choice. So the family had to go through one or two priests who refused to do it to get the man even buried. And it turned out that the two sisters had scammed somebody before and falsely accused. Real story.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Oh my god! That's horrible.
False
You know,
accusations, right?
yeah. In third world countries, let me tell you something. This is a story how people, come. We have this is a country where a lot of immigrants come from Mexico, the Philippines, Africa, all over the world. Okay,
Uh-huh.
and and many of them are going to say because of what are going to say that they were discriminated by the police or the police said
Right.
them. And
Right.
I always say to myself, look at the countries where a lot of these people are from. Over there, they think here in America, the police are bad. But go to those countries where they come from. The police are worse. Are
Yes.
murderers. Are
Yes.
murderers. Man,
Yes.
God.
Because they
You
don't
think?
have the Constitution. And also, they're open to bribery. In America, a police
Yeah.
officer, say in LA, will make 67,000, so they're less bribable. But if in these
Mhm.
countries, they're paid so low to survive, they have to take
Yeah.
bribery, which is corruption. So the whole
Yeah.
system is corrupt. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I remember the days in Mexico years ago when it was well there's still a lot of corruption, but there was back then. I remember cops would they would terrorize neighborhoods, arrest anybody they wanted. They go this,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
yeah, and they had this thing that they when they arrested somebody like a suspect or murder suspect or whatever, and they had them in a lineup or something. And when they
Uh-huh.
asked them questions, the cops would like, when they were telling to confess,
Uh-huh.
the cops they would grab a bottle of like say for example Canada Dry mineral water
Right.
and shove the mineral water on through their noses until they
Wow.
yeah
Yeah, and this was in a time when there weren't cameras probably, and so you get
yeah
someone in the room. Now, I did come from a privilege, but you got to imagine, especially in small towns, that stuff happened. But yeah,
yeah small towns everything
so
gets
things are
worse.
better. Now they have body cams. I want to go through chat a little bit because I have an enemy, and she's welcome. I kind of invited her in chat and
Well,
she's
who's
my
her?
enemy now, and she can come up too if she wants.
Is that God loves me?
Well, let's read the comments. It is God loves me. Yeah, let's read the comments. Um, Jack destroyed Sam last night. Jack simp, but you have a bias just like I do. So I'd have to ask the neutral people. But you believe I think you believe that because you want Jack to destroy me. Jack simp is young. We don't know that. Fun, not really, and full of cum. Sam, meaning me, is a geriatric F or homosexual word. Why do you keep doing that like you think it's a good line? I don't think so because there's um there's something very seedy and unkind about your premise. First of all, I'm not old, but let's accept that I am. So you're equating geriatric old with homosexuality. So it kind of confirms that you're kind of mean. Don't you respect old people? Obviously have issues. And I'm not old. but it don't even matter. The statement, you don't seem to understand that it doesn't make a good impression. But maybe I'm wrong. Carlos will not simp. He's a stubborn man, and I found out because I went on his channel, and me and Barbie want to go direction, and this man just would not have it. Which I respect you for that, by the way. I saw what you did.
Yeah.
You controlled your channel. Good for you,
Yeah.
man. Right?
Evil Abe's is on. He's on Barbie's chat right now.
And you go wherever you want, man. Say hello to him. Go in Barbie's chat if you want, by the way.
Yeah, well,
I know you like to go different places, and I have no
Yeah,
problem with that, you know. But say hello to Abe for me if you do go.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll tell him here on my phone. Here on
Okay.
my phone. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell him.
I'm just going through chat, and I want to do history, but the guy went off.
Well, I like history too.
But he went off. That was the whole idea. What kind of history do you like?
Well, I like almost any kind of history. Whether it's from one country that I go for any kind of history.
Well, I was thinking
Yeah.
of the revolutionary history.
Oh yeah, that too. That too. Yeah.
That we can't imagine. Well, we can imagine, but what it must have been like for 1/3 of the population in pre-revolutionary days to form the basis to fight against the most powerful country in the world, the tyranny of Great Britain. It would be like, I don't know, it'd be like some small country in Africa taking on America. But they did it. Our ancestors did it and won, which is incredible because most revolutions are probably put down for a long time. Maybe eventually they'll like in India have their independence, but there is nothing like it, I think, ever in the world, like our American Revolution. And the population was small. I forget 20 million, but to take on the greatest power in the world, there should be some good movies made. But Mel Gibson made The Patriots, but there should have
Yeah.
been even better movies. You know what I
Well,
mean? There's
well,
no great movies about the revolution.
Well, I remember like in the late 70s and early 80s, there was a series of miniseries they make.
You have the right to
Called
your opinion. God loves me. I don't
yeah,
agree.
yeah. One of them was called The Bastard, and one of them was called The Rebels, and
Uh-huh.
and there was these books by John Jakes.
Yeah,
I don't know
I've
if you
seen the
ever-
book series.
Yeah, the book
I've seen
series.
them in the paperback.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those were very and they were very popular back in the late
Oh
70s.
yeah,
Very popular back
I've heard
then.
about them. I've seen
Yeah.
them. I've seen pictures of them. Yeah.
And they made movies about it. As a matter of fact, if you want to see like The Bastard, that was one of the first. You can watch it here on YouTube. You can watch it here on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
That takes place during the
Yeah, they made
American
a
Revolution.
series of it, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, a
I
miniseries.
want to do this comment.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, you don't do a history show and expect a lot of viewers, but I've proven myself. I've gotten 1,400 subs. What about you? She's going after the view. She got a point. I mean, of course, I'd like more, but I went into this knowing that history, I'll have fun. Look, I get to talk to Carlos, and I get it. But you're really not making a good point. I'm going to go because I don't want to add to your live viewers. Well, we could have had truth. You could have come up because my goal is really not to conflict or have conflict, but your goal is based on your past. You see the difference, Carlos?
Yeah.
I don't want this, but I think she does. And the proof is that you had a chat. I said, come in my chat, and you could have been, okay, I don't like you, but let's try to work it out. Instead, you want the reverse, right? I mean, don't you think I'm not going to have many viewers? But guess what? I got to know Carlos, and he deserves 100 live, but he don't got him. But it's enough that I get to talk to Carlos. Don't you get that idea? So you don't get,
Yes, I do.
people don't get that idea. It's views are important, but I proved myself. So I'd rather talk to Carlos and have 5 people than talk to who's really bad, Carlos. Who do you not like?
Well, there's a lot of people I don't like.
Well, name one who's much bigger,
Oh don't like RDA guys in RDA.
Well, I don't know him, but let's say he's not that good. So I come in here. My wife's away. I thought, hi, we were going to talk history, and I will with Carlos. And I can end it anytime. You see, if I got a bunch of viewers, I'm going to say, oh, I can't stop now. So it's just freedom. It's just having a real conversation. And I hope I become known for that because I'm educated, and Carlos is definitely smart. And by his actions, he rose up because he grew up very poor. He talked about a rough neighborhood, and he ended up in a beautiful city. I won't mention the name, and probably other groovy stuff. And as I talk with him, hopefully we'll talk about that too.
Mm.
I mean, after 4 years, let's say that I get 1,500 views. I'll feel good. But if I didn't enjoy what I talked about, I'll forget about those views. In fact, there's a pressure to do better. So if there's no pressure if you got 7, but if you're getting 50 and then you get 70 and then you get 90, then if you get 70, you're deemed a failure. So there's all kinds of things going on, but I've gotten to the simple point where I just want to talk to people I like or I'm interested in, and my enemies. I went on your channel, God Loves Me, and you kicked me off. And I said to you, come in this chat. I didn't ban you, and come on air. That was my little rant there. I do them pretty good, don't you think, Carlos?
Yeah.
I'm fishing for a compliment here.
Hey, hello, Betty. What's up, Betty?
I need your support, brother. So many people go after me. Haven't you noticed that? And I'm such a good guy. I mean, I'm a good guy. I don't take government assistance. I've worked hard. I have a wife. The worst thing was the divorce, but a lot of people get divorced. I don't ask for donations, and I never, ever lie, but I use the truth. This person makes up slander. Other people, but I don't. I don't play around with the ladies. A lot of people like you're single. Fine. You sex people. I don't. I don't do it. And I don't DM, and I'm kind of weird. I don't want technology. That's interesting too, right? So I'm kind of anti, probably because, well, the people, any cell phone, the government, you give the government power, and I know we all need them because that's how they track any of us. If you have a cell phone, I'm not saying the government want to find you, but they got the power to, and that's how they get these criminals, right, Carlos?
Yeah, exactly.
They track them on the phone, and sometimes like even something dummy like link. I don't know how to link. Someone said it takes 10 minutes, but then if I link Carlos, then I would be wanting to do it all the time. And I'd say, oh, I want to come talk to Carlos, but I better link. So I don't have that pressure. I don't want pressure. I'm a lazy son of a bitch. And my life is more towards simplification rather than complication. So I don't want to move. And it gets in the way because my wife comes from a part culture and she wants to enjoy things like technology and iPhone and brand, you know what I mean? But I love her. So that's okay. So the money I spend actually is on her. I don't know, man. I like not being dependent. If I'm dependent, it's on the streaming, right? I stream too much, Carlos.
Yeah.
I got a problem. Help
Well,
me.
well, you don't stream that much.
No, I do. Actually, I do.
Well, yeah. I told
mean,
you late, and he never answered me back.
That's okay. That's okay. He's got stuff going on.
Well, he has stuff going on here on the chat with some guy, with that guy, Steve Billings.
I know that guy. What's going on between the two of them?
Well, nothing between two of them, but there's a conflict between Barbie and him, and
Oh, well, Barbie's all about conflict, like on your show, right? She was good, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was good.
We were good together because I think some of these people, they dominate and they walk over people, and she can't do that to me. But in that was a respect. So I kind of liked her, and maybe she respected me because I wouldn't let her bullshit. I'd let her do it on Abe because I didn't want to mess up somehow Abe, what was going on. I didn't know. But on your show, because maybe 3 people were watching, and I know you a little bit, I did it. you know, and I think it worked out well because by the end we were kind of talking, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had good people up. Do you always have people like that every week?
I a lot of most of my people that come there are from different communities. They're not from the boys.
Isn't that nice?
No, they're
Yeah,
not
you
from.
got varied people.
Yes, they got most people that come are not from the board. Yeah, I got some who are from the board, like let's see, well, Abe's one of them. Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and POON. Yes, and then who else? Let's see, JoJo. Yeah, from,
Oh, yeah, JoJo goes, I know JoJo for a while. I met
yeah,
her at
she,
Ben Ashworth, this guy, where
yeah,
she would just sing and we would sing Beatles songs and have a good time. But through the years, she's had some conflicts and
yeah,
she get drunk and she's an
yeah.
interesting person,
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
And
She knows a
she's
lot. She knows a lot of things. She knows. She's very. She seems like a very smart person. You know, she
yeah,
knows.
but she gets drunk sometimes and I
Yeah,
think
that's.
she takes a fan. She's kind of too thin-skinned sometimes, I think, for
Yeah,
this.
yeah. You
She's
know,
kind of too nice. I
yeah.
know that sounds strange, but if you take things too sensitively, they're going to keep going after you. Like
Oh,
they
that's.
tried to do it with this fart thing. They thought it would really be bothered
Yeah.
because it's a little social embarrassing, but I didn't do it. So it became like they wanted it to bother me, and they can keep doing it if it's funny because it's not that big a deal, but it interests
Hmm.
me why people think they can use that against me. Like I care. Now, if you mention my kids, I'll care. But so I know a little psychology, and even God loves me. She don't fight fair, but I won't lie because I think the truth is more powerful. And people who have been around know she lies. So eventually, I think it gets back if you lie. But people do believe it. But people want to believe it who want to think the worst of me. And those aren't the people I'm talking to. Oh, you left. Well, go. I
Well,
don't. You're not. Why? One of the reasons that she don't like me is she's not that good, and I think she knows it. After all these years, um, I try to watch, but she's only one or two. She's very pretty. She's not great. She's not an Abe. Not that many people are, but she's second tier. Now with me, I made her really good. She was my co-host, which I think I'm good with people, and you are too. You let. You let people who talk on and on and on talk on and on and on. Like with me, you just stand back and let me go,
yeah,
I think, right?
yeah.
Which works if the person's good. But my problem when I go on panels is there's an etiquette to the panel, and I get bored by a lot of these people. But so I'm waiting for my turn, but I'm too bored. So I'm thinking I want to go off, but I don't want to be rude. How can I leave? How can I leave? Whereas if
Mhm.
it's just with one or two people, um, I like that. But so
Hey,
many of
what up,
these,
Andy?
who is it?
Andy Cruz.
Oh, I like when people are acknowledged. Andy's an interesting guy. I hope he doesn't turn on me. I just want you to be fair, Andy. I respect that you're friends with Jack the Simp, but I just ask for your fair. He seems like a really, really fair guy. So I hope he continues. He's not, he doesn't take cheap shots. And also, the truth is, Andy, I acknowledged you because Andy was so good on the penis flasher, not lay gentle.
Hmm.
He was one of the people who really, really kept on him. And Andy was proved correct. The guy got worse, you know? But Andy is different than me, Carlos, in that I do it in kind of a loud way, whereas Andy seems more moderate in his personality and calm. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'll just I'll just pound, but I'll get to the weak parts. Oh, here's a really good guy. I really like new people, and he has an open end. But he came on. He's from Mr. T, and he came. We talked history. He knows a lot.
Cool.
You should Nab's Revenge. Nub's
Never.
Revenge. You know that
Oh, I.
guy?
Oh no, no, no. This is the first time I ever seen him.
Yeah,
So,
right. Isn't that? But so we have just. I like Mr. T. You don't. But through Mr. T's generosity by putting up links and stuff, that I get to have new people like Nub's Revenge. even though I really like Mr. T, I do, but we don't agree with Carlos. I don't know. I like tonic. I forget? Do you like tonic?
Not very much. I think
There you
I
go.
not that much. I don't. I
You
don't know.
really there's a lot. You're such a nice guy, and yet there's many people you don't like. I've noticed.
No, no, because there's sometimes they're just like I don't know. I mean, I used to be in that community at one time. That's
Uh
before I
huh.
came to Point over
Uh
with
huh.
Andrew and all those and
Yeah, I know
Strom.
Andrew.
But I wasn't, over there. They just didn't treat me well over there. I wasn't
Well,
treated.
that's a rough group of people. They're gonna ball bust hard, don't you
Yeah,
think?
they just always fighting and they're always
Yeah.
that
Well, they
and
have a different philosophy than you,
yeah.
right? So I get it.
So they need to hate somebody for their
Oh,
content.
that's
And my
interesting.
mother used to tell me when I was growing up, and I
Uh-huh.
used to and I always used to, hey, what's up, XL1?
Oh, I'm a little nervous if he comes up because the conversation I had with him was so incredible. He was so sharing.
Mm,
How do we top it if he comes up?
yeah, my
I don't
mother
know if
would
you
tell
heard
me.
that.
Yeah, come back to my mother would tell me
Uh-huh.
when I was in a hey, what's up, Ozzy? When I was in a conflict with somebody and I hated somebody, my
Yeah.
mother would always say, "Again, you have to hate somebody." God damn, man.
Well,
That's how.
the deal with hate is that it hurts the hater because it's a weight. Let me go through chat. Your mom is a wise woman. I've
Yeah,
heard you mention her before.
yeah,
That's the best relationship. Well, I shouldn't say that. The one relationship that isn't transactional is the wonderful mother with a son. In that
yeah.
she'll give her groovy without getting anything in return. Whereas most
Exactly.
relationships like you and me, I expect you to like talk back, and you know what I mean.
Hmm.
It's like a pure relationship in nature
Hmm.
between a great mother and a son or daughter. Most countries of the world, Carlos, celebrate mama more than
Yeah,
this country. Have you noticed that?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well,
In
well, they
Italy,
celebrated.
it's even like an obsession.
No,
They're all
no, no,
mama
no. Well,
boys.
not just that. I mean, when they like, for example, in Mexico, when they celebrate it,
Uh-huh.
they not just the family celebrates it.
Right.
Sometimes the town, the village
Yeah.
celebrates it. For example, that day that the schools are closed, are closed,
Uh-huh.
and they have this event in a park or in a feed or something, where they with the I remember one in particular where the schools they had folk dancers come in and 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 later on they had a contest
Yeah, I've seen
and they
things like that on TV.
yeah and they gave every single mom a raffle a ticket and every single mom won something. Every single mom would get that go home with a
Uh-huh.
prize
Right.
like that. Go home with a prize. The mom would go home with a prize. Everything was in the audience. Yeah.
I want something came to my mind, and excuse me for interrupting, but that's what I do, and you interrupt me. That this might sound, even when I had this thought, it was unusual, but I think there's some truth. So, in my view of life, I want to experience a lot of things, which I'm not doing now. I know, but I did. That was my philosophy. And if I'm not, I like being a man. I do. I'm very comfortable, whatever people say. But the one experience that would be so groovy and mind altering and psychological and religious is giving birth. So that's the one thing that maybe there's envy that I don't get to experience because how powerful to give birth to children. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And women have it hard, but at least you get to do that,
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's true.
to create life like that. Whereas we just get to create life with our little sperm. It's too
Exactly.
dissonant. I mean, we don't get to. I mean, once they're gone, the little sperm wave goodbye, and
And
we're not. But
and
they,
the woman goes.
they
Yeah,
have
and they
a
go
journey
through.
to get to. But
Yeah,
forget
and
us.
some women. Yeah, and some women go like, for example, they go into the hospital and they go into labor
Uh,
for hours and hours and
oh
hours.
yeah. Well, my wife
And
had natural childbirth, Carlos. with our 2 kids. But it is sometimes you give up your life. In the old days, I don't know the exact percentage, but maybe 1 in 10 women died giving birth.
Yeah.
So it was like the mom is saying that I know what's coming. I may die, but this is the process of life, giving life. And they don't have a choice once you get pregnant, But maybe you're speaking of the pain. And my wife, first wife, had natural childbirth. And if my wife now gets pregnant, I would advise painkiller. But it was glorious, better than the movies. Do you have children?
No.
Okay. But that's another experience. I get to experience a father, whereas women and most mothers, I think, are pretty good. But you hear about the really bad ones. And I'm dealing with that issue right now because I've talked about that my wife deserves a child and I'm ambivalent, And like I said, she went off the birth control. I didn't make an issue of it. So probably I would think in the next couple months, I get to have a happy stream, I hope, and announce it, Of course, if I get a baby, I can't stream as much, can I? So. It's heavy. Anyway, you see how I get off? I kind of like doing that. And you're nice enough to not give me a hard time like some people. Let's see. Here's God Loves Me Unleash. Currently, I'm her target. And she needs me to be mean back so she can be even meaner. I just don't feel it. I don't like it. I do not like it. But I'm not a hater. Like you obviously hate me,
Oh,
So
God loves me, hates you.
she says, God, wow, your channel has really turned to shit since I was last here. I get to talk to Carlos. What are you talking about?
Well, it hasn't been. I mean, I haven't seen those guys like Rev here or that guy Red Baron.
Oh, I banned Red Baron. I think I banned Rev, but he got all these alts. I think I banned Rev too, by the way.
Well, Red Baron was on his panel the other night.
I don't like Red Baron. He's like, you don't like some people. The guy goes up and tells people he's a pedophile.
Yeah.
Here's Jack. I can't quite. He's a simp. And as long as if he didn't talk about me, I'd really like this guy. But hi, Jack.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Hey, what's up?
I get to talk to I said GLM is welcome. I even invited her somewhere else. Come and chat. Come up, and we'll try to work it out. I want to work it out, but she wants to continue targeting me. And I don't care. The geriatric thing. Think what you want, but it makes a bad statement about her attitude toward old people that she seemed to suggest the causation between old and homosexual, which I don't get. So I think it doesn't bother me. I think you called me that. You call me a geriatric F word, which she's really pushing, but it don't got no legs. It's not a good line. You have better lines. You can. I'm not encouraging you to come up with a better line, but I think, Jack, you know what I'm talking about. You want one that really digs at me, right? You're good at that.
I don't know if I want one that digs at you.
Well, if you're against me and you're her simp, then you want to drill it in there.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll yeah. I want that.
I think you like the fart thing or something, right?
Oh man,
what? Bothers me. Like it bothers me.
No, I prefer the geriatric thing.
But I'm not old. But it says something about her attitude, saying that basically old homosexual. But because it poses the preface that old is bad. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
old is. I mean, if you wanted, I don't know.
No, old's good. Old's good.
When is old good? When is old good? I'm trying to come up. I can't think. When is it good being old?
It's amazing.
Grandparents are great.
Yeah,
right?
Grandparents are grand. Yes.
Most of them. Yeah, they're grand.
You're
perfect relationship.
Congratulations.
You love the kids you spoil and you tell them to go home.
Right? Yeah.
What else?
Do you do that with your grandchildren?
I don't have grandchildren.
Oh, okay. Hey, Sam, just real quick. So
I want to have grandchildren very much. Someday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I got you.
Of course, you got like most people.
You know,
perfect relationship.
Yeah, those kids got a shit out of grandbaby soon.
Well, why do you put it like that?
I'm just being facetious, you know.
Yeah, it's don't you do you want kids one day?
No, I want to be GLM's, you know, like
What a great life you're living.
I want to be her sugar daddy.
Yeah, you're like there should be a biography about you, and they should present it to inspire children around the globe. You too can have a life of a guy who has a shtick, jack me off or something. It's funny once or twice, but then you should drop it.
Right? Yeah, I should.
You get it, Carlos? That's his name.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's
Sam.
top.
Sam, I'm just real quick question.
Yeah, then I need to leave.
Why did you invite GLM up? You were like in David Walsh's. You were just like messaging her nonstop about, oh, you should come up.
It wasn't nonstop.
Blah, blah, blah,
it was a couple.
Oh,
it was
well,
a couple.
You said a few statements. Okay, like a few.
What did
couple,
I say?
A lot.
No, I did. Not a lot. What did I say? Come on up. You asked me to come up. What did I say to you? Is that weird? No. You want to come up? You're probably bored. You can attack me. You can have fun with me.
Sure. No. I think we're being just fine.
Go ahead.
But you said she can be in the chat as long as she wants.
Absolutely. Right? If she doesn't cross boundaries.
As long as she doesn't dox. Did she dox you?
No.
You banned us both.
No, I think she was fine. The couple comments she was digging at me, but that's fine. I want Carlos.
You banned me for asking you if you take Metamucil. Like, I don't think that's offensive.
Did I ban you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too happy with you, because you said I harass her. That's over the line.
All I ask is if you take Metamucil. Like, is that so offensive?
No, Metamucil. I give a fuck. Carlos, he said I harass her and she harasses me. That's over the line. I don't care about geriatric. What the fuck? But when you accuse me, that's a serious thing. I love women. I don't harass them, Jack. Don't you see how I'd be offended by? Why would I keep? That's over the line, is what I'm saying, Carlos. Jack.
What's over the line?
Saying that I harass or stalk women.
Nothing wrong with that.
Carlos, is he bullshitting? Come on, Jack. No.
No.
But she's the harasser because over the years, 40 videos she made of one man. You think I made that? Talk to people, dummy.
Oh.
I don't want to know. I want to work it out. I don't want her mad at me. I love her singing. She's got a great singing voice.
Oh,
she got a nice laugh, but she has mental illness where she zeroes in because then she gets to be mean at a man because something happened to her in the past, and she works through these. I think Freud called it repetition compulsion.
You got 40 videos coming about you, Sam.
Maybe more. Carlos, I'm not kidding. I'm not. Ask people like Brutal and Mop, and she'll tell it. She gets obsessed, but I'm not a bad guy. I'm a guy that she used to like. I'm a good guy.
Who's Brutally Moth?
Brutal Mafia is a friend of Brutally Lorne.
Okay. I didn't know who you're talking about.
Brutal Mafia. So Reb doxed Nicola. Nicole. So it came out her name and address and Caitlin's, and somebody said it was Reb, and Reb said no, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. Yeah, it was you, Reb. No, it wasn't me for a month, and then Brutal Mafia came out where Reb was DMing Brutal Mafia to dox these two.
Oh, okay.
So he's one of those guys, exposing the truth in ways I probably wouldn't do it. So Reb lied about the whole thing. He doxed the woman he says he loves, and Caitlin. I don't know if you know Caitlin. She's great.
I like Caitlin.
I like Caitlin a lot.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. It's truth. So Reb goes around. He still won't answer my question because it's why did he dox Wendy, the mentally challenged Wendy?
Oh my God!
Right? You know that, Carlos?
No, I didn't know.
So first he doxed me. I did 300 shows with him. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. He porn bombed me. After 300 shows with him, he never used to porn bomb. So during the show, after I got mad because he said on air the real life name of Marie, right? He porn bombed me. Okay, he hates me. But then Carlos, Wendy Pack? He porn bombed Wendy Pack.
Oh my God, how many times people
Right,
fall
Jack?
from
You
that
probably
poor
know that.
woman, man? Fuck.
And then his bud that he's buttock buddies with David Waltz, a guy he's supposed to be his best friend or whatever. He doxed David Waltz. I wrote in chat, David, you didn't notice, but he just doxed you. And I went to BSOX, maybe I'm blocked. I tried to warn David because I don't want him. Whatever the conflict, I don't want God Loves Me, her channel go down. I don't want most people's channels to go down, whether I like them or not. Say I'm a good guy, Jack. Dummy.
Yeah.
Now, I can be mean. I was mean. I regretted calling his friend, Robin Gross, the Sims friend, Robin Gross. I called her a phony. So that was over the line. But I did apologize, and I still do. It was wrong what I did, but it wasn't doxing, it wasn't porn bombing, and it wasn't accusing her of harassment, which is over the line, Jack.
Oh,
Is that it? I thought you're her simp. You're supposed to defend it.
no, I think she's a bigger simp for me.
My guess would be that her pattern is she grabs hold of the attention of a guy. She's very pretty and she sexes. I'm not saying she does it with you, but 7, 8 men she sexted with Gino and Lichen Theory and blah blah blah. So if I have to guess, I would think there's a good chance she's doing it with you.
I mean, I don't
Nude
think.
pics- Are you?
No,
Okay. See me. So she
I
didn't
don't
do
even
it
know
with
what you
me
said. What did
either.
you say? Sorry.
Are you? Did you see her nude? Did she see you nude?
No.
Are you doing that stuff?
No.
Okay. Well,
Or
she didn't do it with me either, but she started to accuse me of it. How would you feel if you didn't do it and she accused you?
What happened to that guy, Frank, who used to go on POON?
Which guy?
Frank, remember he always used to count
Frank
up all of
DeRosa. Oh, I go way back. Oh, Carlos. Do you know about Frank? Jack?
What's that?
Do you know about Frank DeRosa?
No. Can you explain?
Yeah, it's real. If you want to know, it's real detailed. So there's this lady named Carla Kitty who used to call herself the Middle America Howard Stern, but she said she was involved in being a slave to somebody, and she did these I don't know BDSM magazine things, and she phoned into Jimmerham, so she got known by this guy. Oh, I'm sorry. So she became known to me and other people. So the focus was now on her because she became known. So she had a video where she was in a motel with a man named Frank DeRosa. That's not his real name, with Frank, right? So we only knew him as this guy who was in the background, and it turned out that he had paid her motel for a week for obvious sexual reasons. So
Wow.
he became a character in our little universe because he hooked up with RDA, my enemy, right? But I was getting along with RD, I think, and I would come on and I got to know this Judas man, Frank DeRosa, who it's real complicated. Cynthia from RDA was sent
Can we
a
get to the
package.
story here, Sam? Like, what's the
It
hold up?
goes on and on, with
man.
Frank DeRosa.
All right, continue.
Jack, it's like a book. They're characters in a book, but we're real people.
But these are like the good old days stories, dude. Like,
No, because let me get to GLM. All right.
all right, yeah. Let's
I'm
sum it up.
cutting
All right,
out the
GLM.
chapters. Yeah, I'm cutting through stuff. So Frank was going to give me a show. We were going to because we're good on air together. So I started paying attention to Frank, who loved God Loves Me. So one of these videos, maybe I phoned in and he's saying GLM is like a daughter to me until she wasn't. And then he turned on her and he aligned with Aussie Outlaw, who was sexting and having a relationship with her at the time, and it went bad. So Aussie, I would argue with him because he was on my show, and privately he would contact me and call her racial names because they had a relationship, and he turned really bitter after.
Sam,
And
where's this going? Like, this is just
I don't
all over
know.
the place.
I don't know. Help me.
We need to dial it in, brother. Like, come
I
on.
need to dial it in. Yeah, I do. for sure. But Jack, it's complicated. You're asking me to describe 4.5 years of on-air budship.
I
He was
do
my
understand that.
bud,
I
and then he
understand. I
wasn't.
get it.
And then he knifed me in the back because he tried to dox me, and he accused me. He read about some guy in the San Diego who had gone to the Philippines. So he made up a story. It was me, my
Okay.
bud. He was supposed to be my bud. So I started calling him Frank the Judas.
Frank the Judas.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Judas Frank.
There you
There
go.
was another guy who used to come on POON. He was from Texas. He talked like a DJ or
You have to
something.
say the
Really cool guy.
name. You have to say the name.
He was like in Texas. He was a really cool guy, always like laughing and everything.
So POON was supposed to do a show with me because we're good together. So we agreed. All I said was, give me the first half an hour, just you and him. Right? That's
Yeah.
it. And we went 10 minutes, him and me. He saw the views went to 100 and he brought in his goons. So he lied. And that was the only time we did the show. He broke the agreement. Right? But he didn't. But Rev and I brought POON in the first show. He came in through SHA, but he got mad at us because we accused him of being inappropriate with women. Because Cynthia and RDA people contacted Rev and me and said this POON guy was a stalker. So for a month, we tried to get the truth out of POON, and we finally did. And then he started screaming at us. And then I didn't see him for a while.
Sam, I just have to ask, what does this have to do with GLM?
Because I met GLM through Frank. So
okay, so you're just trying to give me like the good old days story.
No, because the first time I contacted her, she had kicked me out of her Discord because she thought I was a troll, and I went to talk to her privately. Not privately. I found her on air, and I kept saying, "This is a real story. Don't be mad at me." And she said she didn't care, so she berated me for 10 minutes. But I liked her spirit, and we became kind of buds. And I started having her come on the show. But most of all, I defended her against those enemies of hers. I was her simp. You get it? I was her simp. Yes. But there was no sexual stuff.
You were GLM simp?
Well, I was defending her even when people were telling the truth of what she, like when she phoned, you shouldn't phone someone's mother and stuff like that. But I
told
took her
GLM
side.
she can call my mom.
You get the point.
Man,
but you don't know the history. So, but I don't like you making up. Harassing is really a bad charge. Go after me. I don't care about the old, or just don't make up stuff. The Velcro you thought was a joke, but some people believe it.
Okay, you wear Velcro shoes.
I don't. Well, I would. I like Velcro.
I'm sure you do. You're geriatric.
But I don't. No, I'm not geriatric. And POON knows I'm not old, but I don't want him to say it. I tried to prove it with this analytics. It makes a better story, and now they're part of the mob.
Do you also have a shoehorn?
I haven't heard of a shoehorn. I think when I was a kid, we'd go in a shoe store and they'd bring out their shoehorn. But no, do you?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Actually, I do. I use it for my dress shoes.
I used to have to dress up for work, and I hate that with a tie. So I haven't.
Can you do a full Windsor?
That's a Windsor knot. Yeah. I was in Greek at Athens Hilton. My dad didn't come with us, and we had to go to something formal. So this stranger taught me to tie a Windsor knot. So yeah, these weird little stories, right? But yeah.
Hey, Yoda, what's up, Yoda?
Hey, Carlos, I saw your live today.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was going to chat on there, but I was kind of tied up today, so I was just going to say, like, I didn't even know you had a channel.
Come up? I asked you to come up, I think.
Yeah,
well, I was tied up this afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
What were you doing?
I was simping for GLM. I had duties.
Is she sending you to do it? I'm
serious. GLM has me like on a schedule.
I know she got you to. She's pushing this geriatric. She means fag, right? But she says geriatric.
I don't think she's equating geriatric to homosexuality, Sam.
No, she thinks it's clever, but it's not that good a line. You put out better lines. She should ask you to put out a line, because he used to come on my show, Carlos. I used to call him the best guest because he would ask questions, and it was funny questions. It was creative.
But
So
I think
really like this guy.
I think you're equating like my situation with GLM as to like me trolling you, but that has nothing to do with it.
Well, you have a right. Tell us, educate me, sir.
Yeah, and I told you last night. I said the fact that you went after Robin Gross is really the reason.
I
This
apologize.
is just like
it
this is
wasn't
just
after
adding
that.
to. This is just supplementing.
No,
You know
she's poked
what
at
it
me.
feels. So
Sir, you don't think she's poked at me?
who GLM?
Robin Gross.
No, I don't think
She
so. I
never
think
liked me.
well, I mean, I'm not going to speak for her, but like I think she was willing to give you a chance the last time she was on your.
Yeah,
your
she
channel.
did. I blew that one. I
Yeah,
feel
your
bad.
the last program you had that she
Yeah.
was on.
I agree.
You kind of went hard at her, so I think
I
she was like willing to give you a shot, but
Not
then you,
kind of. I called her a phony, but I also acknowledged that she did wonderful work exposing a real phony, Nick. So this Raps woman got mad and said everybody on the internet and the chat were losers. So Robin came up with the real truth about this lady. See, that's what I like, Carlos. That's why partly I like doing this, finding out the real of people. And Robin Gross revealed the real more than dummy me. So she was really good with that. And I gave her credit, right?
yeah.
But I also, Carlos, I called her a phony. She came up and I should have been nicer, and I wasn't.
What was that?
His friend, Robin Gross.
But like,
Oh, Robin Gross.
but like that's honestly
I
when
kind
I
of like her. I
that's
like her
when-
on air. I don't like her, not liking me or me not liking her. But on her on air is pretty good.
right. No, she's good.
Yeah.
The GLM's good too.
No,
GLM's
she's
number
really
one.
second tier. I tried.
I mean, no, GLM's number one. That's why I called myself number one top simp.
Okay, well, you have a right to your opinion, sir.
Yeah.
I'll ask you in 3 or 4 months when she finds someone else.
She's
Which
gonna
she
find
does.
somebody else. Who's she gonna find?
Dude, an attractive lady in her 30s, smart, good personality, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. Dick.
Oh no.
Man.
Well, don't you know what? Look at you. You're probably fat or something. You should. I'm just saying, most people, Carlos,
I'm fat.
he has a good personality. He's clever, so funny. So you have to ask yourself, why doesn't he have a girlfriend? Because most people in your situation do. Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why don't you?
Yeah, I'm
Why
fat.
don't you? I didn't say you're fat, but why don't you have a like?
Yeah, you did. You said you're probably fat or something. I'm telling you, I'm fat.
That's true. Well, I'm trying to figure out why you don't have a girlfriend. That's
why
an
don't I,
honest
Sam?
question.
Can you tell me why?
There's something wrong with you.
What's wrong with me? Can you
I don't know
analyze
because
me?
you won't share that. Can you tell us? I keep asking you civilly, why don't you have a girlfriend like most people in your situation?
I don't know. I told you I'm fat. Can you tell me why I don't have a girlfriend?
Are you fat?
Yeah, I'm a big boy.
That's
You can be
okay.
fat and have a girlfriend.
I want it.
Carlos, you're a little chunky, right?
Yeah.
Whoa, Sam, come on.
What do you think he doesn't know it?
Sam, come on. Like
Carlos.
that's uncalled
He's
for.
a real man. Don't give a fuck.
Sam, why are you worried about men being like
wants to take
fat?
off
Like,
weight?
why are you concerned about men's weight?
Because in our culture, we know that being attractive, I'm not saying even sign up with it, because ugly women, you have more of a chance of a fawning. An ugly woman will not be, nobody will come on to her. So she'll be more loyal to her husband.
Yeah, but some guys like big
people
girls.
have the best marriages.
Some guys like big girls. There's nothing wrong with big people.
Yeah. Some, not the majority, but there are some.
Sam, have you ever been with a fat girl?
Yes.
How was it? Was it a good lay?
I'll tell you what happened.
Did you plow well?
I'll tell you what happened.
The bed broke.
No,
Bed broke?
No, she wasn't obese. No, she was like maybe 15 pounds.
So she was hefty?
Hefty. Yeah, she was hefty.
There you go.
But I went to England for a summer session, and she was one of the first women I met. So I took her off to Brighton in England, and we got drunk, and she took off weight the more drunk I got, and I woke up and I went, wow, she's not my usual type. And then I went back and met a beautiful woman, but she was nice. I mean, I was kind of a jerk.
Well, in my case, I dated when I was about 47 or 48.
You went off, by the way. I didn't kick him.
Yeah, I'm 55, now. But when I was about 47 or 48 at the time, I dated. I was seeing this woman who was at the time 35. She was pretty hot, and really, she wasn't overweight. She was a pretty hot
Uh,
woman. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something I probably shouldn't say, and I could be completely wrong. I think I had a couple overweight women, but they weren't. I have to say this carefully. Well, I'll just say it. It's over 18. They weren't tight, and I won't go into it. I didn't know if that had to do with the weight, Carlos. You know, I don't know. And they might be better. Look, Mother Teresa was an ugly woman, but she was saintly and wonderful. So I think an overweight woman could be wonderful because
Yeah.
you could
Yeah.
love her more than you preferring thin women. I get it, really, for sure. And she might appreciate that you accept her. So I'm
Yeah.
not, but when it gets obese, it becomes a health issue. We're talking about
Uh,
and there's a balance because Chicano women, the ones I've been with, have beautiful, little oversized bottoms compared to waspy women. And I like that. They're curvy. That's cool, you
yeah.
know? So, but I try to talk true and the person who loves chubby women, great. It's just not my preference.
Me, well, I got. I have to be honest. I like whatever it comes into my mind.
No,
Chubby woman, skinny woman. For me, it doesn't
yeah.
really matter.
Well, you're older and you're wiser and you're smarter and have less ego than me. You the soul of the person, which ideally is the most important, but I talk practically, and you can call me neurotic. But yeah, I have my preferences and I have my type. But when I went against type, I really wanted to talk about this story, but I never get. I only talked about Jenny a little bit. I really wanted to, but I get that most people probably don't want to hear it. But Carlos,
Yeah.
the best woman I ever had was one of my most unattractive, well, the unattractive woman I was ever with. And she turned out to love me more than anyone else. And I guess I always regret it. Although when I go into I wish I treated her better. I go into, well, maybe it would have constantly been a problem because when I was with this woman and we go on say a bar or something, right? She'd get upset. I'll never forget. She said, I'm kind of upset. And I said, why? And she said, because I know when we walked in, people looked at us and said, why is he with her? It bothered. It sounds weird, but people can be cruel. And I had a friend, not only that, but in private, a friend came to me and said, why are you with her? Meaning that, he was used to me being with good looking women or something. And unfortunately, it got to me a little bit, Carlos, because I was young. You know what I mean? I was 17, I think. And, but then I look back and oh, did she love me, Carlos?
Oh,
And
that's good.
I went to a better track. So I think it goes to your point. So on an intellectual level, I know you're right, but that was my reality at the time. But I knew she wasn't ugly, but she kind of had a bump on her nose.
Yeah.
Her butt was flat. She was an athlete,
Oh, that's
and
good.
but I made out with her, man, and I had sex with her. So I'm, I'm not too cool sometimes. I mean, I can say she wasn't the prettiest, but I certainly had wonderful times with her
Oh, that's good.
intimately. I remember kissing her,
Yeah.
and I remember kissing her so much, Carlos, that I said, "Wait a minute, my balls hurt. This must be blue balls." You know,
What the fuck?
it hurt.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was getting so stimulated
Mm.
that it's not literally they turn blue, but they hurt. So
Yeah.
I think that's what they mean.
Yeah.
I've heard of that before.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been there myself too.
But finally, I want to talk about her. She seemed to teach me that lesson. So I want to appreciate my wife now, even though she's really pretty. The idea is your idea that
Mhm.
go beyond attractive if you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
And
Man.
but
Well.
if my wife's attractive, but I should center on other qualities, right? That's a weakness in me, right? I
I
mean,
mean, when I was more younger, I used to seek mostly attractive women. But as I
uh-huh,
got older, like in my 30s,
uh-huh.
it just didn't matter that much anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I see.
ideally, we know that, but if there are attractive women opposed to unattractive women, all things being equal, I probably still would go with attractive women.
Well, there was this woman I met. This was back in 2001. This was 21, and she wasn't an attractive woman. She was divorced at the
Uh-huh.
time.
Uh-huh.
She was about the same age as I was at, and we got along very well. I mean, very very well. And but she wasn't attractive, and
Well, what ended it then?
I was down in Mexico, and I couldn't, and I had to
Okay.
come back here, and
Yeah, it was too much of, I get it.
yes, and everything like that. But she's,
I'm trying to think of what's in my brain right now. I've told this story and it see, I'm not telling hero stories about me. I'm just telling you reality and where I wasn't so cool. We're talking about attractiveness. So I was my master teacher got too intimate with me. We didn't have sex, but she liked me being naked and blah blah blah.
oh
But
my god,
she wanted me to, and she would have been fired. Now that I look back upon it, and I would have
yeah.
maybe been kicked from the program. But I
So,
remember that she wanted to have sex with me, got upset, and the real reason wasn't I was so full of virtue, but she had little pock marks because she probably had a couple zits, and just
oh,
that one thing. So I never
oh
did it.
man,
She wanted to.
oh
And she
yeah,
got so one weekend she went off by herself and met someone in a bar and disappeared, and her family got upset, and the police
um,
came to her house where I was living, right? Because I was going to school, and they
uh,
said, "Why are you here?" Because they come out, they get a report of a missing woman, and they get to her house, and imagine there I am, like
well, yeah,
22 or
when you
something.
have,
And they're
yeah,
saying, "Who is this
yes,
guy?" And then as they're in the house, the police, right? And they're
yeah,
probably thinking because they get my name and they're probably going to look me up and they're thinking,
yes,
this is so strange. She shows up, the motorcycle, some guy on a motorcycle brings her.
mm,
Otherwise, and then she explained everything. But
well, when a
my
woman is
point
killed,
is because of her looks, I wasn't with her sexually.
yeah,
That's how vain I was or something.
oh, yeah,
But you're bothered by what you're bothered by. And that
yeah,
happens. Those little pock marks have always kind of
mhm,
bothered me.
yeah.
I don't that
Like I was say that when a woman she's murdered or disappeared, they
well,
usually the first suspect is the woman's husband
boyfriend yeah,
or
right?
boyfriend.
Because statistically it turns out that way.
Yeah, I mean, just like that woman, and there was this woman in I think it was in Utah, a woman in her late 20s. She was pregnant at the time, and she would go on her on her routine jog, and the police were searching for the
Uh-huh.
wanted to question her husband
Uh-huh.
and wanted to I think, and he turned out to be the suspect. And this
Sure.
happened. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This happened several years ago in Utah. It was all over the news.
So did he turn out to be the guy who did it?
Yeah,
Oh, he did. Well,
yeah,
where you live is you mentioned a military base, so there's a bunch of weird stuff always with that many single men and stuff
yeah,
going on
yeah.
that
Oh
area.
yeah,
Yeah,
oh
I
yeah.
know.
Well, this friend of mine told me a story that look. It says here, thanks for sharing those stories from your youth. Sam had to believe that only happened 15 years ago.
Let me go through chat. All right. Thanks
Yeah,
for coming up, by the way. High number. I don't know. It just goes off sometimes.
yeah.
I want to. If we're gonna do history, we have to make it kind of cheesy and a little bit of fun. But I like him. But he goes off, man. Here's. I talked about God loves me. I would like to work it out, but if you attack me, I'm going to attack back with the truth. I don't want to though. But she uses it for content to get out her anger, all kinds of stuff. So there's nothing I can do. I've been very nice to her, really. Um, anyway,
Yeah.
Nub's Revenge has been up. He's a good guy, and sometimes I'll recommend like B Socks. I said B Socks, go over. I'm going to be with Carlos. Come over here, man. So he didn't do it. He goes on David Waltz, and he gets mad at David Walsh because the two of them are laughing at him. You know, like somehow they think somebody's slow or something. Now I just confront him. I say, I don't know if you're smart or dumb, but what they do is, I know they do that they sat back and they laughed at the guy, and he probably felt it, and he went off, and he didn't have a good experience. If he had listened to me, you don't like drama, so he would have been okay. You don't listen.
You know, I was in a there's this lady from well, I don't want to say where, but you know, I'll just say here from from one of the western states.
Right.
She has this a panel streams where she you know people come from different communities and she has giveaways, you know, put that and then and she says she doesn't want any drama here, and there was this guy
Uh-huh.
who was a regular there, some guy from I think he was from England, I don't know what happened, or Scotland or something, somewhere. I'm not sure. He was saying he would go on saying, "Oh, let's drama here like that. Let's drama.
Right.
Let's drama in the channel." Then the lady who ran the channel was she was she was this woman that she okay. She's this woman that has a pet house. Very nice lady, really nice lady.
Uh-huh.
And this guy was said, "Let's do some drama here. Let's do some drama here." And I was on the side chat, and I would put, "You want some drama? Well, go with her to POON. Go with her to Evil Abe.
Oh, Evil Abe's the best.
Yeah, go
I
with her
recommend
with Evil Abe."
people. A couple of the people, regulars like Sinsen, I sent
Yeah,
over because I like him so much. You know.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I was
And,
going to come into your show, by the way, because I was going to do a show on books. So maybe I'll mention it now.
yeah,
So,
yeah. In my next show, you can bring up books.
and yeah, because you said I could bring up anybody. But
Yeah.
anyway, I wanted to bring up this book because it relates to my philosophy on air. And
Go on.
also, by the way, talking about Jenny, she lived in Bel Air, which I talked about earlier. So sometimes they connect. So do you know the second most best-selling book in the Spanish language? I think the first one's the Bible. Do you know the second one?
Oh my God, it has to be maybe the prophet.
No, that's by Gibran, but no.
Damn.
Maybe when I say it, you'll go, "Oh yeah, Don Quixote by Cervantes,"
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, Don
right?
Quixote was right.
So it ties in with me. I try to relate this little stream world, right?
Mm-hmm.
It ties in with me because did you read the book Don
I
Quixote?
I haven't read it.
There's 2 volumes. So in the first volume, he creates this kind of funny knight. This
Mm-hmm.
older guy, he's making fun of him, right? The first volume, there's 2 volumes. He's making fun. The author's making fun of Don Quixote, right? Who goes around um, fighting windmills, right? He's kind of a
Oh,
comical figure, but in real life, there's a playmate of it, Man of La Mancha, which
yeah.
introduced that song, "To Dream the Impossible Dream." You know that song? So that came from that
Uh,
play.
I think I heard that
To
song.
fly the impossible. Anyway, that was based on Don Quixote. But what happened, Carlos,
Yeah.
was when he wrote the second book or volume, he fell in love with the man. So he was making fun, laughing at the man, and he ended up respecting and admiring the man. And I like to think like I might appear kind of quirky to some people, but other people have told me, like bless her heart, that after a while, they kind of just enjoy me, much as and they laugh with me. Whereas Don Quixote, it took a while, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. But that's the second most popular
Yeah.
book by a
Yeah. Yeah.
Spanish
That.
guy.
Yeah. Don Quixote. Yeah.
I read it. It was
Yeah.
pretty good, but
There's all kinds of books. Yeah. Don
I had to
Quixote.
read it in translation, so it's not as good.
Yeah.
Let's go to the chat. According to Ben, I know a little bit about Ben Franklin. According to Ben Franklin, most of the people in America at that point in time were dark skinned. Well, aren't you talking about slaves and Native Americans? And they would be the majority. Maybe that's what he means. What do you think? Comment? So Ben Franklin did many things. He invented a spear because in colonial times, people would get electrocuted a lot. And
Yeah.
they would have these thunder attacks on these buildings. So he created something that prevented this from happening. He also, again, he created the post office. He
Yeah.
also got the French, helped get the French to join the Americans in the Revolutionary War. And if you go to Philadelphia, there's a little graveyard like in the middle of the city. Have you been to Philly? I forget.
No, never.
So if you go in Philly, you're walking around, there's this graveyard, and they ask like $3 or $4. And you go in, and there he's buried, one of the greatest men ever in the history of our nation. And if you want to read a biography, there's a great one by Isaacson. If you want, but he's truly, POON likes him a lot too, I think.
Yeah.
So, and this man mentioned him. Great man. Let's go to the next one. I like this part. We're doing history, you know. The Dutch, the French, and the English all had very large portions in that series of wars. There's a lot of history that we are not taught between 1492 and the signing of the Constitution. Great comment. There's so much history we're not taught, Nubs. You know, a lot, right?
Yeah, a lot too. Yeah.
Good point. And
Well, yeah,
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
stuff.
I don't think history is valued. In Europe, it's valued because they have long history, but we're a relatively new country. So we don't have the historical range that, say, China with 2,000 years or Europe with hundreds of years of history and
You
thousands.
mentioned Italy and
Oh, Italy. Yeah, it goes way back, of course. What about Jerusalem and Christ and blah, blah, blah?
yeah,
Because
Jerusalem.
the Italians were in control of Jerusalem at that time.
Yeah. Well, Italians when the Romans were in power, Italians were not were an ethnic.
Have you heard the term crossing the Rubicon?
No.
You never heard that? Because in Roman times, the generals paid for their own armies, but there was an agreement that they kept them out of Roma, which is Rome. So Caesar broke that agreement, and once he crossed the Rubicon, he was in the territory of going into Roma. So it's an expression I've heard a lot. The Irish slave trade, was very prominent, mostly to islands around Jamaica, etc. That's where the populations of these countries came from prominently, and that is why there's such a large Irish population. How interesting. The Irish were involved in the slave trade. Not good, huh? But I believe you. In fact, a lot of Irish that I heard were on these plantation, the guys who whipped the slaves. A lot of those dudes I heard were Irish.
Yeah.
Because they came over and they were poor. I mean, who'd want that job, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was evil, but even so, the idea that your job was whipping people to get them to work, pretty bad. Right? I mean, I raised my boys to my wife and she gets upset. But in England, Carlos, in England, in the old days, okay, well, I'll change it. You go to one of these Renaissance fairs and you can see these devices that they would put a gag on the women if they talk too much.
Oh my God.
They had some kind of a bridle. It was called something bridle, and it was real, Carlos.
Oh my God, that's true.
I don't know how common it was, but they did it. They could do it legally, just like women weren't allowed to own land in America, for a long time. They can vote, blah, 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 da, da, da. And in most countries, historically and in the world today, there's arranged marriages. I had a friend from college, he was Pakistani, and he used to get all these white women, right? But when it was time to marry, his family arranged somebody back in Pakistan, and he married her. And the last I heard, they're very happy. So we don't have that, but that doesn't mean a lot of countries don't.
Mhm.
Betty Spaghetti, do you know her?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's a very nice woman.
Yeah, I think she started maybe at SHA, and here she is. One of the cool things is saying, "Hey, go over to Abe," and then people go over and discover Abe, or they'll go over, hopefully more to your channel because you deserve
Oh, hopefully.
more views than you get. Well, I do too. I do too. But
Mhm.
whatever. If you look at your phone contract, you agree to it. Yes. How many people read those things? Do you really take time and read that small print? Really? Okay. I'm waiting for Andy because Jack's his bud. So I just want Jack to be fair because Jack is, in my opinion, simping for this lady. But I think Andy might know her background. So he's been very neutral. And I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what Andy will say. But it's integrity if you don't simp, that you just say you're independent, whatever. I'm hoping he stays neutral. I like the guy, you know. I don't want him to attack me because then I have to defend back.
Well, Sam, I think I'm getting very sleepy, man.
Well, thank you for your time, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
late. Yeah, anytime.
yeah. We'll have this another time, man. Good night, man. Good night, chat.
Thank you, man. Night.
Yeah, getting sleepy again. Man.
Okay.
You have a good night, Sam.
You too, man. See, I don't expect people go as long as me, right? I just appreciate this good man coming up. And how about his life experience? Speaks volumes. People talk about immigrant, but here's an immigrant. I didn't get too personal, and he made it. And he said on air, he brought over his mom. So there's an example of a good immigrant, because on TV sometimes, there's some bad ones. But I think most are like Carlos, just a good person. And I so many of the people are so strange. It's just nice to talk to just a good guy. Yeah. So far. Don't disappoint me, Carlos. All right. No bodies in the closet. I don't think I'll be disappointed because Abe likes him and a lot of people like him. Time to end it. If Exile came on, I don't know. How do you follow? I'm streaming so much, I'll stop at one point. But I had this Exile. Wow. I wish I had more people viewing. It's his story. That real life. He was a bad guy. Bad guy. He said he was a bad guy, right? He didn't give a fuck. He grew up like that. You know these people? I don't give a fuck. Send me to prison. And they did. And he got institutionalized to the point where he said, well, the outside wasn't much different from jail. Of course it's different. That was his real attitude. This guy that is now turns up on programs. Exile 1. Real life. I think his life was going down the drain if you spend it in an institution, a jail, a prison, locked up. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't care until he had a son, and the son was brought in front of him. I don't know if it was through prison walls or whatever. Well, you wouldn't see it through a wall, through a window or whatever. This man was a criminal. Didn't mind being in prison. Self-described bad guy. He didn't give a fuck. He was a bad criminal. And then he saw his son. And through the love of looking at this product of him, DNA, primal feeling, love came up. Love came up. In Exile 1, he was in bars. He saw his son, and the life of his mind changed, of his heart. See, he had something to care about. And through the love of his son, he was freed. He had salvation. He was blind, and then he saw. And it's verified because his wife has been on air, married, woman he loves. Too good for you, for him, but there it is. Love's a mystery. She's been on air. It's obvious they love each other. They have kids. Don't tell me it can't happen. Love happened. His son happened. Our children are our hope. I don't think he ever expected it. Love turned him around. Now he says, this is a hobby. He's prosperous. He got businesses. His life was turned around. He's got these stories. And I always thought there was something about him. And he told this story. I think one of the greatest moments because it inspires. If he did it, if it happened to him, maybe when we're down, it can change us. Maybe it can happen to a Rev when he finds real love. And through the union of that love, if there's a child, it could change him. It could change him. Thank you, Exile. How do you top that? If you heard it, how do you top it? So it's fine you didn't come up. That's the thing that when you do so good, when you get so many subs, you got to repeat it or increase it. Betty Spaghetti. Go to sleep. My wife's away to stay up and it's very hot. So I'm not sleepy. I went on David, so I'm not going to get off and go on another show. Long time no see. There's Exiled. I don't understand something. Oh, Exile one's link. Oh, for sure. He's welcome to post his link. I would encourage it. He's a guy I really like. I told him, I said, I regret not having more views on my old channel because when you're on air and someone's telling something real and special, as a channel owner, I look up and there's 10 people and thank you 10 people, but your story was so inspirational. It deserved more people than I could deliver, especially when I go on these shows and there's real crap who get a lot. You know what I mean? So even I'm talking about him, but it makes you appreciate the people in your chat. And even if the numbers aren't huge, I walk away saying, I did good. Doesn't do as good as fight history, right? I knew not many people would come, but I didn't know high number would go off. I should have mentioned the few viewers. I wanted to make it kind of self-deprecating, handling the idea that few people want to watch history by making fun of it. but he take it that way. I think I blew it again. Yeah, it's always good to see the good ones on YouTube, Nubs. Boy, don't you let's see, don't you got shit wrong, like all of us. And there it is. Maybe this will end up 1 or 2 or who knows, 300 people. There it is. Check them out, man. Is that that's XILED? And I got to go there. I got to subscribe. You know? I kind of forgot you had a channel. Oh, I asked you if you had a channel. I thought you said no. How you lose your last channel, bro? Who are you talking about? Me? It's up there. I didn't lose it. SHA is up there. The other one is up there, the big one. Got to get the password, but if I go in there, I don't want to stream anymore because if they take it down, they take out like 130 streams, right? If they take this down, they take down 10. You think, get on with it. I don't give a fuck. We're in chat. We're not about owning channels. Nubs. Sharing, maybe. Apparently, if you ask around town, I'm a misogynist pig. I was also called a fascist yesterday. Go figure. I don't think you probably are. I think, was it around a university or something? If you were on air, I'd ask you about it. Most people don't even know what a fascist is, probably. You know. Where do you live? You live near a university? You live in Berkeley? By the way, I've been called all those names. Racist. I'm not. I buy my wife. I'm a serial trafficker. I'm old. I don't have those degrees. I'm fat. I'm short. Misogynist, I don't think so. Pig, probably, right? Doesn't mean it's right. Well, if they call you a pig, you got a right. They got a right to call. I'm sorry. If you say you have free speech, they have the right of free speech to call you a pig, don't they? I fought with. I have an issue about pigs with POON. That we know that animals can become special, and just because your pet is a pig, don't mean that you should treat it like most pigs. So he loved this pig. POON loved this pig. He raised pigs. But he loved this special pig. He'd come outside and this little pig would snuggle up. This little pig became a prize specimen. I got mad because POON said when the pig got sick, he sold it. Well, POON, be creative enough to recognize that pigs don't always have to be killed and sold. You can make an exception. But he don't listen to me. I mentioned him because he's been on my streams. And I went on his stream. Very stubborn man. He should listen to me. B-Sock should listen to me. I'm reading the chat. Make sure that if I highlight it, I won't highlight some doxing or something. I like that you're having a conversation. That's where I want a good chat more than anything. That's a goal of mine. Something about doxing. Oh, I don't know the situation, man. This is funny. Men do experience childbirth. It's just we give the essence of life, not life itself. We have 500,000 sperm, but each with our half the DNA, that can create a life. 500,000 of them, man. And if one of them, any of them, I think, gets to the egg and dances the act of creation. Only one of 500,000, do that. There's life, right? It's just remarkable that we complain about we're not special, maybe. Well, the odds against our birth, is more than 500,000 because many times the sperm go away and don't even get to the sweet entrance to the woman. Right? So millions against our birth. And yet here we are. True biology, right? We're the ones. Millions against our birth. And yet here's Nub's revenge to make that comment. Seed, of course. And knowing history, shows our progress, that originally, evolutionary, we have all those sperms because we need to populate. And I don't think we got them millions or 500,000 each time to only impregnate one woman. Why? Because when there were few people, that's what you need to do. The rule of a species, reproduce. But yet we evolved, right? And it became more than about just putting your sperm in a woman. It became about becoming more human with compassion and love and other things. Reading the chat. And then it's about 10:30, so it's not that late. My wife phoned me. She went off to Long Beach, some kind of reunion. I don't know. And it's good because I'll miss her. But it's been a long time since I go to sleep alone without her by my side. Uh-oh. I XILED put something in chat, but I don't know about that situation, so better not to highlight it. My wife went off birth control, so she wants to get pregnant. I'm kind of ambivalent. It takes a while coming off contraceptive. Depends on your age and how long you were on. Well, she was on for 4 years. It's an issue that I'm dealing with, I guess. And it's not even that talked about that much. I talked about how as she started talking, I just said we don't talk about it, but she would mention wanting to go off birth control, and she got into gardening. Suddenly, she was outside planting all these plants and violets and roses. And I think it had to do with her wanting to create, her maternal instinct. And it's kind of funny because the lawn ain't so cool, but there's beautiful flowers. There's even a little undone because we live in suburbia. The neighbors don't have that many flowers as her. Wonder what happens if she gets pregnant to those flowers. ASMR, I thought was a bad guy. I don't know. I'd be interested though, because he's been on the show. I don't follow all those shows. So maybe you'll have to tell me about it. He got outed as what? It's interesting because I really Jack's very likable. So he disappointed me. He used to come up here and he would have these questions. And I like it because I could be creative or have fun with it. And then he got involved, like a lot of men, with a woman he liked on air. And then to me, keep my name out of it, but because she's trying to fight with me, he took her side. But it's not fair when he makes up stuff like I wear Velcro even though I guess it's a joke. But he said I harassed her, and that's not cool because I do not. I'm the one happily married. She's not. That's all. But I like these people in chat. Is that Brutal Mafia, my bud? Really? I'm known. I used to fight with this guy, and now I applaud this guy. So it feels good to come across people that you really like in chat. Real person. He's been on air in other way. He's been on SHA a little bit. Great. I want to do a show with him, but I think he's got a lot going on in life, like work. But yeah, he's very good. And even though I don't get a lot of views, obviously I'm used to more in my old channel. I do appreciate these people in chat like him. Wow. And he's very brutal. He's brutal mafia, but makes his comments interesting. Jack wasn't boiled. What a true simp he is. He wears that title well. Brutal Mafia know everything. He probably knows more about Jack than me. I don't know about Huckleberry or whatever. So you got to say it, but I'm not going to highlight it. And their people's opinions are their own. I don't necessarily agree. I mean, obviously I like XILED, but I don't agree with everything he probably says. Obviously. You don't agree with everything I say. Really, one of the reasons why I like doing this is coming across people like XILED1. Surprised me. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't know he was going to say such a powerful story. Is this Sheppy? Let me check. Might be. Do I want to put up a brand? Yeah. Is this Sheppy, my fan of SHA?
Am I a fan? I don't know. I just
Why
want
are
to get
you
to
here?
the facts. I want to get to the facts as a gay and balanced journalist.
Thank you for coming up, Shep.
But can I get to some facts? Are you going to be honest? Or are you going to be you doing your shtick?
It's I did a show on history, but High Number went off. He was on like.
Okay, I don't care about high numbers. A complete moron.
What do you want? Go ahead. Nothing's happening. I'm just talking.
Do you recall the last time you and I engaged in a
No.
conversation?
No, but it seemed you said you lived in New Mexico, and then you said you lived somewhere else.
No.
So I said, I wonder if you lied about
I
New
lived in New
Mexico.
Mexico. Wait, no. This is what you do. I'm gonna ask you questions.
Sure.
But then you start regurgitating things I've said in a out of context way. So let me say, I lived in Houston. No. Shh. We're here for facts, right? We're here for the truth, like you always say.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I live in New Mexico, but I also have a home in the Woodlands.
You're a lucky man.
Many people have 2 or more residencies.
Is that in
Right?
Houston?
At a certain point.
The Levellands or something? What you just said?
The Woodlands is a community north of Houston. It's a more
okay. I read about it in a
area
book by James Lee
Metro.
Burke, and it took place.
We're not
in what
talking
you
about
just said.
that. We're not talking about James Lee Burke. We're talking
You know
about
the
you and
author?
I. Okay, we're not talking about James Lee Burke. We're not doing that.
Go
We're
ahead.
talking about the last time you and I had an interaction
remember,
on another
Shep.
channel. On another channel,
Oh,
which
another
brings me to the
channel.
on another channel. What happened to your channel?
What channel did we talk on, by the way?
Sam Hill Righteous. This is not
I'll
that
tell you.
channel, is it?
I tell people over and over, and they don't believe it. It's simple that I keep repeating it, but you ask, nothing's going.
Well, I don't know because I have not heard it.
you.
I said the last. Wait, Sam.
So-
the last time I interacted with you, I have not had any information from you, and I'm not watching
true.
your
We haven't
streams.
talked in a
So I'm
long
getting
time.
this information from you directly.
Yeah, we haven't talked in a
See, that's
long
how
time.
conversations go.
So my goal was to get 1,000 subs clean.
Yes.
Because you buy subs, or how.
Mhm.
Can I tell you about Donnie?
No.
this is one thing, and then I'll answer your question.
We all know about Don A. We all know about all those idiots buying subs and views.
No,
that's not part of the question. Why are we in a different channel? That has nothing to do with why we're in a different
reaction
channel.
Because you understand exactly. So a couple of weeks ago, because I used to be on a show, I saw that he got 200 views, right? When I went to bed. When I woke up, I checked again. He had 2,600 views. You get it, right? Why doesn't he just increase it by like 800 or something? Isn't that embarrassing?
I haven't watched a show of his in like in a year. Is he
but
still
you know what
doing
I'm saying?
shows?
He bought all those views, right?
Or maybe other people have. It could be a fact that people on his stupid community of
like RDA
dummies and idiots all think it's cool to go and buy a couple of views for the idiot.
All the RDA went to Don Ames.
No, we don't know he did it specifically, right? What I'm telling you is something is also a possibility, right?
That's a good point. Yeah,
you're making these assumptions because you always do
it. Ross buys views and subs, so I didn't think about that. Very smart. Yeah.
Okay. Why are you on another channel since the last time you and I interacted?
This is so dumb. You're gonna make fun of me. So, I have this channel, Sam Righteous, and it was automatically memorized the password, right? So a year went by. I thought I wrote it down correct, right? So the computer switched from this is so technical, but it's okay. Windows 10, and I got updated to Windows 11. Well, when that happened, the automatic memory of the password went away, and I had to provide the password. So I thought it was one thing.
Okay, bottom line is you don't remember the password, right? That's your answer, right? You can't. Right. Okay.
I thought I wrote it down,
and you provided me some information here, and you're telling me you don't have the password because Windows 10 updated to Windows 11.
And I lost the memory. You know,
okay, wait a minute. You know, I'm not a technical. I'm not a Luddite. I understand the technical aspects of what you just said.
It's a Luddite like you learn on your own.
No. You know what a Luddite is? A person who's like you, who doesn't know anything about technology.
I thought it was a person who learns all. Oh, okay. I got you. I got the word wrong. They don't want.
Yeah, of course. Right.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, but you're such a Luddite. You don't realize what you just implicated yourself in.
Tell me.
Well, you said Windows 10 updated to Windows 11. Let me ask you, was this an automatic update to Windows 11?
No, I had to click that I wanted it updated.
No, that's not how it works.
Well, it seemed to, if I recall.
No, you can't. That's not how it works.
What happened then?
Okay. Well, I don't know the truth. Just like we don't know who's paying for Don A's views.
The truth.
Let me say this.
Why would I lie?
We don't know. Wait. I don't know who's paying for Don A's views, but I can make a reasonable assumption that maybe other people have. We don't have any evidence of that. Like I don't have any evidence of.
You're right.
Wait, I don't have any evidence to say what I just said, other than I have an education. Wait. I have an education. I understand what you just said, and I understand that you cannot automatically update that. The only thing that kind of explains what you just explained to us is that you had to purchase a new computer which had Windows 11 on it.
No.
Okay.
Wait.
That's kind of like the only thing. It's kind of like the only thing. You had a Windows 10 computer.
Shep.
No. Okay. You may not be lying. You may not be lying, but let me put forth what. Okay. Well, maybe you're technically because you don't just automatically update to Windows 10. They don't give you an option.
I thought I clicked something, but whatever.
No.
I do have a new computer.
No, Windows updates, but there is no automatically updating to Windows 10.
Okay.
That
I don't know that.
And there's no incidents of it happening.
I just know that I got to 11 and then I lost the memory.
You have to actively download Windows 10 and install it.
Okay, Shep, I don't know. I
know you don't know. That's why you said what you said. And the last time you and I talked, it was with a.
Can I tell you
why? Me and Lemon were talking about what your confrontation with your spouse.
I'm not. She's
no. I was there when you said this yourself. You had been in some kind of confrontation with your wife. Now the semantical details of that confrontation is in dispute. We don't know what happened. Okay, we don't know what happened other than it was a confrontation.
My wife's not here, by the way.
You said some things and it's up there still because you can't get access to the channel, so you can't go delete it.
Correct.
according,
Well, I
if
think I could
anybody,
get
and
access
wait,
to it.
if
I
any
think I
dummy
could.
like High Number or any of the other morons in your fucking community who
Right.
still think you're interesting has the temerity or the intellect to go,
Are
look,
you talking
according
to,
to
me now?
what my recollection is, and I can very easily confirm it, you said that the confrontation involved your wife upset with you being streaming,
up there.
and that you got some kind of throwing and screaming match.
I threw books on the floor.
You at one point you told me and Lemon that your wife had escaped to the park to get out of the house.
I didn't say escape, but when she gets mad, we have a flare up. She tends to leave.
Okay, so there was a confrontation with your spouse, right?
I think she went to the park.
So this is not disputed. You're confirming there was a dispute between you and your wife.
Shep, I made a stream about it. You make it seem
okay. So that's a confirmation. Yes,
I wanted to share
I'm led to believe, like I have no evidence for this. This is my educated guess: is that your wife somehow destroyed that old laptop? You had to get a new one.
No.
So now this new one has Windows 11. The old laptop had your passwords. You can't get into it. So you created this channel.
Why don't you ask me? Here's XILED. Do you know
no,
this
I'm
guy?
telling you what my
really
theory is. And everybody here, this is my theory. This is my theory about why you're doing what you're doing. And I'm not saying it.
This is XILED.
Anyway, and you can say it's not true all you want, but this is what I'm saying. Okay.
But Shep, it don't matter. Why would I lie?
Which leads me to believe. Which leads me to believe that all this stuff you're talking. I think you and your wife are not together anymore.
Well, we can talk about that. Do you know XILED?
No, we don't need to talk about that. I just want to get to this stuff. I don't know who you brought up here or why you brought
this person up. Me and Sam already talked about that question on stream earlier.
Hey, but who are you? I don't know. I've never talked about that with him.
He only likes to talk
to me. What is your point?
What is your point
for me? What is your point?
I didn't watch it. You need to be a dick, Shep. I actually came up here to ask for your link, buddy.
Link to what?
This is Shep. He's very well known.
Your channel.
To my channel?
A lot of
link to my channel?
I don't know why.
Sir, so I can follow you. Yes.
Oh, what a compliment.
I don't have a channel.
Oh, well, that fucking sucks.
He's like
me.
No. He called himself smartphone.
I don't have a channel. Okay. So I think that your wife isn't I don't think you're with your wife anymore. I think that you're I'm talking about your wife. I don't think you're with your wife anymore. I think she's justifiably not. And I find it weird that you're talking about when I came up here, your wife being off the pill and wanting children.
She went off of birth control. What's the big secret?
Yeah. And she's not there right now.
Can I ask you why is it so important what his wife has going on with him?
He follows me. Over the years, he's followed me.
But I want to know where his interest on this matter comes from.
What's your name again, buddy? What's your name again? Do you know
XILED1. XILED1.
What's his name? What's his name?
XILED1.
Exiled. Why do you use a Greek
symbol
on your thing?
It's not Greek. This is the original symbol. This is a Hebrew letter.
Great. I love it.
It's called a check.
He's kind of Jewish or something. I don't know.
So are you a Jew? Okay. Well, I don't have an answer to give to you. Is that going to be a sufficient answer to give you?
Well, what was the answer?
Why do I care about what his wife is? I say, well, I just do.
He follows. What? You know how we follow some people?
Okay, you do. So it led you to doing such.
So, well,
so
what?
There's a whole other story there. I'm about to give it to you.
Who doctored a tape, had me confess.
Well, why not? I'm interested in it. I mean, you come this far in your story. If you don't want your story to be heard, then why the fuck are you talking about it,
sir?
Why the fuck are you talking about it on open air if it doesn't matter that much?
Okay,
that's a stupid ass oxymoron.
You sound like
turned his whole life around.
You sound like a very broken person.
No,
and you call yourself exiled.
Yeah, I'm totally broken, Sheppy. Will you fix me? I heard you're a life coach. Will you fix me?
He's not a life
No, I'm not a life coach. You haven't heard anything, and that's a really.
But you have all that good advice. Maybe you should be a life coach.
You understand what the word broke means? Broke.
I understand what broke means. Are you talking like broke like doesn't work, or are you talking about broke like poor? Which definition of broke are you talking about?
A baroque response. A baroque.
Oh, broke.
Broke is one syllable. A baroque is two syllables.
Oh, baroque.
Okay. He
No, I
knows a lot
don't.
of Hebrew
So,
stuff.
so go ahead and fill me
then
in
let's
on it.
move on. Let's move on. You go look up. I would like you to go find out and educate why I use the word Baroque to categorize your responses and your demeanor.
But if you really gave a fuck about my demeanor, then you would explain your wording.
No. I said I already said before this.
All right. Well, if you don't care, I don't care neither. So we're two motherfuckers on the panel not giving a shit.
You don't know who you're dealing with.
I tell you that it's Baroque. What I found, I try to summarize it in a word, but you don't understand it. So I'm telling you. How about you, Exiled One? Go exile yourself and
no, I like the guy.
So where you understand
how about I don't give a fuck to do that?
I kind of gave you the definition of what
I'm going to smoke this bowl of weed here and disregard your advice.
How to use Baroque in a conversation. And you're
I don't care to. I've done fine without that word for 42 years. I think I'll do good for the rest of my life without it.
Idiots that you talk
to?
He's
one of my favorite people.
Yeah, you told me you like mealy mouth idiots. Is he not a mealy mouth idiot?
Well, what do you mean? Your fucking behavior shows that you're an educated idiot.
Education level. You think he got?
You know, there's more than one form of an idiot, right? And you're the other form of an idiot. So together we complete a whole idiot.
Illiterate. He sounds like a
now
instead
of half an idiot on the panel, together we complete a whole idiot.
To me.
Shep,
functional illiterate. He's a functional illiterate person.
You don't know.
Did you know
a functional illiterate person with a bank account probably just as big as yours, buddy. Probably bigger than yours. You're probably just all talk.
You have scripting language because that's like one of the first things they teach you in school, scripting, right? In the 4th grade, you should know cursive. So do you know cursive?
They don't teach.
Yes, I know cursive.
Not for a long
time. He's an
older guy. I'm old enough, so I know.
He doesn't sound that old. How old are you?
30s? Can you please prove to me that you know how to write in cursive?
Oh, I didn't know you were that old. Sorry, Shep was
so you want me to fall for your troll because you think I'm an idiot? Write down some cursive. Write down some cursive and then show you my cursive writing for your entertainment purposes. Is that where we're going with this?
Interesting thing you've done and your whole time on these streams.
As stupid as you say I am, I think totally through your troll that you just attempted to do, right?
100,000 times
more. As good as the troll as you think you are, I'm a better troll, Sheppy. I'm a better troll. You're going to get triggered before it's over.
After this,
I'm known for triggering people, aka they call me the panel killer.
I'm elevating this Baroque moron.
You're not elevating a goddamn thing. You kind of irritated me because you're an educated idiot.
Yeah.
You don't understand how fucking people or psychology works. You're a fucking moron yourself.
Psychology. I'm talking about writing.
Look at you. You come up here asking Sam questions, asking him questions, wanting a result, but you don't even know how to carry the personality to get the result that you want.
You don't barely have a voice. You kind of go.
You got about as much fucking personality that's in a pig's bowl.
And you picked a name like Exiled One, and then you're so scattered in your thoughts. You get a Jewish Ankh or whatever the fuck it is as your symbol.
I'm scattered in my thoughts, but you don't even know what it's called. See, you're not as educated as you put yourself off to be.
It's foreign. It's foreign to me because I don't care. You don't know.
Oh, closed-mindedness, but you're so educated. See, you're just showing your stupidity the further you go. You know, I'm gonna go silent and just let you show how stupid you are, Sheppy.
Off here. I walk and I'll never talk to you again because you know you got embarrassed, Sam. I proved that you probably, to most people, got your computer destroyed by your spouse. You're probably not.
Can I tell you what happened?
Because of stuff. So get this guy off.
And you're up here because you're butthurt because you can't even get a woman in your life because you're a fucking geeked out loser.
Actually, he's married.
See, look, I'm undisputed with our interaction, Sam. It's
wait. Can I say this one thing? The commonality is
married to what? A woman that's miserable because she's married to.
His wife was a dancer. I didn't kick him off. He left. He does that.
Oh, we share that in common then.
Yeah.
Because my wife used to be a dancer too.
He didn't know who he was dealing with. Usually he comes up and he's dealing with not people as good as you. I'm serious. He didn't know. He didn't know anything about you.
Oh, he'll be all right.
It wasn't very
He's in his butthurt feels. You heard his voice elevating.
He went off.
Getting angry.
Yeah, when he can't handle it, he goes off. He went off. I didn't kick him.
Rage quit.
Way back. Shep and I go way back.
I told him that was going to happen. Now you can call me Nostradamus.
That was a Jewish guy, you know, I think. Listen.
Yeah. That was.
Let me tell you what he did. I love this story. It's this guy, and it's a time of night that I don't care. I appreciate 6 people, but this is what he did. So when I got porn bombed, the channel went down. He took my name. So people said, hey, the channel got taken down. I want to see the new one. So he would type my name, right? Well, he got my name, right? In that time span, he got Sam Righteous Channel, whatever. So when people typed in to try to talk to me, he had previously interviewed me because I like talking conversation. He said, can we have a conversation? Well, he took that audio stuff and he doctored it. So when people phoned thinking that they were going to get the new channel, they got a doctored tape. Excuse me, I burped. Where I was confessing to murdering my father.
Damn.
I swear.
That's just as fucked up as the worst shit I've heard happening to a YouTuber. Dude, I know a YouTuber that she got blamed for being a killer on that show 48 Hours.
So that's not the end of it. Let me tell you the history. I think this guy hates me or loves me. I don't know. So
I think he wants your dick.
I went on. No, actually, I think he's married. But anyway, but he called himself.
That doesn't mean
gay
he don't
for
want
a
your
year.
dick. He's giving
He
off
used to call himself gay. Seriously.
See, I told you I'm Negrodamus up in this motherfucker.
I'm not making this up. He had like the gay newscasters, but he said he was gay for a year, and then he said he wasn't. So anyway,
no, he was gay.
Let me tell you this little world. So I go on Like and Theory's show, right? Do you know him?
I know Jamie.
We used to be semi-cooperative. Anyway, I go on a show. And I was on with a therapist. Her name is Dana. She's a therapist, right?
Are you talking about Dana X?
A little bit. No, she's a therapist. She was she got mad at Lemonade, or Lemonade got mad at her. Anyways, really involved. Anyway, I was on a show with Dana, right? With Like and Theory. Here comes Shep, and he plays the tape of the doctored because I did have an altercation with my dad, right? So he played the tape. Here he is. Ask him the story. I hope that's you, Shep. Is that you?
Yep, that's him.
What's this little dummy still talking about here?
I'm telling you, when you went on Like and Theory and you made me cry and you laughed.
Yeah.
So he plays a tape of me. It's the first time I've ever heard myself talk about my father. Yeah. And he had me confessing to murdering my father in too. So I cried a little bit. You know, I don't cry a lot. And he laughed. You can't play music, Shep.
Is that the music that you use to calm your nerves?
I wonder if
you go to smoke a CBG joint. Did you go do some woo sauce?
Is he getting me copyrighted with that music, XILED one?
He was probably trying.
Okay. Shep, don't do that. Maybe because he can't compete with you. You really, kind of embarrassed him. I mean, not that he didn't deserve it, XILED. He didn't know who he was talking to. Right?
He'll be all right.
Again. If I hear the music, I'm taking you off.
Oh, so you got your subject matter expert, XILED one, the convoluted idiot, Baroque. That's what broke means. You mean you're convoluted.
Baroque.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what it meant.
Interesting. I'd have to give you the thing because you would never get it. Okay, he's
your subject matter expert. A little bit boring.
Sam, the music I was playing was copyright-free music, and it's meme music because you're a meme.
But why should I trust you? You doctored that tape. Tell him.
No. If you have any kind of, no. It's meme music. It's right out of the YouTube library. It's everybody's universe. It's not copyrighted.
Story I told you about. I didn't make it up.
Admit to what story?
That you made me cry on Like and Theory.
Yeah, I made you cry.
No, I don't want the music. I don't trust you. Shep, people like you, I guess, but I can't trust you. You doctored the tape. You see, isn't that a wild story, XILED? I never did.
I'm telling you, this is good. Listen, you ever heard a person called Rich Piana?
No.
Why do you sound like an Uncle Tom?
Rich Piana. Now we're going to get into how I sound.
Gay, but listen,
you're going to get into how I sound because you can't battle me on anything
else. Are you a black male?
Rich Piana,
are you a black male?
Yes, he is.
Rich people. Of course, I'm a Negro.
That
What is
explains
that
a lot.
to you?
He's a demasculated black male,
brother. I'm a Negro. Has it hurt? You hurt you? You want to say something to me?
No. You're not a Negro. You're a demasculated black male.
Yeah, I'm a
demasculated.
There's nothing demasculated me. Okay, now you're trying to use multi-syllable words. Which
Listen
is
to the nasal cavity that you speak from.
He's a walking fitness meme. This is his theme music.
There's a story about him being black. I have to tell you.
Oh, I can hear it in his voice, but you can hear the
I'll bring you
oppressive
back, Shep, and one story.
brainwashing over him too.
For
with
years
the
and
nasal
years,
cavity.
he said he was some WASP. No, he said he was a Catholic or something,
Mm-hmm.
right? He went off. Hopefully he comes back. Sorry, Shep. But he talks over people, exiled.
It's okay. I'm good at that too.
I'm sorry.
Why
Shep.
do you hate black people? Baroque one.
I hate black people. That's funny.
Why do you have an issue with black people, Baroque one?
No. I have an issue with black people that have enslaved mind frame, and you are definitely one of those individuals.
What have I said or done that gives you the?
Because I choose to speak language over proper ebonics. Your motherfucking ass want to assume that I don't have an education. Do you know where education comes from? Education comes from observation. Observation is the key. If you have an observative mind, you are above the education system, you big, dumb, fucking enslaved idiot. You're so mind enslaved. You probably fully walked away from your culture. I mean, just listen to your whole enunciation of your words. You lost your whole culture appropriation.
Exiled. Let me say one thing.
Fucking sellout.
He loves discovering somebody smart. He really likes this. He makes like he doesn't, right? He went off again. This is a game he plays. Shep, no music. I don't trust you. I'm sorry. That's fair. Just respect me.
Yeah, cut your Super Nintendo off.
Why does he hate black people?
I don't. I'm married to a black woman.
No,
I'm
you're
Jewish
not.
and Latino.
No, you're not.
She's been on air, Shep.
No, you're not.
She's been on air,
you secretly
Shep.
hate your black wife, right? So these
He
things
was
you're telling
married to a
me
stripper,
is
Shep.
projection because you're saying that I speak with ebonics, right?
No. I hear how you've had all your culture stripped from you, from the way you
all my culture stripped from me.
So
what leads you to believe what I've said? It means I'm black because you heard somebody say I was black. Is that what it is?
No, it's an enunciation of some of your words.
Enunciation.
If you was as educated as you say you are, you would understand with certain culture, certain words is pronounced a certain way.
I'm gonna say the alphabet and tell me which one of the alphabet gives you A, B, C, D, E.
You hear the strain in your voice.
Which one of those words gives you the indication
that's not your natural cultural accent?
H-I-J.
Not necessarily saying you're black, but you're definitely not a white male.
O-P. Which one of those?
But you're trying to sound like an educated white male and fit in with that category of people.
I get it. It's kind of odd. You say I sound like an educated white male, but I'm a black person trying to be an educated white male, right? In your mind.
That's what you sound like. Yes. Shep.
Okay. That's in your mind. That's what I sound like, right?
Yeah. That's
what you sound. And I'm just saying.
That's
how does your
my
wife sound?
opinion.
Can I hear your wife talk? Wait, how does your wife sound? Does she sound like an educated person?
She's yes, but she doesn't sound like she's lost the culture in her voice.
Okay, she's an educated person, right? So why do you hate your wife? Why'd you marry her?
Where do you come? See, just like mine is an assumption, this is also an assumption that you are making.
You're being told, either you were told in a DM.
You see how I have admitted that I have made an assumption, and I could be wrong with my assumption.
It's just all has something to say with you.
You can't even admit that you're making an assumption right now.
You hear me, and
you're making an assumption as well.
And not only that, you think I'm a black person who's trying to be white. So what's wrong with being black, man? What's wrong with being black?
Nothing's wrong with being black, but something's wrong with being black and throwing your culture off and trying to disrespect anything that you think sounds like your culture.
Is that so you can tell a black person to do something and they had to do it for you?
No, Sheppy. Nice narrative that you're trying to spin there, though.
Ask your wife, when you ask your wife,
if we're going to continue on with this fictional book, you got to sign me a royalty check, right?
She doesn't get you a beer or a drink.
Fuck no.
She doesn't do anything for you.
She cooks for me out of her own
so you
choice.
wanted a black person to be cooking and cleaning for you. Is why you married a
No,
black
no,
person.
she does that out of her own choice. Who said anything about cleaning?
Okay.
We share in that
Does she cook?
responsibility.
Okay. Do you do any cooking and cleaning?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you cooked?
I cook.
Okay, listen to cleaning. Do you clean the kitchen? Does she clean the kitchen? Does she make your bed? She do the laundry?
Shared responsibilities. What don't you understand about that?
I think you got married to a black person so that you can, basically have some weird sex with her and tell her to do shit for you because you're a racist.
Okay, well, you know what? I made my opinion. You made yours.
Yeah, I think that's what it's.
Now, mine could very much. Mine could very well be wrong, and I'm open to that. Are you open to yours?
And you said a lot of weird things about black people and how you think how they deny that. So if a black person were to sound like me, you're telling me they're denying the culture of the black people. I don't know. What if the black person? What if the black person speaks Spanish? There's black people who speak Spanish. So if a black person speaks with a Spanish accent, they're denying culture too?
Are you going to speak down on anybody that sounds like they're urban?
No. Wait.
Or Latino? Are you going to speak down on someone just because they sound urban or Latino? Sheppy, that's where my opinion came from. Where does yours come from, Sheppy?
With a French accent or a Spanish accent or a Portuguese accent, are they denying their culture too?
It's not just the accent. Are we ignoring the other detail that I just threw out there, Sheppy?
Wait, there's black people in France who speak French, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they speak perfect French, you're saying they're denying some kind of cultural heritage?
Are they going to have a snooty attitude if you sing urban to their area?
No, you're saying the way I spoke.
Are they going to belittle? Hold on. Are they going to belittle your ideals, your thoughts, your education based on the language that you choose to use?
And it's an odd thing to say from a white guy.
Whoa, what do you mean? You're sitting here. Hold on. You sound like, okay, can I ask, what nationality are you, Shep?
It's kind of racist. Yeah, it's kind of racist for a white guy to go.
You ask your questions, let me ask mine.
What their heritage is? You're gonna go tell a black person as a white guy because you get to talk and boss around your black wife.
You are a black person, so my observation was correct. We still gotta address. Okay, we can both play this game. Hold on. We can both play this game, Sheppy. We both have a volume button.
It's extremely racist what you just did and what you're trying to do, and you don't see it because you're an idiot.
No, it's extremely racist for you to only pay attention to one point in that conversation and focus on that point to make a narrative.
And you get some kind of
to create a narrative. I gave you multiple angles how that opinion was formed. You're giving one angle and you're still incorrect, but you just proved me right in your own conversation.
Wait a minute. Does your wife
do you even realize in your own conversation you proved me right, and you proved yourself wrong? You can go ahead and attempt to troll, but you lost the argument on an intellectual level already, Shep.
Does your wife clean your poo-poo undies? And Sam, I'm destroying this guy. Quit lying.
No, the fuck you're not, Shep. You're sitting here attempting to troll on a conversation that you came originally on a serious level. I'm attempting to keep it on a serious level, but as a deflection, you're trying to troll like a moron.
Inexhonorably, what you've done, you've destroyed your computer, Sam Hill.
You're just as butthurt as that fucking shit on their phone on your little screenshot there.
Can y'all shut up for just a minute?
Is that POON?
Yeah, can you be quiet for like a minute?
Can you say please, fucker?
What's up, brother? What's up,
Shep?
What's up, my
nigga? Sam, I thought you'd be on panel. Let's
Shep is trying so hard.
Here I am. It was pretty great because Sheppy didn't know XILED.
I just stopped in to say hi from Florida.
You just driving with a camera on your fucking windshield.
Hell yeah, that's what I was supposed to use.
Motherfucker. What?
Anyways, I gotta go, y'all, because
take your Ritalin, Shep.
Oh, man, keep it on.
You're well past your dose of ADHD medication at this
Let
point.
POON speak for a minute.
I was just saying, man. I was just saying hi from Florida, just letting y'all know. Hey, we had a great night. It was fucking amazing.
You found
I'm glad.
you found
I'm
love.
actually,
Good for
she
you.
hears you.
I'm happy for you, man.
It
You
was
finally
better than
told your man to get his ass down there.
He left.
About damn time.
You beat him down, Exile. Congrats.
what?
No, Shep didn't know who he was dealing with.
Okay,
So
I'm not here to talk about Shep. I'm just saying.
You're right. You're right. How special.
Shep is lost. He doesn't even realize he
Let's don't
destroyed his
talk
own
about Shep.
argument.
Something great happened, Exile.
I love
One. This has
Sheppy,
been
but
building
that's
for months
just
and
me.
months. Yeah.
Anyways,
Exile.
I hope y'all had a great day, and I promise you, your day was nowhere near as great as mine. I swear to you.
Believe you. I believe
I believe you, Poon. I mean, fuck,
He
man.
sounds
You've been waiting to
happy.
see your lady.
Fuck,
I
he's
know.
happy,
I ain't
Exile.
heard this. I ain't heard this, Poon, ever.
Happy. This is happy.
I've never
POON.
been more exhilarated in my life.
I'm glad for you, bro.
I'm happy for you, man. You deserve it. You had a rough year. Good for you.
We just instantly hugged each other and kissed each other, and it was amazing.
It's not like in the movies. It's better, right?
The movies can suck our ass.
Yeah.
Hey, you two totally got to do a stream together and troll the
yeah.
trolls now.
We already did.
Oh fuck yeah! I hate that I missed it, bro. Don't put that bitch on
Is it over
private.
at POON Handler?
Just long enough to tell some people, hey, slurp my balls, you
I
dirty
want to
fuck.
see it.
Hey, don't put it on private. I want to catch that
It's
shit
up,
later,
right,
bro.
POON? What? Where is it?
That's what's up. We'll
It's
go
on
back
my
and check it.
channel.
He said it's on his
Okay, I'm
channel.
gonna go check that out for sure.
Hey, can we
it's only like-
restream it over here a little bit?
And you know what's
that's
even better,
okay. Go
dude?
to his channel.
When we went out to eat, fucking SpaceX launched a rocket. It was fucking awesome to watch. I recorded it.
Wow.
First time I ever seen a rocket get
You hear
launched.
that,
It was pretty
Exile?
goddamn cool. It was like a big ass fucking candle in the fucking sky.
Right out of perfect context because that happened in their real life. You
I
launched
just
the
don't
rocket.
understand it. They launched the motherfuckers to send them absolutely nowhere.
They launched that rocket just for us.
Oh, I gotta turn my mic down.
How
Shep is not up
great,
there anymore.
POON, really. Wow.
It seems you don't have any idea how great. Like I can't explain to you how in words because I don't have the right words.
No, words don't cover it. It's like the birth of children. It's like sometimes words
This
don't
is
cover
in the top
stuff like
3
that.
greatest moments of my life.
I believe you, POON.
Sorry about that, Sam. I didn't realize I still have my mic.
Because the only other 2 moments that are anywhere near this are the birth of my children's.
What, Exile? I'm sorry.
I said I'm sorry. I didn't realize I still had my mic on.
Let me just talk to Exile. What are you talking about?
Hey,
you did great.
Good night, everybody.
Yep. Good night, y'all.
Yeah, I had to turn it down right quick. Hey, POON.
Suck my ass.
POON. Ah, fuck you.
He left.
Yeah, he said suck my ass.
Dude,
don't blame him, no.
He sounded happy. You said you
I
never heard him
know.
like that. I agree.
I never heard that fucking joy in POON's voice.
Never.
Ever.
And he started my show. I'm telling you, that's happiness, folks. Wow,
that made me smile.
Yeah, right. He went through so much. Both of them went through so much. You know how people harass and they don't want to be happy. And I always said every time, not that they listen to me, if you love each other, give up pride and you need to be back. Yeah, it hurts, man, for sure. But what can you do if you love them? You got to be with them. Right?
Yeah, most definitely, man. I support Blessing POON, man.
He found a saint, didn't he? It took one, but he found her.
Yeah,
put up with him.
My story. My kid behind that glass, witnessing. I had a child when I was locked up. That's blessed for POON right there. That's
I talked about your story, but I said I don't think you can top it. It's one of those special.
No, I'm just saying everybody has a pivotal moment in their life that they see as a reason to change, and I think Miss Bless is POON's.
Yeah. I guess, but you have to be kind of aware and in it and involved. You were ready.
Oh yeah, because if not, you'll miss it.
Yeah, missed. Dude, that's the theme of my missed to be or not to be. And I talked about Jenny, and I missed her. I missed the specialness, vanity or whatever. right? You were.
I don't know. I think it was pretty shitty of Sheppy to come up here and try to attack you about your wife. That's some
Can I
shit,
explain
man.
about him? Can I explain about him?
I did like Sheppy. I did want to follow him. Now
Oh, you
I
knew
changed
him?
my
You
mind. Fuck
knew
him.
Sheppy?
Yeah, I've seen him on your
Okay.
show, and I've been on panel with him.
I don't know if he hates me or likes arguing. I don't know why he comes. He's always attacking me, right? But
I would say he's probably got a severe case of ADHD. He's bouncing all over the fucking place.
He tends to be manic, right?
Yeah, most definitely.
I think seriously, he likes a good challenge. He likes smart people, I think. It might be that simple. He just likes to. I knew in college and stuff, some people just like to argue. He might just be that guy. But I want to talk about the blackness and tell you why I think he's black. All right? Like in theory, didn't know the guy heard his voice, he's black. Okay, that's just one guy. But then High Number, he was on the show tonight, right? He's never lied, XI. He gets mad. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it. He gets mad, but he's never lied. So a lot of people make a mistake with the computer that somehow they turn it on and for a second the camera catches them. You know what I'm talking about? It happened to Shep and XI, and I'm sorry, it happened to Shep.
I didn't need it to happen to him, Sam. I psychoanalyzed him that fucking quick. I knew what he was.
Well, let me finish.
I mean, I might not have the literature
you got
words
it.
to speak, but I have the brain processing power
for
to figure
years,
it the fuck
I didn't
out.
know. I didn't know for years. And then XI,
and he's mad because I see him as a sellout to his people, and I seen the deeper, darker side of him within that quick span of time, and it offended his ass. Sorry, buddy, it's the truth. It's what I'm known for, searching out the truth and exposing it.
People, when I said I believed he was black, said I was racist. No, I don't give a fuck. What interests me is why he would deny it.
Yeah, why does he not want to be what he is? Why doesn't he bask in the beauty of his ebony kingdom? You know what I'm saying?
Beauty or not, it's what we are. So, but he denied it for years, and I fell for it. But either I keep messing up his name. High Number tells the truth or not, and he always has. So yeah, he's black. Interesting, huh? Some people heard in the voice.
That's not really the interesting part. The interesting part is, why does he not want to be a black man?
Well, he won't admit to it. So it's interesting.
And there's some deeper
I don't care if he's black or
not.
I really don't, But some people heard in the voice. He fooled me. High Number has never lied. And I've heard of people being accidentally shown on camera, including it happened to High Number.
So, oh yeah, cam clips happen.
So now that I know he's black, I kind of hear it in his voice. Maybe that's confirmation bias. I don't know, but you caught it.
Brilliant. No, I mean, look out there. There's actual studies with speech pathologists, and your culture creates certain formation of sounds of words.
Correct.
And he has those certain sounds. I learned that because my second son was autistic, and he's of African American descent, and he had a speech impediment, and they were breaking all that down to me. So that's how I understood it, and then I went out and did further research to understand.
I have those degrees, and I know about phonemes, and he still got by me.
Yeah, that's
I don't think he knew who he was dealing with. Exile, I kept telling him, you don't know who you're dealing with because you're soft-spoken. But I think there was no contest. But he thought in an argument he was beating you, but I don't know. Maybe I'm biased.
No, he went to trolling. He tried he tried to go with the serious conversation, but then he realized he destroyed his own argument and validated mine, and then he went to the trolling aspect. While I was trying to stay on point.
My brother's a lawyer, and when I start to engage and argue with him, I realized right away it's not going to happen. He's so far over me. I get it, right? And I think I wonder if he understood what you were doing to him. It was like me and my brother. I didn't have a chance. And I kept saying, I don't think you know who you're dealing with, Shep.
Oh, he started to realize I was psychoanalyzing him, and he didn't like it. It made him feel
Well,
very
most people aren't as smart. You know what I mean? So most people, he can kind of bullshit. But like with my brother, I understood pretty quickly that I couldn't keep up with him. And I thought he would, because Shep's not used to somebody like you.
He thought bringing up my wife was going to trigger me and get the deflection going.
The
No,
irony is that
we're going
he's
to stay on
black and your wife
course.
is, yeah, he was going to paint you as a racist and he didn't know.
Yeah, and we're going to stay on course. We're going to stay on subject, Sheppy. We're not going to bounce around, buddy.
His
I'm going to
life
contain you. You're going to
Sheppy,
bounce
she's
around
been
like a
on
little
air.
bouncy ball, and then I'm going to throw that cup over you and leave you contained.
Poor Shep. He's been around for years, Exiled. He comes on my show, not for clout. I'm small, but I just figure he likes to argue with smart people. Like I do. I like to argue with smart people. I don't know. We go way back. I smashed him so bad once that Unbleached played the recording. Poor Shep.
So that's why he's still attacking you.
I don't know. He never
I
really told
saw
me.
on Bleach today and Lauren De Laguna's chat giving her shit.
But here's the deal. He's been on my show. Did he try to be good because he wasn't?
Oh no. He was being a bad boy, but I was laughing.
No, I mean, did he show ability?
Oh no, he was in the chats. He was in the chats.
Because with me, he came up. I thanked him. I used to follow the guy. I really did, and I said he was the best, which I think he was at the time. But he's not good anymore. It's like he does shtick or he don't care. So he really, really disappointed me, which meant I think I took him off at some point. I just had enough. What a letdown. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you never know what he's going through in his everyday life. It could be shit that's more important and distracting.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Giving his full focus.
Yeah, you're right. For some reason, he didn't want to have the attitude of trying. No, I still like the guy, but when I keep saying he's the best that I ever saw, and then he comes up and he's third rate, it's disappointing, right? It's like the only guy who never disappointed me was Abe, even though he had problems with me because he's got real talent. People on air don't. If you haven't been on air, you might not appreciate Abe.
I know. I love Abe. I love Abe's streams to death. But I mean, for me, it's more a different way, Sam. If a streamer's good and then they start slacking, I usually just lay back, watch them for a while, and give them their time to get back on things. It's some streamers that I watched that like Rebel when they didn't have the hang of things and slowly watching them evolve. That's what I like to watch.
I don't watch Rebel anymore. Did I get bored or I just stopped watching him, Exiled? Same old thing.
He's been dealing with his trolls and just
I still like Tonic.
Going back and forth battling.
I still like. Wasn't that nice if Tonic come up? Because we don't go to each other's shows, but I thought about it, and yeah, he's not perfect, but I like the guy. That's all. I don't want to dislike people. People change. And I go up and down. And with that big channel, I think I wasn't motivated. What's the motivation? Even if you get to 2,000, big deal. It's not like 1,000,
What?
And now I'm hungry.
Sam. Think about it. That's the difference between good people and bad people. Good people don't want to hate people. They always want to look for a reason to forgive somebody. The bad people are always looking for somebody to hate.
That's so true, right? I think you're right. I look at it different. That I've said this before because I believe it. Happy people usually treat people well, and unhappy people don't.
Misery likes company.
There you go. Yeah, all these are common sense, I think. You'll get exceptions. POON is a very complicated person. He goes, but I finally accepted that I like the guy, But he can make it difficult, POON can.
Yeah, I think POON just likes to enjoy his life and fuck the consequences.
No, you're right.
He's gonna just live his life however he feels.
He wants a good time, but I think life gets in the way because he's older. He's not the young jock in high school, but I think you're right. He's still going for the good time, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And tonight he got it. It was like pure happiness.
He just better treat Miss Bless right and never hurt that woman's heart.
He's gonna hurt her.
She cares about you, POON.
He's going to hurt her, I think. She's got to somehow accept that and deal with it. Don't you think it's not rockets? Of course he's going to hurt her, don't you think?
I think
he loves her, you know. So
I
let him
think if
enjoy their
POON
time
could
now.
keep his dick in his pants, everything will be all right.
It sounds ridiculous, but it's completely true. It might be hard for him to be faithful because he talked about playing around before. But maybe people can change, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think he was completely unfaithful. I think there's a difference between ejacking and actual sex. Not excusing it, but there's a difference.
No, I'd agree too. I mean, there's a difference between touching yourself and somebody actually touching you.
Yeah. I mean, they're both bad. People say, oh, they're all bad. No, you have to look at, you're an intelligent person, so you have to weigh the detail.
I really think that depends on the person's boyfriend, because like I got a friend that, like, you know, his wife, she plays with herself on toys and with toys and stuff on OnlyFans, and he don't have a problem with it, you know, and that's kind of like online sex and shit like that. You know, it pays their bills and all of that.
Can I do a sentence completion with you? Have I done that with you?
No, you haven't.
Well, are you willing to do it?
Sure. How's it go?
Let me go get it. Would you read chat and I'll go try to find it?
All right.
Okay.
Well, chat really hasn't moved much. I think POON and Blessed though the show, honestly. Rightfully so, though.
I'm back. You there?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying, you know, I don't think there's really nothing to read. I think POON and Blessed stole the show, like rightfully so.
Well, there's only 8 people watching, so I think let me do this with you. All right? I'm trying to develop this with people. And I think it brings out a lot if you're honest. If you don't treat it seriously, like
I'm always open and honest, Sam. Fuck it. You know,
well, it's not real complicated, but I think it's good. But like this underwear, if you don't treat it seriously, it's just bullshit. But why not learn about yourself a little bit? You'll see how simple it is. It's called the Mitchell sentence completion. It's just 25 sentences, and I give you the first couple words, and then you fill it in.
Okay.
Directions. Complete these sentences to express your real feelings. Try to do every one. Be sure to make a complete sentence. And I've done it with a few people. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I like
the fact that POON and Bless came up here to troll their trolls that have been trolling them for the last year.
Nice. The happiest time
in my life was when I first seen my firstborn child.
Me too, right? I want to know
why Shep is so angry.
But man, you could say anything in the world and you're wasting it on Sheppy. No offense, Shep.
Okay, my bad. That was kind of.
You know what I mean? Yeah, make it a little bit more reflective.
I want to know what the meaning of life is, just like anybody else.
At home.
I'm trying to think of a sentence.
At home, I think about my kids.
No, I'm trying to think of something that is very.
Well, you're not supposed to spend time.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go to the next. No, be sorry. I regret.
Reacting off of my anger when I do.
My greatest ambition is
to actually affect some kind of change in this world for the better.
I couldn't get along without
the support of my family.
Yeah, I was going to say my wife. The kind of people I like most are
people that are willing to extend forgiveness.
Honest. I see. The trouble with my home
is that not everyone always sees eye to eye.
We have a big family, right?
Yeah.
I put in my house is falling apart. um, I lost my place. Sorry. Did I say my greatest ambition is?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I lost. Well, it makes me nervous to
face a situation that could have consequences for another individual other than myself.
It makes me nervous to think too much. Sometimes I feel like just let it slow down or relax or anyway. I feel most proud of
The change that I've made in my life and
I was
the,
going to
the
say my
change that I'm
children.
continuing to make.
My strongest wish is to
make sure that my children learn from my mistakes.
Nice. I am sad when
I fail the ones that I love the most.
I deviate sometimes. So what was your biggest failure, do you think?
See, that would really be a tough one.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I mean, because people are their biggest critic, and there's so many things that I'm hard on myself about, Sam. So honestly, I don't know.
I read somewhere that guilt is not a good thing. What do you think?
I think it's a good thing if used properly, but if you function purely off of just your guilt,
Yeah.
it will hinder you.
I think it's only good if it can motivate you to do
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
That's so much the key. All this stuff, it's good if the result is it motivates you rather than just
Same goes
talk
for
meta.
emotions too. I mean,
Yeah.
like anger. Everybody wants to say anger is a improper emotion to have, but it depends what you do with your anger. If your anger is to pound your fist into something, yeah, you're not using it right. But if your anger is to invoke change in the situation that angered you in the first place and make, your situation better, that anger can be a good thing.
Yeah. I've heard depression described as anger. It derives from anger.
I would say depression is more hatred, self-hatred.
Oh. But yeah, I'm trying to think out when I was depressed. Well, bad things happened to me and I got depressed,
Yeah, I mean, but
It
you
hurt,
you,
man.
you disliked yourself for something. That's how
Well,
you became depressed.
it's related to the context. No, my best friend died. I got divorced. I think we talked about this before, and I quit my job, and
Let
it
me ask you a
hurt.
question,
Oh
Sam. When
fuck!
your best friend died, did you have them thoughts of, well, what
He
if I
didn't
would
tell
have
me he
did
was
this?
sick. He hid it from me. I found out
Yeah,
his
but
sister phoned me.
did you ever have any questioning? Well, what if I would have did this? What if I would have noticed this? What if
Not with
that?
him. I went to visit him and helped him, and he seemed sick, but he didn't want me to know. So not really.
But
He was like that.
you never thought, had I asked him, I might have been able to motivate him to do something.
There was nothing to do. He had cancer. There was nothing I could have done.
Stage 4.
Yeah, terminal, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't want me to know. So when I actually helped him because he had a gambling problem, But we were pretend. I knew he didn't want me to bring it up. And
Was he bitter when he went?
bitter?
Yeah.
Very, very stoic. So I don't know. He kept away from emotion, but somehow he brought it out in me. I guess he just listening he was a father figure. Let me be honest. I went through life kind of
I
knowing what
realize when cancer eats at people, most people that cancer is killing, it makes them bitter.
Oh, well, maybe he was. I didn't see him. I only saw him when I went to visit him in stage 4, I guess. And then so he didn't want me to know. So why would I do that? I figured he was sick, but, and then his sister phoned me. That's how I found out,
Yeah, the type of stuff sucks. Waking up, throwing up before you go to
it's hard for me to even talk about. How do you know so much about this?
I witnessed it.
Okay. I don't mean to push too hard on that.
It's all good. That's all I'm speak on, but I've witnessed it.
Yeah. Let me get back to this and then probably finish up. I'm putting out too much content because people don't have time, but if I feel like it for some reason, I want to do these streams,
They're enjoyable.
I used to consider views more, but my goal was definitely to get to 1,000 clean subs. I recognize this isn't big stuff, but if we can have good conversations, and it's worth it to me,
You'll get back there, Sam. I mean, you gotta think all them same channels that was talking about you before, they still talk about you.
There's
some in positive light, some in negative light.
Well, I've always been kind of an insider. People appreciate it, I think with Abe, he's popular, and also insiders appreciate what he has.
I think with you, it's your soft-spoken voice and the fact that you will take two people where you know they got a problem and they won't come together. You find a way to make them come together, even if they leave in disagreement. At least they held the conversation.
I tried to learn, and all these years, and I would see in panels or on my own show, two people would start to go at it, and it's hardly ever improved by people interrupting. So I said, okay. So I literally, I take myself off, and I take them off, and I just have like you and Shep, and that seems the cleanest and most honest, if they're equal. Some people need help, but obviously both of you are strong enough. So that's what I did here. So I've improved my technique a little bit based on that hardly ever. Two people would get going, and it kind of interrupts what's going on with third people coming in. And I do that too much.
It just becomes madness.
Maybe people, I've had that. No, for sure. But the over talking is a real problem because I want to hear what the other person has to say, and I want to say it. So people have those strategies, right? Like POON has that strategy. So I don't want to take them backstage, but I need to answer.
POON's strategy is a little more raw, though. He'll kick you to the basement and be like, look here, motherfucker.
No, I can get loud, but now my wife's away, but the idea that my neighbors or something, I start yelling, but I have yelled for sure. I just let myself let go. I open up myself and say, let whatever it is. And I'm confident enough to know that basically all I have to do is be myself because I'm good enough.
All right, let's keep it real. What married couple that's been married for a while hasn't gotten into a verbal argument? That's why I'm like, why the fuck is Sheppy coming? Hold on. That's why I'm like, why the fuck is Sheppy coming up here bitching about you getting into a verbal argument with your wife? Sheppy, we know damn well if you love your wife enough to interact with her, you and your wife have gotten into a shouting match a time or two yourselves. So cut it out. We're all grown.
Well, you're
here.
presuming he's married. We don't know. He said he was gay, but it might have been shtick. Who knows?
I don't give a damn shit. He's been in some kind of relationship. He doesn't sound like the kind of guy that, hasn't gotten lucky.
He's an interesting guy, and I don't know why he talks to me. He certainly can get in and talk to bigger. Maybe he does, but I don't know. He's an interesting guy, and I don't really understand.
Because he lacks the self-control. I mean, think if I had 1 million subscribers and I'm hosting a panel, and you come up there and you're trying to shout, yell, and troll because you're losing an argument, I'm gonna drop your ass down. You're probably gonna get blocked in the chats and never be seen in that channel again. That's how bigger channels do shit. So he should be grateful that you give him the opportunity to go ahead and show his ass like that, and you got the patience to deal with it.
I like his he's been proven wrong. Like he used to go around saying that he made millions of dollars on the internet, and then this AOC guy came on and just broke it down and kind of proved that he's a liar. I think he's he says he owns real estate worth millions. I think he probably manages some kind of apartment complex or something. So it's trying to
It'd be
get at the
simple to
truth. I
find
really
out.
don't know for sure.
I'm sure a guy that talks that much shit, somebody's got his docs out there, and that type of information.
I hope not.
If he's claiming that he's in real estate, that's
no. I don't think he's been doxxed. No, I don't think he's been doxxed, and I don't want him to be.
Well, I don't neither. But when you talk big cash shit like that, there's always assholes like RDA and shit that'll do shit like that.
Well, I know, but that's where we're not big enough to even have big consequence. You know what I mean? If you're making a lot of money, if you have 20,000 subs, but being small has its advantages. Like I get to talk to you
this. All the millionaires I know, they don't even entertain themselves with YouTube.
Well, I'm not rich because I live in California, but I'm worth over $1 million, even though I lost a lot recently because my home itself is ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's assets, right?
Well, I'm not rich.
I'm saying you probably got a couple 100,000 in the bank account, but I mean, it's not like you got 7-digit zeros in the bank account. People with 7-digit zeros on.
Well, you don't want to because
they're not going to
interest rates are stupid. You won't have it.
If
you won't have it and somebody making 1 or 2%, you'd have probably. So I have some, but I don't know much. So I have it in the stock market. I got lucky on one.
Yeah,
so
and that's what you call assets. So like what I'm saying is when millionaires that can go to the bank, pull out 7 figures out the bank, them type people, they're not on YouTube.
If you're rich, you can do that. But if you're like me, it's not smart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Cash is trash. You know what I mean?
So Sheppy's trying to claim to be that type of person, but he's not that type of person because if he's that type of person, he'd have an asshole like me speaking in his place for him on a platform. Rich people don't come on platforms like this.
I think you're wrong. I think I came because I like chat, tired of TV. I don't like the phone. I don't want the effort to go make new friends. And I think people do it for different reasons, XILED,
Yeah, I understand. But see,
you're saying a rich person wouldn't be here. But
okay,
I have over 1 million, which isn't a big deal.
Yeah, but what Sheppy's claiming by your claims is he's claiming that he would be on like a Forbes list or something. Those type of people that don't come here.
Yeah, he said he's made millions on the internet. He did say he used to say
that.
Yeah,
and they don't come here. They don't do that.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody, but
I'll put it to you like this. My wife has a cousin that's a famous actor. Right. And we can't even get him to come on this bitch, being family.
I'm on here because I'm kind of addicted to the process. I think it would be unusual, but there might be in other shows. I don't buy your premise. If somebody likes this,
centric rich maybe like Warren Buffett. I could see Warren Buffett having a channel.
But if you enjoy it, because a millionaire, some of them, like, what are they going to do? I know they live different. I'm not. You're probably right about super rich, but I think prosperous person come here because what are the activities?
Yeah, because there's a difference between wealthy and rich. And there's
complete, right? Complete. But in California, it's ridiculous because the real estate is worth so much.
Oh my God, yeah, tell me about it. $200,000 for a 2-bedroom house. That's a little ridiculous.
You can't get that in California. Are you kidding?
Oh, it's more than that now?
Are you kidding? Dude.
I don't know. I
Dude.
haven't been out in Cali since the early 2000s.
That'd be cheap. That'd be cheap. I'm telling you, I have just a typical.
I ain't been to Cali since the early 2000s, and that's houses that I'm talking about in the price range in Crenshaw.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's
in bad areas.
It's hurting the middle class, because it's hard for the middle class to buy homes. Are like, now Shep, he's a little wrong. He came in and he said my house is worth $1 million. He was no, it's not. It's not worth $1 million or 900. It's like 700, and it's a typical home. And in LA, it's probably more because I live in I don't know what to say about it. It's just ridiculous. People always say it's too expensive.
I like living out here in the Midwest, though. I mean, I got a house.
Midwest.
I got a house for $130,000. That honestly, if I'd have got a house this size in California, I probably would have been paying a meal ticket for it.
Do you say where you live, the area?
Kansas City.
I went cross country, the north and south. I don't think it goes through Kansas. It goes through Missouri. I've been in Missouri. That was pretty nice.
That's where I stay, Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, of course. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. It's not Kansas City. I don't think it goes through. I forget where.
Well, Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas, they're both the same city. It's just a bridge and some water that separates.
What surprised me was the corn. It's like I seem to go through whole states, and there's just corn, people growing corn.
I've realized that, dude, traveling either to the east, the west, or I can't even say traveling to the south. Going east or west for sure, like it's a bunch of country until you actually get to a city. Going south, there is no city.
If you go south from LA, you go through dead cities where the factories have gone.
Yeah, I'm talking about the middle of the map, though. I'm talking about the middle.
What you find is the people are really nice, and the prices get cheaper. And I enjoy the Midwest for sure. I like the people.
Oh yeah, Missouri, we got the cheapest gas in the country.
No, but I'm just saying the people are nicer for obvious reasons. If you live in the city, then you have to look over your shoulder. Whereas in the Midwest, you're able to be more human.
Well, I mean, I think it depends where in the Midwest, because like if you live in Kansas City, where I live, no, it's violent out here. St. Louis, it's violent out there. You got your little.
No, St. Louis as a city's always been known as a very violent city. Parts of St. Louis.
So is Kansas City.
Kansas City, I don't know much about.
Kansas City is where the Valentine's Day massacre happened.
With the mob, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested in mob stuff.
Kansas City has always been like miniature New York. It's always been mob ran.
Yeah, some Midwest cities have been mob. Again, I'm interested. I only knew my dad, I think, knew some, but the only mob people I've met was I worked in a bar once, and the guy pointed over, you see those two guys, they're made men. That's it.
I don't know no mobsters. I know men that the government labeled as mobsters, but if you ask me, ever since I witnessed since I was a child, they're nothing more than businessmen that own businesses.
Well, I think you're wrong. I think movies, The Godfather's about a family, but it's myth. But it's really slimy business that these mobsters are
I'll
about.
put it to you like this. The dude in the movie Casino that's in Kansas City that was laundering the money for the mob, I know that person that they accused of that personally.
Really?
I don't see that guy.
Well,
I don't know him as that guy.
It's not rocket. It's history that the mob.
And that happens to be my godfather.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
A lady I like.
So I know him well.
Shelley revealed that her grandfather was somehow connected to the mob. Did you know that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. To me, there's no such thing as the mob. In the 30s and in the 50s, yeah, there was a mafia. Yeah, you could get away with those type of crimes that people were doing. But all of those families took their illegitimate money long time ago, and along with politicians, turned all of their businesses legitimate.
But
So
that
there is
makes
no
sense, huh?
Bob. It's just a bunch of legitimate
I think,
businessmen now.
yeah, I think the immigrant groups there might be, but I think you're right. Well, it makes common sense that you would take that money and try to make legit. Yeah, I believe that. But the mob is still connected, isn't it, with like the waste management in New York and stuff like that? And don't they control some unions? That I believe.
Well, let me tell you what the real mob has always been. The real mob is, and the higher ups have always been politicians. There you go.
Well, yeah, I don't think
it's
so.
real. No.
I don't think the mob is supposed to be about money. Politicians about power.
Go look at the CIA.gov website. They'll tell you how many mobsters are your politicians.
Well, we have talked about that during World War II, the mob controlled maybe you and me talked about, the mob controlled the harbors. So they went to Gambino in prison and they made a deal. They got him out of prison, sent him back to Italy. And the mob was groovy with the U.S. military. That's a recorded fact. Here's Sheppy again.
All I know is when I look at it in history, all I see is a bunch of people that were trying to survive just like anybody else.
Yeah, you're not coming up with Sheppy. Let me get you a brand because at this point, some good people, you never know, they could use you, Sheppy. So sorry about that, but it's worth a minute. I kind of like Sheppy, even though I don't think he likes me, because he's fun to argue with. And
I like Sheppy too. I just think he could be more likable.
Why are you using
I agree with you.
Why are you using the Ulysses S. Grant avatar now?
Because I told this story, Shep. I wish you'd watch.
I don't know. I don't watch your shit.
My great whatever died at Shiloh, and POON got me reading about Grant. So I read this book, Sure Enough, the biography of Grant, and he was a great fucking man. I didn't know that before. I thought he was just great.
One of the top graduates of West Point.
I'm trying to remember. He was in the middle. Yeah, he was in the middle at West Point. He wasn't at the top.
He was a top graduate of West Point. He's a top graduate of West Point.
No, he graduated from West Point, but he was middle in his class.
I'm asking a question. Was he in the same class as Sherman?
Sherman was at West Point, and they were great friends, but I don't remember that. I don't. But of course, Sherman brought Lincoln the presidency because who was running against him? Meade, or I forget the name of that guy.
Sherman brought him the presidency.
Let me explain it. All right. So McClellan ran for president against Lincoln in his reelection, right? And he was ahead, and McClellan wanted to sue for peace. So Lincoln only had a chance if there was a victory because the North wasn't doing good.
Wait. I want to say that again. Say Sherman brought.
Well, let me explain it. Lincoln needed a victory on the battlefield to win re-election.
What does that mean? Sherman had nothing to do with the election of.
No, he got Lincoln reelected.
President.
Let me explain it. You let me finish.
So you're saying a second term. You're saying
you
his
didn't
second
let me finish.
term. No, you didn't explain it well. You didn't explain it well.
No, I don't. Well, it's late. You're right. I don't explain it. So let me get the meaning. So McClellan was ahead, and his platform was basically sue the South for peace. Lincoln wasn't going to sue, but he needed a victory. The people needed a victory. And Sherman's march to Atlanta, when he took Atlanta, gave a major victory and got Lincoln reelected, but it didn't look good for a while. Shep, you get it?
Let me ask you a question. So, did not Sherman die an alcoholic moron?
I don't know. I know Grant was an alcoholic, but not in battle. He didn't drink during a battle.
Sherman was a complete drunk. Okay.
Was he?
Let me ask a question. How much time did Grant spend in prison for being a
Grant never went to prison.
Oh, really? How much time did any of the Confederate senators or how much time they spent in prison? How much time?
Grant liked the comradeship. So he treated the rebels really good. And then
but they broke the law. Why
they
not
committed
send them to
treason.
prison?
Well, didn't some of them? I think the president of the Confederacy spent time in prison, didn't he?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay, well, you could be right, but you're
None
right.
of them did.
They were because Grant.
So
wanted,
I'm asking a question because I know you're a closet liberal.
Andrew Johnson. I'm not a liberal.
I know you're a closet liberal. I know you're
I'm not a liberal.
You're a closet liberal. You
no,
are.
I'm not. I don't
Yeah,
support
you are.
abortion. I support a strong border. You're wrong.
So what do you think? Wait, let me ask you a question. What do you think about them raiding Mar-a-Lago?
By the way, XILED 1, come in anytime.
No. I'm going to ask you. No, you and I are talking. What do you think about them raiding
This is
Mar-a-Lago?
what I think. I think that if I were intelligence, I would say the bottom line, we get the documents out. We might not win politically. We might fuck up.
Let me ask you a question. I know you're not a lawyer.
Out.
I know you're not a lawyer.
No.
What do you know about medical records and the law about medical records?
Well, I know that. That's simple. It's you're dealing with issues
called
of
HIPAA law.
confidentiality.
Okay, now what do you know? Okay, let me give you a legal term, and you probably ever heard of the term fruit of the poison tree?
Of course.
If
something's corrupt, everything that follows is not to be accepted.
Okay, now, did you know why would the FBI take Donald Trump's medical records?
Oh, I don't know about this. I didn't know. XILED, did you know this?
No,
I think they just go in and get a bunch of them.
They did. They took his medical records.
No, I don't think they take the time to look at the documents. I think they
no. They
That's
have nothing but time to look. Wait.
That's not
true. They have nothing but no. When you go, no. You understand what the chain of evidence is?
Of course, Shep.
Okay, so you think that they just go in and take all the documents, right?
I think they go up and scoop a
lot.
No,
you're wrong.
And sort it out
because
later.
you have a warrant. You have a warrant saying you're looking
Correct.
for these specific type of documents.
Correct.
How long did they spend in Mar-a-Lago?
Was it a couple hours, Shep?
No, they were there like more than a couple, like 5 or 6 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
You know why they? You know why? You've watched CSI. Everybody has, right?
Of course, I used to love that.
Okay, so
show.
when they go to a crime scene, what are they doing at the crime scene?
Collecting evidence.
No, but how do they do it? They just grab all the evidence?
I guess they have.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They go and you look what you're grabbing. So why would they grab his medical records?
And they file
why would they grab his medical records?
You can go to the office and go through, say, the deaths.
It's a file,
like
right? You can look at it, and if it says medical records, you probably should just. You can probably
Shep,
look through.
They don't have time.
Wait. Let me finish. You can look. Wait, no. You can look through the medical records, right? But the bottom line is, once you take somebody's medical records, it's a crime.
No, not if you're legal.
No, it is a crime. It's a complete crime. You're not allowed.
That's not true.
No, it's completely legal. You're not a lawyer.
You're making it where you're not either.
And you can go look it up
no,
right now.
No, Shep is right. That's protected by HIPAA law. But the thing is, not just that. Anytime, hold on, Shep. Let me further that. Anytime they take anything that's not stated on the warrant, then the warrant becomes null and void.
It's a crime.
Nice.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
He's
why
been
would
through
they
prison? He knows a lot.
Why would an FBI agent who's been trained in the laws of the United States,
they're lawyers,
intentionally,
right? I think they're lawyers.
intentionally take?
Are we talking about Mueller?
Believe me, there's lawyers on site. When you're there for 5 hours, why would they intentionally take an item that invalidates all the other items they took?
I told you.
Once you do that, fruit of the poison tree, you violated the warrant, and anything obtained illegally is not admissible to any court.
That's all tainted. I don't know, man.
Well,
I think bottom line, they wanted to get it out.
What is Donald Trump's defense that he says that he declassified all the stuff in a document that they have, saying that everything on the premises of his house in Mar-a-Lago is declassified, whatever it is.
Declassification doesn't cover that. He's not entitled to some documents.
Yes, he is. He's entitled to the documents because as president, he gets to determine what is and isn't classified.
What do you want?
It's called. Wait. What is his title? Commander and Chief.
Yeah, but do you understand that there's 25 levels of security above the president as well?
Okay, what is that of? What is that
I
of?
didn't know that.
What is that? Yeah. So he has the power to, no, there's not any other level of security above the president.
I wouldn't agree with that.
25 branches of security above him.
There is not.
No, I don't
think go look it up.
The problem is if you are trying to poison to send your base of 30% of the people are crazy.
Correct.
30% of the people are going to support whatever this corrupt president and his DOJ are doing. So they're trying to fan the flames of those
Trump.
crazy.
No, they don't. Trump engenders an authoritarian kind of fellowship.
How's he? Wait, how's he authoritarian? I ask you a question. Who did he raid? Did he raid Hillary Clinton's residence while he was president?
No, of course not.
Okay. Did he raid?
Shep, I don't agree how they treated Clinton.
Who did he raid? Did he raid?
Clinton should be in jail too.
Let me finish. Did he raid the people who are running BLM? Did he go and raid any of the residences?
I don't think so.
No, okay. Did he raid any of the Antifa people? Did he go in and raid their places where they're headquartered?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're saying he's authoritarian, but he never did what they just did to him, which is an authoritarian move.
But that,
and like I said, my thesis is you're a secret liberal. I just told you that anything they find is invalidated.
I'm liberal,
but you're here thinking that he's authoritarian because you know what, Sam, you're part of the 30%. You're part of the 30% I'm talking about. You're part of the 30% of whom I'm talking about.
No, you're part of the 30% who's going to support
all this bullshit that this rogue president is doing.
Biden's too old.
And this rogue DOJ is doing. You're going to support it no matter what. He was doing it for you.
Exile
You're doing it for you.
Why does he get like
no? I think I've proven that you are a liberal.
Hey, Shep, have you ever thought that it's two sides, one coin?
I gotta go to bed.
It's two sides, one coin, Sheppy. They're all the same people. You just pick your poison.
What does he want? I don't know. Look, I've worked with PhDs. He's
and
not at that level.
Hold on. And to back up your theory of someone being a felon or prisoner and not being able to lead something in politics, George Washington was sent to America as a prison colony. He was a political prisoner of the British.
Yeah, I got to read that
dumped on this colony.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So our country was started by them same people that you said couldn't be politicians.
When you think about what he says, he's very faulty in his logic. I don't know why. I think he's one of those guys who wants to be smarter than he is.
Flacco, looking at the facts, a lot of his shit is opinion-based, social media opinion-based, news opinion-based, not actual reading of literature.
When I argue with you, I get a sense of your cognitive ability. But with him, cliches, and like you said, he attacks me as liberal, but he's not independent. I am. But he doesn't want to know that. You see, he doesn't want to know. It's like he wants to present himself.
That's the bad thing of not picking either side of the coin.
Can I finish my thought?
Go ahead.
He wants to present himself as something he's not. He's a black man presenting himself as white. You get it? That's part of who he is. He's not mentally ill. He's not mentally healthy because mental health is authenticity. You express outside what you feel inside. But he doesn't. His presentations are faulty.
How can we take anything you say at face value, Sheppy, if you don't even take yourself seriously as who you are?
It is so central to who we are, right? Don't you think? How we describe ourselves. Unfortunately, to me, the racial identity is such a huge thing. I wish everybody didn't even have different race identifications, but we do.
If someone can accept who they are, how the hell can we accept what the fuck they say?
I agree with you, of course. All this in our little world, so much goes to credibility, which is why I always say, well, what is your source? Or Gino, let's take the Dick Flasher, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he argued with me about American constitutional law, and I said, "What is your credibility?"
He's not even American.
He says that he went to university, but he says he had audio engineering, which I don't believe. I think he was a cable guy because the one time he had a friend drive him someplace, it was to connect cable.
Hold on. Where in audio engineering do you have to learn constitutional law to another country?
Well, that's what I was saying. That you judge all of it, and focused learning and education means something. You could still be wrong, but when you need a doctor, do you go to MD or do you go to Shep? See, people want to put down education as being ineffective, and sometimes it's bullshit, but it's still years of focused study.
Little bit of controversy here, Sam. Depends. If I get shot and I wasn't doing nothing wrong, I go to a doctor. If I get shot because I was doing some hood ratchet shit, I'm going to the hood doctor.
Okay, but you're still going to a doctor. You're not going to Sheppy.
No, a hood doctor is just somebody that knows how to pull the bullet out and stitch you up.
Oh, well, you know, experience is the biggest thing. So you can get a fancy small hospital with brilliant surgeons, but you're going to get better care at a ghetto hospital because they have experience. Statistically, they show that over and over that it has to do with number of operations, blah, 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 right? So it's not necessarily the best hospitals for trauma.
When I say ghetto doctor, I mean there's this dude named Dre down the street.
Yeah, I know.
I got shot in an illegal situation. If I go to the hospital, police are gonna come ask me questions. So let this guy stitch me up.
Yeah, I was talking about something else, but
okay.
Trauma. The commonality is trauma. And the guy who stitches it up is probably great because he's done it so much. Experience, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Experience is the best thing for a lot of things.
That's why I told Shep, you know, you can't sit here and recite everything that comes in a book if observation is telling you that book is telling you a lie. Because everything is figured out through observation. Observation is key to everything. Science is
not
what?
everything. Imagination
Science is observation over time.
Well, yeah, but Einstein went around imagining things in his mind that he couldn't observe. He couldn't observe the black hole. That wasn't proven for years and years. Yet in his imagination, he constructed it.
Yeah, the whole relativity and all that was actually recently disproven.
I don't even understand the theory of relativity, but I understand kind of the black hole, the existence of the black hole, which he theorized, but it couldn't be proven for a long time, but it was proven. So he didn't observe the black hole, but he imagined it.
Well, we can actually observe black holes now, though.
Yeah. Well, that's why the theory became a fact, maybe.
And we found out that he was flawed in his thesis, which means he wasn't able to observe to come up with his thesis.
No.
Therefore, that's
I read a
key example how observation is key.
In the biography, his theories were stated, but I'm not smart enough. I mean, I don't understand quantum, for example. I'm not smart enough to really understand relativity or that M2
Well,
squared.
to understand quantum, you got to understand string theory and M theory, and that's some hard shit to understand.
Well, yeah. Well, string theory is based on vibrations, but I don't get it. I mean, I kind of grasp, like in quantum, it goes against the laws of observable big stuff. Quantum is subatomic, right?
To me, science has been looking to sound, vibrations, and everything for the answer. But to me, that would not hold the answer because a vibration or a sound, it has a limit to it. I think all the answer is in light fractions itself because light
it's a theory,
carries on and it doesn't end.
I don't understand the theory, so I'm not one to talk. But it doesn't sound like they're not sure. Certainly, it's just a theory, right?
Yeah, they're looking in the wrong direction. That's why
you were right in that the scientific method is based on observation, right? But I wasn't talking about the scientific method, but imagination, I guess. which plays a role, right?
Yeah, imagination is important, but I mean, you should never base science surely off of imagination. No.
Well, you have the construct from the imagination, and then you apply the scientific method to see if your hypothesis is proven or not.
I think Einstein's problem was when he seen that something wasn't fitting, he still kept trying to jam pieces of the puzzle in.
I think you're right.
Fit.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Right, you're right.
If I was to follow a scientist's work, it would have been one that they kind of blacklisted and didn't put his work out there, but we're living off of his technology right now to this day, and that'd be Nikola Tesla. That was a great mind.
I should read his biography, the radio guy, right? I keep hearing his name. I should read about him. He didn't get credit because did Edison get all the credit or something? I forget.
Yeah. Edison got all the credit, and then what was the other dude's name? It was another real famous dude that got credit for his work too. The GE Electric dude.
That's not Edison?
No, that's Edison, and I'm trying to think of the other dude.
Maybe you're right.
I'm trying to think of the other dude's company and shit because it's still around.
Yeah,
J.P. Morgan.
No, it's not J.P. Morgan.
No, J.P. Morgan screwed him out of an ordeal too.
Well, maybe, but he screwed him in the profit, but he wasn't an inventor. J.P. Morgan.
No, but he screwed him out of a patent of an invention.
Well, I believe you. No, I believe you. A lot of these guys get screwed. Even religion comes into it because Jews are very good in the field and they weren't allowed to be head professors. So they would do things like, I think there was a Jewish gentleman who helped in go against the tuberculosis, but because he couldn't be full professor because of his religion, the guy he worked under, a lot of those people get credit. So the same idea of not getting credit, politics, I guess. Right.
Yeah, it's sad, man. I mean, Tesla, when they died, the CIA went in and snatched up a lot of his work. So there's a lot of his inventions we'll never get to see.
Yeah, sometimes the big companies buy up inventions because they're competitive. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was said that dude had actually figured out how to make a time machine. We were just speaking.
Well, I don't believe that.
Well, there's actual files on this, though.
Oh, I'd like to see the files.
That's why I told you CIA.gov's got a lot of interesting files.
So you're basing a thought on something you can't prove.
No. It's on CIA.gov. It's proven. It's declassified records.
I'm just saying somebody hypothesized, but I don't believe.
No, they didn't hypothesize. They're telling you about his fucking research and work and the papers that they found and what they did.
If it's not applied and tested, it could just be a theory.
That's what I'm saying, Sam. They actually did it. They had a program called Program Pegasus.
Yeah.
Which was a program based on time travel.
I forget that there was a theory that kind of made sense in a way, but it had to do with you could go forward, if I remember correctly, but you couldn't go backward.
And Pegasus fucking led into the Manhattan Project, which led into that ship that disappeared and then reappeared, and then half of the crew was stuck in the bulkhead.
I don't know much about that. I know what you're talking about. There's a movie made. I know a little bit about the Manhattan Project because I read a biography of Oppenheimer.
All of that happened based off of Tesla's technology.
Could be, right? I don't know much about Tesla. Interesting.
But so we was talking about Donald J. Trump. Well, his middle name J is John, and he's named after his uncle. His uncle was head of CIA back when Tesla died, and his uncle is the one that went and gave the orders to grab up all of Tesla's research papers.
Wow, I got to read about that. The first time I heard Tesla was the band, an old group. Tesla.
Yeah, look at it, man. Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, no, I've heard people talk about him a lot.
Names we know to this day.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. This conversation is good, but it's not as good as last night. That was kind of special, huh?
Yeah, it was. Man, I'm gonna tell you now. The Hadron Collider. Do you know about that? The thing that they smash atoms with.
Oh, I do. Isn't that the thing in Switzerland?
Yep. And
Yeah,
that's
that's
based off of
interesting.
Tesla's technology.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This dude is the most interesting character in history, bro.
I
And
think
they
you're
hid
probably
him from
right.
us.
One of the most for sure that I never really investigated. I think you're probably right. Genius,
Check him
right?
out. Yeah. Bro, we've never seen a mind that great since.
I should. I used to say the smartest man in the world was Einstein.
You
but
know what's
maybe it was
crazy though?
What?
This is why they say they blacklisted him. He said that he was in telepathic communication with a being that stayed on the moon. Crazy
Well,
talk.
on the surface, it sounds ridiculous, huh?
Crazy talk.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you sit there and you look at all of this technology and inventions that he came out with, like what the
I
fuck?
think the
He had a
craziness
hand in
allows for
fiber optics,
genius.
Sam. He had a hand in fiber optics. We had fiber optics
Wow.
in the 50s and or 40s and couldn't even figure out how to fucking use it until the year 2000 something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've heard about this guy.
Dude was a fucking genius. Like, and then
Yeah.
I tend to believe there might have been something to the story of him actually having telepathy with something. Was it on the
Well,
moon? No, I don't
it's
think
been
he had telepathy
investigated
with.
and it's never proven.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he had telepathy with something on the moon. Was he possibly talking to a higher spiritual guide? I'd be more tended to believe that.
You never know, right? Yeah. The spiritual stuff is, the more I'm on the internet, it kind of shook my faith a little bit, to tell you the truth. All these people. But it's sad because it don't make you happy or losing your faith.
Well, you
And
have to
so
keep
many of
in
these
mind it's
scumbags have
designed.
nothing. They have no ethical. What?
Sam is designed for you to lose your faith. That's how you lost it. You lost sight.
Who did that? What do you mean?
The enemy did that, Sam.
Who's the enemy?
Called by many names.
Well, what do you call? Are you talking about Satan now? You're going into religious stuff,
We
which is fine. I'm just trying to figure you out.
We could call it Satan, but I mean, as we've seen, and within ourselves, there's obviously something outside of ourselves that stirs within us. You could be sitting there in a good mood, and out of nowhere, your mood changed. That's something outside of you.
I was thinking about movies. That I was thinking of the best movie. Two of the best movies are, fuck, I lost my thought. Oh, the Shining and The Exorcist are about the evil within, and then there was a movie about evil without. But that's why David Lynch was so bad, that people, they talk about evil, but it truly is within us, right? Some of the evil.
The Shining was a good work of fiction. I love Jack Nicholson in that.
Me too.
But if you research the Poltergeist, that was actually based on a real situation, and instead of a little girl, it was a little boy, and it happened here in Missouri.
You're probably right. I'd probably agree with you. I don't know much about it. The Exorcist. My wife was exorcised in the Philippines. It's very big in the Philippines, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, they say it's a lot of demonic spirits there in the Philippines.
I'll tell you what. So she describes the exorcism in the Philippines, right, as coming out with these growling voices. So we were fighting or something, or on the couch, she started going into growling voices, and I laughed, and then she stopped. So I think that's what probably happened in the Philippines, that it gets reinforced because the people believe in it, because of course it's all in the brain, right? So you're getting into religion because the Catholic Church says the devil is within you. I think evil can be within us, but I just know with her, she did go through exorcism, and yet I think she was trying to do it on the couch, and because I laughed at her, she stopped, because she started to make those growling sounds. But these movies, some movies are about evil outside, caused by outside, but it's more interesting about the evil inside because it's more unpredictable, like David Lynch.
They function on a plane of existence that crosses with ours, so they're in more than one dimension at one time.
Yeah, the dimension thing.
They are a real thing. It's
Some
more than
serious
just within
scientists
you.
believe in the multi-dimension.
It
It's
was
not just
it
kooks.
was written thousands of years ago that there was a couple of these beings locked underneath the Euphrates River, and then when it dried up, they would be released. Well, that river is now almost completely dry, and they have film footage out there. There's something underneath that river growling, and you can hear its chains rattling.
Well, the chain thing, but there's a premise that makes sense to me that maybe something came from Mars that had on genetic material, and it spread on Earth. So in fact, that would make us all kind of aliens. But I
Not
really
Mars.
don't buy that. I don't buy most of it.
There was something that smashed into a planet thousands of years ago, about 7,000 years ago, called Arcadia.
Could be.
This planet was called Nibiru. It's what formed Earth and the Moon.
Right.
And the asteroid belt. The rest of that planet is the asteroid belt.
And all of these theories.
I know this. I know this to be true off of ancient writings, because this ancient writings also told you how you clone. And it's the same scientific process we use to this day to clone. Yet we taught our people that we only learned the cloning process in the early 90s and then perfected it in the mid 2000s, which is a lie, because there's 6,000-year-old writings telling you how to do the cloning process.
Right.
And those writings describe how we were created. So these beings that they talk about that are spiritual in nature as well, they exist.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've been brain dead. I died on a table. Heart, lungs, and brain function stopped. They're not supposed to. You're not supposed to come back.
I never believe those stories.
Once your brain functioning leaves, you're not supposed to be able to return. Well, I left, and there was something beyond.
Well, I don't. I've read those. Usually, they don't come out to be what purported. I'd like to see your records or something.
Well, I don't know about no white light and tunnel like all these other people talk about. It was nothing like that.
I don't know. I have a sense that once you die, you don't come back unless maybe you believe in Jesus and Lazarus.
Let's say in that time of my life, I was a believer when I was a little child, but then I became an atheist. When I died, I was an atheist.
Yeah, I don't see the value of being an atheist. It's just so empty. I guess if you have to be,
It is, but when you live your life to a certain point, you feel like, I'm looking for proof, but there's none out there. It can tend to take you there.
And our
I'm
problem
glad I'm not
is
an atheist no more. I'm glad something was revealed to me, as scary as it was.
if it's not true, it's probably still better to believe that it is. You know
Probably.
what I mean? Yeah. It's like that guy said, maybe I said this before, but it made importance to me, that if you're a believing Christian, it's so cool. But if you don't believe it, but still lead the life, it's a pretty good life. Either way, it's a good life.
All I know is wasn't no hell, wasn't no fires, wasn't no white tunnel, but the darkness described in certain scriptures, that was oh so real. The sounds of something in that darkness, oh so real. And it was weird because while I was hearing that and I felt like that was where I was physically at, I could hear this world. I could hear in a faint echo the people thinking as I was dead on that table.
Right.
I took with me that as a sign.
Could be. The black Einstein, the black hole, is a good idea that nobody thought it was possible. That it couldn't be proven because there was no such thing, and then they proved there was. It's all this space stuff. Our brains, of course, are meant to survival of the fittest in evolution. I don't think it's designed to think about how vast the galaxy is. That we can understand the vastness. We're like the ant. We're designed not to think about these things. But multi-universe
we
is
travel it to figure it out.
Maybe someday, huh? That's why all this stuff is exciting. A reason to live, kind of, too.
Not as long as man focuses on war, though. I feel like if for the last 500 years, instead of war, we was focusing on if we had to get off this planet, we would have been off this planet and far away from it.
Yeah, right. Sure. Who knows? But it's so devastating to think that, and the Ukraine war, I thought a lot of people thought that was over with, a major war in Europe, and yet here we come.
Yep, again.
And how can you do? I mean, the kids are being buried under rubble, so you really got to justify this in an inhumane way. You can't. I don't know how you can, right? The Ukraine kids sometimes being buried in rubble for what?
And not even just the kids. I mean, just the elderly, the people that were just trying to live their life and take care of their family.
So, based on the idea of an empire of Putin, I get it, but I don't know. It's just we can't really think about this stuff, can we? We have to put our faith into improving our own little worlds, just like on here. That's what I do.
In God's hands with all the contradictory news coming out of that place. You know, some of our news tell us they're Nazi ran. Some of our news tell us they're democracy. We don't know what the fuck.
I'll tell you what my brother, the smart lawyer, the news he watches, Al Jazeera, because he says they got no agenda. Strangely enough.
That's true. But didn't they block that in our country, though?
I looked on the computer and I went to it, and it looked like you had to give personal information, so I didn't do it. But it seemed that it was on the computer I could get to.
Personal information, so the government could come lock you up when they terrorists.
Well, they got it. I think the government's got it, don't you think?
Yeah, but did you go on Al Jazeera's website? So
no, because
I
usually don't when it asks too much personal information. You know.
Yeah. There's always a reason and agenda behind that.
I probably shouldn't care. I don't know. It's an illusion, privacy, right? Don't you
think? Yeah, definitely.
But I like to keep the idea. And I have not been doxxed in 4.5 years, even though I know I could. I know God loves me and was saying she would enjoy it if I was doxxed or something like that. Might be. Why not? I don't think I'm big enough that people care that much. You know
I don't know. Everybody keeps telling me about this GLM, that she's wicked and evil.
No, I know all about her because she was my co-host. It goes back 3 years. I could tell you.
Is she as wicked and evil as they say?
No, I don't. I think she's got mental problems. I think she's got trauma in her past, but she got a good side. I saw the good side. She sings beautifully, but she's got a pattern of behavior where she seduces because she's very attractive, because it's been over and over and over and over. And then it doesn't work out. And then she goes hard. So I think she needs a focus, because she's got a lot of anger from before. And this way she's justified in what she does. But she must know that she lies, you know?
Fuck all that. I'm glad to know I'm safe. I'm a married man, so I ain't got to worry about it.
Well, I tried. I knew her pattern of behavior, so she would set me up to get mad at her, and I did my best not to. But something, I don't know what just happened. I don't know. She has a good side too. She was my co-host. She was very good on air, and it's trauma, man. You know, when bad things happen and they come out in dysfunctional ways. And I got stuff too, but I don't got that kind of meanness, I think. I mean, I can be a little mean on air, but she's got a real meanness to her, which is unfortunate because she's smart, nice laugh, personality, But I think this thing with men is pathologic in a way.
She shouldn't do that. She shouldn't do that with the name God Loves Me.
I told you that. I think I told you that Abe was so brilliant. He said, "You know what's wrong with God Loves Me? It should be God Loves Us." And he got it right away.
Yeah, real. I was just gonna say that myself. I was gonna say,
It took
and then
me
her name is
months.
like God Loves Me. Like that's snooty. God loves me also.
It's wrong. No, it's just wrong. But I don't like people using God in their name anyway. But Abe got it right away. I never did finally get it. I knew something was wrong there. And in a minute, he said, "God, it should be God Loves Us."
Yeah, real stuff.
So he's a very bright, because I think he's so different that he can have original ideas. But he can be off track too. That gets him in trouble too.
Well,
Like
no, the thing is, he's like POON. He don't give a fuck. He's gonna say what's on his mind.
Yeah, that's true.
And in all honesty, that does more justice in the long run. It doesn't matter if you got to deal with bullshit by sticking to your guns on what you say. If what you say is the truth and you mean what you say, all you gotta do is stick to them guns.
Well, that's right,
the
dude.
person that's lying will eventually back down.
The way to fight is to use the truth. The truth is very powerful unless the truth is against you. But in this little world, where is it against me?
Then the truth is still powerful. It's just powerful against you.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The truth can be against you, but like I'm lucky to be happily married. I have kids. I don't do this for money. I don't dox. I don't strike. Blah blah blah. It seems like people who start to get into that become victim to it, because then if somebody doxes you, then you have a motivation to get back at them. I just don't do it. Now, some things get by me. I've highlighted, and I shouldn't have done it, but no intent ever, and I've become better at it. But doxing can be appropriate too if someone truly does horrible stuff. Brutal Mafia doxed the RDA guy because RDA guy he made a slander tape against me, and he could have resulted in German lady going to jail.
Which RDA guy?
I'm sorry.
I said, which RDA guy?
Ross Dogg is the head of it, so he's kind of proved this kind of dirty. He's the
he
dirtiest of all.
Doggy.
I started out with that group. I did the first 3 shows for them.
No, I'm saying, is that who Brutal doxed was Walsey?
I'm talking about German lady. Who are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Brutal. Let's see. Brutal Mafia doxed. Well, I knew the name for a year and a half because Frank DeRosa told me the name. Right? They used to be close. I knew the name of other people like Helen the Pervert. I never released it.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like I like watching RDA together. I don't like watching their content that they put together, but I just like watching them together because it's kind of like them rejects from your neighborhood, but somebody went and collected them all together and put them in the same spot together.
It's not self-serving to say that they don't have lives. They really don't.
No, I'm not saying they don't have lives. I'm just saying you can tell that they're definitely rejects. People
I don't even think like that. I don't think in those terms, really. But the fact that they call people rejects when you look at their lives is just truly projection, and that's the truth.
They're the real social rejects, honestly.
But one of the things
I wouldn't be caught dead hanging out with those guys.
Well, I'll counter it a little bit because this is the truth. I see that they're kind of loyal to each other, and there's some kind of friendship, and that their show is an excuse to get together and be together.
Well, hell yeah, the chess club always sits at the same lunch table.
But that's okay. It's better than being a social isolate like Rev. Right?
Yeah, this is kind of true.
And let me bring up Winkler. He has a cool story going on. Do you know about Winkler?
No, I don't.
So this guy has been in and out of love, and I can't keep up. I hope he ends up. he's in love with Marie, I believe, in real life, but they keep falling apart. So let me bring him up. The Winkler, he's on camera, so
places.
Put your hand on your nose. Sorry about that, Winkler. I like this guy, but I don't know.
But I have a point. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to get to the bottom of this.
This is XILED. Would you say hello to him?
Hey XILED. How you doing?
He's a great guy. Seriously.
Yeah, but it's almost a troll thing. I just came up to be goofy.
That's fine.
I want to get to the bottom of this, Sam Hill. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to get to the bottom of this truth. I heard you farted.
Sure. It's kind of fun. So
I want to get to the bottom of this.
Let me give you the sound. Hang on.
I've been drinking. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's 5 people. There's no pressure.
I want to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, let me give you the
farted.
Let me see if I can do it.
He said he's trying to get to the bottom.
There it is. Are you listening?
Of the bottle.
Dude, it's just me getting out of my chair on the.
Oh, it was like this?
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
People, I did a stream where I proved it more, but it's interesting that people want this narrative because it's fun, but it's meant to denigrate because RDA proved that David wears a girdle. So it's their way of responding. No, if I farted, I'd be a little embarrassed and said it, but I don't. And I usually don't. And it's not cool. I'm too cool to do it.
Wait. You mean to tell me
Really?
David Walsh is a part of RDA also?
He used to be part of RDA. Yeah.
Oh my God, it all makes sense.
No, not anymore.
Wait, David
not
Walsh,
anymore.
David Walsh was part of RDA?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, take him back, Rex. Take him back.
Exiled. Yeah.
He asked me. I used to be friendly with Ross, and he said, "Sam, get Ross to give us a show." No, he was definitely friendly to Ross until he wasn't. Just like Ray Pist was part of RDA. I don't know, but I think Cool Boy too.
He grew on me like a fungus. I like Ray Pist.
Yeah, he's really a bad guy.
Yeah, he's an asshole. That's why I like him. He's like the Joker from The Dark Knight.
Not when he hurts Rev.
You can't reason with him. He's just insane.
No, look at the consequence. He kept encouraging Rev to use the N-word, which got Rev kicked off all the people he liked. Rev used to be much more popular than any of us because
Rev's
he was
a
on
fucking
big
jerk.
He's worse than a jerk. He damages people. You know, what he did to Marie was just disgusting, and he did it to me because nobody's ever doxed on air on SHA, ever. And then he did it to Wendy. So he's a bad guy, right?
You know, I don't show my penis. I don't have nothing to show.
Well, that's different. No, it's the guy Gino's a sexual deviant because when people want to take down it, they'll show a picture. They won't show their penis. It's the fact that he shows his penis makes him the deviant. You get it?
He's not a deviant. Porn. He's a predator. He's a predator. He preys on women.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Right? Exile, do you know this story?
Yeah, I definitely do.
What do you think of Not Late Geno?
I think the same as everybody else. He's a pervert. He needs to get off this platform.
Predator.
He's gone after, I don't know if you know Charlotte, but he's really been disgusting to some women.
Oh yeah, he goes after Charlotte all the time.
So he's interesting because he's pathologic. He's a real villain.
Char's my really good friend.
Charlotte's one of my favorite people, for sure.
Yeah, I love Char.
Yeah, isn't she great? I call her the prophet. And she's called me out.
I did hear that. You call her the prophet. She's a great human being.
Prophets were people got angry at them, but they told the truth and they called out evil, and that's what she does. She calls out bad people, right?
Yeah, she called it out. She's fearless. She's a fucking strong alpha female. She's an alpha.
She's been on a little bit. She's great. So we like.
I love her voice. You know,
great voice. Well, English.
Yeah, she's very pretty and she's got a great voice.
Yeah. We probably agree, but Ray Pist is really a bad guy because
he's a fucking psychopath. That's why I like it. But he doesn't.
Well, you're wrong to like that.
He doesn't hold grudges. Like
No, he does.
He
of
wants
course,
to
he does.
just like
he holds grudges. He holds
wants
grudges.
to burn the world down.
Yeah,
and that's why I like him.
He holds grudges.
He's like the Joker.
Don't like him. No, don't like him.
No,
because
he's a better troll than Lay Geno.
He's a brilliant troll.
Lay Geno says he's the king of trolls. I think
that's ridiculous.
Lay Geno is not a troll. He is
Ray Priss is a brilliant troll, but I don't like him.
Raymond Piss is the king of trolls.
Yes, I'm just saying Lay Geno is not a troll. He is troll bait.
No, yeah, he's a homo. But
well, he's actually psychologically, mentally ill, and I do believe he takes pills.
Yeah, Sam.
I'm not just saying that.
You articulated that much better than what I could say because of
because you're on internet. Because you're on the internet, people take away the power. When a real deviant guy comes along, you don't give it the equal weight. So, like B-Sox, it's okay that he porn bombed me, but he didn't.
B-Sox porn bombed?
No, B-Sox said that when Gino porn bombed me, Sam Hill, he didn't care because it wasn't him.
Well, he got porn bombed by.
But I'm saying they don't.
Yeah,
they don't get
he
the
was
weight.
crying his ass off when he got porn bombed. Just
That's
like
what
when
I'm
David
saying.
Walsh was sitting there talking about, I don't give a damn about my channel, blah blah blah. Then my homies went over there and porn bombed this shit to oblivion.
Corrupt. it's corrupt. If it happens to them, it's fine. It's all based on how people treat me, which is stupid. You should, if you're here, you need to care about representing.
Oh, speaking of
like
some of the homies, what's up, AC?
I don't know. Is that Authority Check?
Yeah.
That's I like that guy, right?
Oh yeah, man. Authority Check's one of my favorite personalities on YouTube.
Great personality. Do you know him, Winkler?
He's really fucking good.
You have shows you should go on instead of the same old shows, you know.
Well, I just hang out with my friends, you know.
Who are your friends here? You have friends? Who?
I just go on my acquaintances and have fun.
Well, I'm saying go on Authority Check. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, come up and entertain us for a short second.
I get nothing from saying it.
Never mind. I'm going to get off here.
Why are you going off?
What's
wrong with you? Off.
He's not having fun. I get it.
Don't leave.
No. But there was this one stream that I was on. His name is like something Mud.
I could tell you about him. He's a horrible man. Right?
We had a lot of fun.
Oh, you had fun. I'm sorry. What was it? Was it racial stuff or hate or saying the N-word?
No. There was a black girl on, and I said that I'm 6'2", and I said that we would breed a whole bunch of basketball players because I'm 6'2".
That's not bad, but it's too true.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You know what? Don't care what I say. If you have fun with Mud, go for it.
I said I wanted to have a fucking army of fucking caramel colored babies with her.
What happened to your
show? And they'd all because I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2". I'm skinny, but I'm 6'2".
Mulatto sounds better. Mulatto babies.
No, caramel colored babies. Just it sounds more intimate. It sounds.
Do you
more
like them?
Sexual.
I've been with a few.
I've been with one black girl.
How did it work? Oh, here you were talking about Authority Check. So talk to this guy, and I'll try to be quieter. If that's him,
I'm high.
Good.
How are you
doing?
That'd
be him.
Give Authority Check.
Remember ASL? Remember ASL from AOL? ASL.
What's up, AC?
What's
up, guys?
How you doing?
Chilling, bro.
ASL, according to Sam Hill. ASL, you old man. ASL.
I don't know who. You mean AOC?
No, ASL, like
I don't know him.
Sex.
The abbreviation.
Age, sex, location. 37, male, Virginia. How you doing? ASL. Yeah, it's creepy now. It's kind of creepy when you say it to a guy.
47. No, what the fuck? Age 42.
Age, sex.
Yeah. 42, ASL. Male, Kansas City.
AC.
What are you doing, man?
I'm from the 1A community, and we don't answer questions.
You're a fucking whatever. You like Deadpool, so you're okay in my book.
We don't
I
really
love
care. Our
Deadpool.
doxes
I like
are
that
out
movie.
there
I used
anyway.
to read.
Yeah,
I used
my
to read
dox is out
Deadpool.
there.
I
Yeah,
used to read
40
Deadpool
40 male from Texas. So
all right.
that does sound a little weird now. Like I remember
works.
saying that shit as a kid.
Still works.
Like,
Yeah, that's what I said.
It
Teenage
still
years
works.
got brought back.
It still fucking works in 2022 ASL. You know, you just know. Hey Tiffany, how you doing?
Hey, AC, are you getting along with Tonic? I like this Tonic guy. You get along with him now?
Yeah.
Good. I can't keep up, man. Good. He's really
no,
good on there.
there's some shit that happened that had to do with Asmar, and I kind of got thrown into the bus for it. So
that happened often.
He seems unpopular.
I was starting to feel like you would like
you
the
seem
bus
popular,
as
but you don't.
undercarriage.
I didn't hear what you said, Exile.
I said that kind of starting to feel like you was the bus's undercarriage.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Exiled?
Asmar was showing his ass, and AC always caught heat for it. He even caught heat for me for it.
Wasn't he like AC doesn't dox and do all that stuff, but Asmar does? So when they were together, AC got some of the heat for what this guy did.
Yeah, kind of like when Red would be on your panel saying the N-word, you would catch heat for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, I'm not innocent by any means. I've had my fair share of like fucked up shit I've done. Here's the difference between me and everyone else. I own up to my shit. You know, I've doxed people. Yeah, I've doxed people. I'm not going to lie about it. I've porn bombed people. I have in the past.
But out of respect, AC comes up as himself to porn bomb. he don't come up here on stock accounts and porn bomb people. You ain't gotta worry, Sam.
I don't know if Sam
has no agenda to porn bomb you. You have done nothing to offend him.
Yeah. I don't know if Sam remembers us having this conversation, but I was telling him something like I don't hit people unless like they deserve it. Am I the arbiter of fucking truth and like no. Am I probably a hypocrite for doing some shit I do?
You were cool. Yeah. You've always been cool.
Yeah, I'm the arbiter of truth around this bitch. I get in trouble for it often.
I'm still looking for it.
And look, I'll be a fucking hypocrite. I'll like I said, I'll own my shit. I've done some fucked up shit. Later, bro.
Hi, Winkler. I didn't kick him.
Yeah, no, he did a peace sign. He was peacing out.
Yeah. Well, it's late, right? My wife's.
Yeah, it's like 2:41 my time. I'm Central time. So
what are you doing up, man? Aren't you married and stuff?
I am.
Yeah, I'm up in the middle of the night sometimes. My wife will come back and tell me to go to sleep or something.
Insomnia is a motherfucker.
I got it too. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, last night we were streaming till we streamed till like
in the morning.
Yeah. Which was weird because I had fucking Teresa Richards and Shiva up on panel and we're having like an actual fucking conversation. Ended up having like there ended up being like an argument and fight between fucking Teresa and Jamie of all people.
Yeah, I got a genuine question. Why the fuck y'all call me the panel killer and Jamie does that shit that he does all the time? That's the real panel killer. You know that, right? Just saying.
I will sit here and I will try to see your side of it, but my personal experience, like Jamie is and this is in no way a fucking shot at you, but Jamie is a different breed, man. He just says what's on his mind. But his mellotone voice is soothing in a lot of ways. Like it's I don't know how to explain it. Y'all are two different.
He sounds like a high school bully that I would have slapped in the mouth in high school, bro. I don't see how that is melatonin. Him.
Him? Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, he has that tone in his voice, like he was used to picking on kids smaller than him. I used to like beating people like that.
Somebody's backstage, and I want you guys to take a vote.
Is it fuck off?
Do you want
Please
Rev
tell me
Up?
fuck off.
Do you want Rev Up?
That's your call.
No,
yeah, that's your call, man.
I'm
I
worn
don't
down,
care.
man. Okay, call it AC. Come on, man.
Yeah, AC.
You know what? How about this? I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Well, I'm interested to see what's going to go on.
There
we go. That's the bus undercarriage. I know.
It interests me, AC, because intellectually, of course, this guy porn bombed me, but somehow I just can't dislike this guy. I should seriously.
Sam, thank AC. He just agreed to take the blame for you.
Okay, let's AC. Yeah, I don't know. Something's wrong with me, right, Rev?
No, I mean, honestly, it sounds like something's wrong with you. You've been alive for 5 hours jerking off with other men. I mean, what the fuck are you even doing?
Talking, jerking off is not talking.
This guy porn bombed me. Wah. I feel like I still have to bring him up.
AC, do you know he porn bombed?
You sound like such a fucking pussy, dude. Nobody gives a fuck. I porn bomb anybody.
Yeah, he porn bombed Miss Wendy.
This YouTube shit is so fucking gay.
He
Between
porn bombed
me. Don't dox me. Don't porn bomb me. Wah. You're just a bunch of
so
fucking
strange,
losers,
AC.
dude.
Come on.
What the fuck are you guys even doing with your life?
No, you're just a creation that was a mistake, Rev.
He went off. Why does he go off? What a dummy. He's so stupid.
You didn't kick him off? He just left on his own?
No, I didn't kick him off.
I used to think God was he was perfect. I found out he was imperfect when I met Rev, though.
These guys.
Hold on. What? Hold on. I'm a little more wanting. Yeah. I'm wanting to know a little more information. Rev, come back up here, man. Like I'm interested to see what's all the drama. What started all this?
He's an interesting guy, right? The theory is what he said is my theory that he's addicted to this, right? But he wants to get off, one part of him, so he's making it so hard for him to stay here that he can't come back. It's like self-sabotage, right? Because who would porn bomb Wendy, right? So he's a twisted guy, AC. We all kind of hyperbole, but he truly is a strange person. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Yeah, pathology is interesting. Why would he porn bomb me after 300 streams, and then Wendy, and then this David Walsh digs him, and he porn bombed him?
Self-hatred is self-sabotage. He doesn't want people to like him because he doesn't like himself.
Does he really hate himself or hate the world? Or I think you're right. AC,
he doesn't like the fact that people like him because he doesn't like himself. He wants to punish himself.
I think it sounds weird, but I think you're right. Yeah. How could it goes back to that Groucho Marx thing? How could he respect anybody who respects him? It's twisted, right? Very twisted, man, which is interesting. I mean, AC, are you still there?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just in here thinking, why do the self-sabotage? Right. It makes it easier for somebody else to say, I don't want you around me, rather than have to deal with those feelings. Well, I think I'm starting to think he's a little, Rev's a little more deeper than
this is what he did.
Maybe let on.
He says he loved this woman and he doxed her. He phoned her place. Maybe I've said this before, but he phoned her place of employment to get her fired. This is a woman he says he loves. Boy, that's going to help the relationship.
I think AC figured it out. Rev truly loves black people. Rev, would you like to come up here and express your love for black people?
This would make sense.
I don't know where he goes. His whole life is electronic. He got no friends. No, I know this AC because I've done 300 shows with. It's like I can't hate the guy because he's got so little. Is that you, Rev? Let me make sure. Oh no, I'm not bringing you up. There's this guy named Radio Foreman. No, I won't do it.
What? Who's Radio?
He's so bad. Okay, I'll bring him up. AC, he's so bad. He just, I don't know if he does it. I'll bring you up, and because AC is the biggest. AC knows people. He's been around. So this guy AC is so bad. Watch. He comes on with his underwear. You're on, dummy.
Hello, radio.
Caller, you're on the air.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
What up?
Hey, Sam. Sam, I made $1,600 today.
Good. All right.
Yeah. How much money did you make?
Is that it? You got to follow it up with something interesting. He does.
Yeah.
Have
How'd you make that 1600?
No. He started off with that. I'm interested. How did you make this $1,600?
Sucked a lot of dick.
Good to know. Good to know. I mean, hey, look,
it's more interesting.
One of the oldest professions, you know. It's
Oh,
one of
no,
those.
no, I got a question. Was it inside of an establishment like a massage
Yeah, it was
parlor, or
inside-
did you have a designated street
The
corner?
dick was inside of a rectum when he did it.
No, I used to
Right.
do the street corner thing, but I find that rest areas are actually safer.
Oh, cool,
Less
cool.
traffic.
I don't know. It sounds like it could be
Easier to
interesting.
clean up.
He's
So,
not.
so
AC.
technically, that makes you what, a lot lizard?
I don't like that term, but sure, I'll take it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. I like this guy.
No, he doesn't do anything with the line. How do you like that? Go ahead.
But
He's
what, Sam? I didn't get it.
Golfish. I like
I-
it.
Why?
Hold on. Sam, what do you mean he does nothing with the line?
What line?
He does nothing with the
Okay.
statement that he makes.
There's monotone.
You got a line
He
for me?
doesn't
I'm down for
play
some
it. He
snort
doesn't
too.
evolve anything. Listen to him. Go ahead. Go ahead. No
How
fat
do you
shit.
how do you evolve something?
I know you think I'm a little too critical, but I've had him on like 10 or 11 times.
Nah, Sam, I think you're a fucking idiot.
Is that you? Who is that? It could be any one of you.
Could
Gosh.
be. You've had a
No.
lot of people call you dumb
AC,
lately.
do something with them, and you'll see what I mean. Go ahead.
You can't just put me on the spot like that. Come on, it's not organic. Do you know how to have a conversation, Sam?
Okay,
No.
I'm picking him up, Sam. I'm expecting all four corners of him. Seems to be pretty normal.
Dude, he's the worst. He's maybe the worst I've had all year. He's so bad.
Well,
You love me, Sam. Just admit it. You're in love with me.
AC, he comes up and he keeps showing his underwear, his red underwear. He thinks that's creative.
And my black underwear. You
It's
like the
his
black
thing.
underwear too.
No, but it's stupid.
Sam, I thought you liked the black
Oh,
underwear.
It's his thing, though, right? Like, you know,
Right.
like my whole thing is like the Deadpool thing, right? Like
Yeah,
everybody's got their own
No.
little things.
You got
Yeah, it's
got
just the internet.
personality.
It's not that serious.
Guy has no
No.
personality.
He said he sucked dick today and made $1,600 sucking
Well,
dick.
obviously he didn't.
So I'm assuming what he's giving Sam is a free window shopping opportunity.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if there's anything that is my thing, it's definitely sucking dick. I'm really good at it.
You ever met a guy
Now,
named
if the
Thomas
guy
who can
actually
swallow a whole
did it, if
hammer?
he was gay, we could go somewhere with that. But obviously he's a phony. You don't
Yeah,
suck
where
him.
would you go with that, Sam?
Well, I say, what about the balls? What are you, selfish? The balls are hanging there, man. Give them attention. You know, do something with it. But he don't. He only talks about sucking dick. What are you ignoring
Oh, you're saying
the
it's
balls?
suck the balls too?
Hold on,
Hey,
Sam.
man, I
I
never
want
said
to
I
put
didn't
this.
suck balls.
I want to put this test to. I want to put this test to.
Dude, I can
So,
fit
Tom-
balls in my mouth.
You're breaking up there, XILED.
Okay. No fat chicks. You got a chance. You're on with AC. Talk to him. Why do you wait there like a little dead turd? Engage.
Oh,
with
hold
the
on.
guy.
Am I better now? Okay, so this individual named Tonic that's pretty popular told us the
I
same
like
thing.
Tonic.
And to prove it, he swallowed a whole damn hammer. Can you swallow a whole damn hammer?
Is that a euphemism?
Oh, I thought it was a
No, he literally swallowed a hammer.
And he
No, I
swallowed
don't
the,
believe
fucking-
that.
the handle on it.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, like my boyfriend calls his dick
I
coarse,
can
Sam.
go get the video if you want to play it, Sam.
You don't need the video. You just need the little fucking picture. Look, I will attest to this. I have seen it, Sam. It's a legit thing. So that did happen. But yes, it's not. It's completely real. Tonic took a fucking hammer and stuck it down his fucking throat all the way to the fucking to the top part of the handle. Like probably a good 6 inches in.
And didn't he get real sick?
He's got a talent. It's a talent. He's showing off his talent.
I got
it.
It's
you're just jealous that you can't swallow hammers too. Admit it. You're just jealous.
Oh, that's amazing. I'd like to see that. I think I know what you're talking about.
I'm very good at psychoanalysis.
His throat or something, huh?
Yep.
Okay, I'm interested. I want AC thinks you're not bad, so why don't you engage with AC? He's so bad.
That's awkward.
What's your
Sam,
name?
you need to learn how to like.
It's like anything else in the community, okay? You have a ton of people that will run to you the moment you jump into a new community or you're around new people, and they're like, well, this person is such a bad person. They do like, what's the bad part? Like sometimes you have to let people interact and get to know people to sit here and make that same assertion, same judgment.
I've been on with them 10
but
times.
then again, I get along with a lot of people that people were like, no, these are bad people, and I've seen the good in them.
Well, you are a likable guy. Yeah.
Hey, you hear that, Sam? I got good in me.
Okay, when you talk to him, then I mean, we're so low anyway. But every time he comes on, I lose people anyway, and we're so.
I'm not gonna that you're gonna say I got good.
I'm not gonna steal your show. You guys have fun. Take it easy.
See, then he leaves.
Wait.
You know what I mean?
Did he leave already?
Yeah, he leaves.
Damn, Sam's been slapping them down all night.
No, Robin Gross said, "Why do people bring this guy up?"
Well, hold on. Here's my assessment of this. I'm kind of thinking you may have hurt his feelings just a little bit there, Sam.
You may be wrong.
I mean, I'm hear me out, XILED. Okay, Sam is talking in a negative way about this gentleman. He's talking about how he's a bad guy. He wants him to talk. He wants him to talk to me so that this person can show that he's such a bad person. That it's almost like as if rubbed off the wrong way on him. So he's like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. And then just checks the fuck out.
Okay, go on XILED. Go on AC's show. You got him. You hear that? You got him.
I'm not sure, but I think we just witnessed Sam troll the shit out of somebody.
No, I genuinely am bored. I've had him on 10 times. I gave him a chance. He did nothing with it, man. Oh, I got a dick. Well, follow it up. Do something funny. Dudes, he's maybe the worst guy I've had on ever.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Sam. Would you consider this guy a troll?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
He's not a good troll.
He's not a good troll.
No, dude.
I mean, well, he didn't do anything bad in front of me, so I can't make that same assessment.
I'm not saying he's a bad character. I'm not. He might be a okay guy, but when you come on air, you have an obligation to be interesting, and he's just terrible. He's like the most boring person.
Where do you get that from? Hold on. Where do you get that from?
Pretend.
Because I have like no obligation to anybody or anything to do anything. Period. Right. If I want to come up on somebody's panel, I'm under no obligation to even say one word. I can just sit there and turn on the camera and just fucking pick my nose.
I'm saying from my point of view,
or fall asleep and
get
snore on
the
a
fuck
train
off
like
if
I
you
do
can't
often.
be good, but you're very good.
I've done that.
You have a great personality, which is easy because you just have to be yourself. But he should try to be someone else because his real personality is so bad. He can't even have a false persona that's good. I don't want him to be himself because he's terrible. Right? He's that bad, and it's fun because he really is. Dude, go over to AC show. Fine, take him. Don't let him come back.
I think if he headed over to the shit show, I think he would have a good time, and he'd probably be a repeat viewer, and maybe he would get what he needed to get out over on my show. Well, there's that too, but maybe he would. Maybe he would have an extremely good time. He'd wear himself out. Then he'd come over here and wind down with the Sam Hill show.
Don't give him an idea. He can come back here. You know,
I think
put him in a wagon, take him out of town, and drive back. You know? He'll find his way back.
Sam's trying to give him away.
You can't get rid of Rev, and I can't see him. I insult him so much.
He's free, back. AC, no return policy.
Yeah, how about this? If somebody can drop the link to my channel, Authority Check Presents. We're working on some things, me and Game Over. And if y'all want to come hang out, by all means. I welcome trolls. I welcome all types of different people, backgrounds.
There's always a first.
You know, I might not allow you on camera with you and your tighty whities just because we've got a bad taste in our mouth.
Red underwear and black, and he tries to be funny, but he ain't, man. I'm telling you. But put your link in.
But you understand, like Sam, like even like with comedy's subjective. Like what's funny to one person may not be funny. But
there's a universal slapstick.
I've seen people, but I've seen people that think John Golf isn't funny, and most of us think John Golf is fucking hilarious.
I fucking love John Golf. You think he's fucking hysterical?
He's fucking hilarious.
No, he is. We all agree. No, there's kind of a universal beauty. AC. I know it's subjective,
but like for example, like me, like there's people that say Dave Chappelle's not funny. I think he's fucking hilarious. Okay,
it's great.
I personally like him.
There's contrarian people, right?
There's a comedian that's kind of like a dry humor. He's kind of a political comic. His name is Steve Hotstedler, and I think he's funny. I enjoy his content. But once again, I've heard people say, "Well, I don't like his stuff. I don't like his stuff. Like he's not funny. He's not funny at all." And that's all I was going with it. Just it's different for everyone else.
You're right. There's a general majority, but there's extremes, and this guy is so extreme bad. I've never seen anybody this bad before. How many people do I not? I let most people come up for a second chance. You got to see how you don't know. You see how that was his best. AC. He'll never get better than that. Believe me, he'll just get worse. So it's kind of it's not a bit. It's interesting that I can find somebody so boring, and usually I can you can work with people, bring out something, but he's so zero. His persona is bad. His other characters, his real self, there's nothing good. I'm sorry. I know you find a little good. There are exceptions, and this guy is truly horrible and awful. And but I brought him up to prove to you how it's interesting that somebody can be so bad, right? But that only works for 5 minutes. It's like kind of a gimmick. Once you get that, you just want to say, get the fuck out of here, right? You're too nice. AC's too nice. Sorry.
Well, I don't know about the nice part.
Well, you're very tolerant. No, that's a good thing. Like, I don't like panels, AC, because the truth is, I want to, if someone's going to take my time, be better. But sometimes I'll go on a panel and the etiquette you wait. They're so bad. I'm just thinking, let me get the fuck out of here. But I don't want to insult, because out of 6 people, maybe a couple will be really good. The law of averages, right? Unless you got regulars. So I don't want to waste my time on listening to an idiot. But you don't want to be rude. Maybe that's why I have so few loyal people. I'm too mean or something. I don't know. But I got exiled, and why did you come over? You're too good for me. You're too good for the show.
Well, one, I didn't know that. I guess you don't have access to your other channel anymore, so I didn't even know you were live. And I was over at Tonics, and he mentioned that you were live, and I was like,
what
"Oh,
a
fuck!"
nice guy.
I didn't even know. I didn't know you were live, guy. So I was tuning in for a minute. I saw Exiled up here, and I said, "Well, let me go jump over there and say hi to everybody."
People want to just tear this guy down, and yet how many people would do something like that? I like the guy, but it interests me how people don't want you to like him for ridiculous reasons. Oh, a year and a half ago, he said something bad about his mom. Come on. The guy's entertaining. He's funny, and he sent you over. That's pretty cool, don't you think?
Yeah, I like Tonic. I know some people don't.
I do too.
I happen to like the guy. I don't know.
Well, I didn't used to
find the good in people. There's a lot of people that don't like Asmar. I like the guy.
Well, by reputation, Asmar's never did anything to me, but I don't know. So many people dislike him. Maybe I should give him a chance. I don't know. He's been on here once or twice. It was fine. It's just so many people, like, you have to listen to sometimes the mob, right? Join the mob. He might be okay if you like him.
Well, fellas, I got a situation to deal with in another community.
Yeah, if you want to go off, AC, really too big.
Hold on. Exile, where you headed to?
Community that I keep safe from our community, AC.
Oh, come on.
Come on, tell AC. Nobody's here.
I only share this stream with few people, AC. Sorry, bro.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna stream, or I'm gonna find some streams to go and jump into. I don't know. Maybe I'll find one to go porn bomb or something.
Oh no, don't do that.
Hey, Shizzle's over there talking about your boy What's True.
Nah, I ain't fucking with that.
How are you doing? How are you doing, AC? I haven't talked to you in a long time. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Like I said, just moving forward with the shit show, and
I don't like you saying that. See, I disagree. If people are entertained by it, it's not a shit show because entertaining is worth it. Really, I know you do that.
But at the same time, it being a shit show, there's always some shit that's going on. Might be some drama, might be some infighting.
That's not shit. That's people get some kind of need from watching that conflict. It's got values, what I'm saying. So you're telegraphing to the people who put time to watch you that it's shit.
But why can't it be a shit show and still have value?
Because shit is feces, which is waste. If it's waste, you don't want to do. It's not a good thing. Shit is. I thought about this, that I try to be so cool in life, and I do, and especially when I was 16 or 17. But shit restricts our freedom because we always got to do it. So I don't like it for a lot of reasons. You want to be cool. You're with a beautiful dame, and then you got to go piss or something. It's very restrictive. It's very degrading in a way, don't you think? There's not true freedom because you got to go do the waste. I have too much time on my hands. I'm sorry. So go do your shit show. Thank you so much for coming up, man. I don't want to keep your time.
Oh yeah,
you're too good. Can I come on your show? I want to come on your show. I want to start having fun with fun people.
Hey, look, I leave the link there for everyone. So if I'm live and you want to stop by, go by all means. We've had everyone up from 10th Man to you've been over there.
Yeah, I think I can't.
We've had Tonic, Andrew. People from other communities have been up there. So. I don't
think
mind.
I'm self-sabotage. Usually I go to the shows where people have 3 or 4 views. I keep away from the shows that will help me. But maybe I'll check it out. I like Tonic a lot, so maybe you and Tonic. So thanks a lot, man. Serious. I always have fun with you on. So if you want to take off, go.
Later, guys.
Bye. Later, guy. He's good. It makes me feel good that people I like will show up. They don't show up for clout. But 9 people, I've always been very lucky with guests. I really have. And fuck, there's a little show today. Got some great people, and I get to be sincere. I've always liked AC, his laugh. ASMR, I don't know. I've heard some bad things, and he's not as good as AC, but it's fun when you have these people come on who are really funny, and he's happy. Like AC is a happy guy. I've had enough unhappy people. Who's this? Who are you? Do I know you? Okay, but are you a porn bomber? Let me get that. This might be a new person who I like. Let me get a. There's freedom in not being a big show. Yeah, I want to be a big show, but it matters. But who's this guy? Oh, I got it. Who are you?
You know my name, bitch.
Is it asshole? Is it rectum sucker? Is that your name? It fits.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm whatever you want me to be, bitch.
I want you to be gone, bitch. You are. No, I just did that. Oh, you took off, coward. That was good. I didn't know the guy, but that was a funny thing, No, it's getting late. I like the middle of the night, but I just want to go off. I've been on too much, but not really. And I'm serious about the shit show, and everybody hears this. It's not shit if people are entertained by it. Fuck. I know people say that a shit show is a boring show. Boring's the worst. Even laugh at me, laugh with you, have good people up, but this underwear man, this foreman, I wasn't kidding. And AC want to be nice, but the same guy. Okay, let's see if he can do a new thing. I don't think he can porn bomb. Hello, what do you want to do?
Are you fucking retarded, dude? They called it a shit show because it implies that it's fun.
Oh no, you got your way up. Fuck.
And it's a good time. Shit show, you take it too literally, dude. There's something wrong with your brain.
Robin Gross said, "Why do we bring people up?" I'm serious.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but dude, she probably likes me more than she likes you. Shut the fuck up. You don't get it, dude. Shit show means it's gonna be fun. We're all gonna have a good time and let loose and blossom.
Yeah, but there's a devaluing.
It doesn't mean there's gonna be literally shit.
No,
do you know, like when your brain goes to the literal shit, there's something wrong with your brain.
Dude, I get it.
It's a funny title, and the fact that you got cut up on the word shit means you just don't get it. You don't get the jokes. That's why you gotta do some weird. You don't have a show, do you?
AC don't come on your
show. Yeah, no, I got a show. I've done plenty of streams. I've probably done more streams than you have.
You've done a lot of streams, but you're not memorable. I don't remember anything. You're always.
I'm not trying to be memorable. I'm just trying to tell a fucking idiot that he just doesn't get the joke.
Here's why
Dan, you just don't get the joke.
I especially don't like.
That's why you get so mad.
I don't know who you are.
That's why you rage kick people, because you don't get the joke and you got to kick them.
No,
everybody else is laughing except for you.
Dude, I never rage quit personally. I'm not.
Hey,
I don't want to spend time on them.
No, you rage kick people because you don't get the joke, and everybody's laughing when you just because you're a fucking idiot and you don't get it.
But
that's why you got to do some weird therapy, serious show. Someone cracks a joke and you can't handle it.
There's nothing wrong with serious. But you're so unsuccessful. But you're reviewing me.
Hey man, I made $1,600 today.
You're gonna say sucking dick, right?
No, but I really didn't make that. I'm not gonna tell you how I make my money, bitch. But I didn't make that money. That's
dude. Look,
I may have not sucked dick. I may have fabricated that part.
I'll talk to you, but you just don't. You're not entertaining. I tried.
I'm not trying to be entertaining. Really I'm just trying to tell a fucking idiot that he's an idiot.
I tried. There's plenty of shows to go on.
You failed me, Sam. You have failed me.
The whole game. You're David Walsh. Go pretend you're good. David Walsh is a pretender.
Are you gonna rage kick me now?
Well, I'm not doing anything right now. My wife's not here, so I'll talk to you.
Get your wife in. Is your wife hot?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She have big
That's
tits?
why I get jealous. She's very. I didn't go 16 hours in a plane to just get an ordinary woman. And Americans have such value that, of course, I'm going to get a pretty woman. I rode her for a year. I did it clean.
You rode her? You rode her like a horse?
Rode her like a letter dummy. So you can't even make it funny.
You mean that thing that boomers do with like ink and paper? Gross.
Well, I think all ages do it, but B-Sox is doing it right now.
Nah, that's only something that boomers do, dude. I don't think anybody else writes letters anymore.
Is B-Sox a boomer? It's 24.
Yeah. He's kind of a zoomer. He's more of a zoomer.
Doing that.
I don't want to talk about B-Sox.
Conversation is hard with you. Why don't you leave the conversation and maybe it'll get better? Go ahead.
Are you gonna rage kick me?
Not right now. It's not rage, it's boredom. No,
So you really don't get the whole. You don't get why they named their show "Shit Show." You really think it's a bad marketing strategy?
Well, I don't think I'm marketing. I think we're too small to engage in that. No, it devalues. It's funny for a time or two.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's saying the value is shit. It has
no, it's not that literal, dude.
It's not literal
that at all. When you say the shit show, it means that we're all going to get together and it's going to be a crazy time and it's going to be fun. You don't know what to expect.
It's not crazy.
It doesn't imply that it's going to be shitty. Like your definition of the word shit in that context is incorrect.
It's like people say they party, but it's not really a party. They sit around. We've had, I don't know if you had parties when you were young.
Now you're saying parties aren't real parties because people don't really party?
Not on the internet. No, I don't think you have a real
No, dude,
party
I think what's wrong, Sam, is I think you were the kid that never got invited to parties.
No,
have
I
you ever
had
been
my
to a real
social
party?
group. That's not true at all.
Oh,
no.
Social group, like a youth group at church?
Kind of funny. No, I'm kind of funny.
You're like the kids that your parents allowed you to hang out with because they knew that they
well, my
chaperone.
parents were restrictive like that. Yeah,
I don't care about I don't care about that shit.
Well, then why bring it up?
This isn't a therapy session.
It is whatever we make it, man.
Yeah, you turn everything into a therapy session. Nah, but you talk like a chick, dude. I don't want to talk about that gay shit.
You're very anti-woman, you know.
Well, I'm not anti-women. I like fucking women.
You always take jabs at women.
No, I just don't like talking to them. I think they have value. They just don't have value when it comes to talking. You want to go into
this act where you're going to degrade women, but you don't got a woman.
Fuck that. They love it. Sam, you might have a hot American chick if you learn how to.
There's something wrong with you.
Because I don't want one right now, dude. I've got plenty of other shit going on.
Like what?
I've had women.
Like what? No, I believe you've had women, but you can't keep them. Right?
I can keep them, dude. I just get bored. No, I get bored of them, and I got discarded. I get bored of them. They get boring.
Which is interesting because I find you boring.
And it's like, oh, boring. They start talking, and then I gotta like listen or at least pretend to listen.
There's something very wrong with you that you're not telling me. Right?
I'm being facetious, you dumbass. God damn it! You might be
facetious is supposed to be funny. You don't make me laugh.
Well, that's subjective.
Anna does. AC does. You don't. I'm sorry. You have plenty of shows to go on, man. Why do you keep coming back to be smashed? Interesting.
Because I think you're interesting. Because you're delusional and it's fun to talk to you.
Well, why don't you ask me questions? Nobody asked me questions. I can't.
Yeah, dude. I asked you the other day why your last wife left you, and you wouldn't answer me because it was personal. Even though you feel fine asking that question.
She didn't leave me, so that's a wrong presumption to begin with.
You left your wife?
Dude, it petered out.
Don't dare say it was mutual. Don't even say it was. Marriages don't peter out. What are you fucking talking about?
They do. Have you been married?
That's just because you can't accept the fact that your wife left you because you're a piece of shit.
She didn't leave me.
No, dude, you're in denial. You're clearly in denial.
I would have kept the family going for my kids.
Are you really saying that your marriage just petered out? Like it was just like a relationship.
Passion. A lot of the passion left.
Your marriage was just a fling, a summer fling, and you guys just went back to your normal life.
I had children by her. Dude.
Okay, so your kids, how do they interpret that? How do your kids interpret your marriage just petering out? Your kids are probably like these
young children
are probably like these adults are acting more childish than we are.
No, they get hurt, dummy. It's not.
Yeah, and you have 2 masters in psych and ed, and you
I can't even talk. Can we talk about something else other than my kids?
I
I'll
like
talk
talking
about my
shit to you. I'm
divorce.
not talking about your kids. Shut the fuck
It's
up.
too
Don't even say that.
painful. No, I'll
I'm
remove
talking about
it.
your
It's too
marriage,
painful.
your failed marriage that you were because you were a piece of shit.
It was
Your
failed.
first wife, and you're in
I could
denial
have
now.
been
That's where
better.
all this.
Yeah, there's truth.
That's
There's
where
some
all this
truth.
delusion comes from. Your guilt complex because you were a failed patriarch.
Dude, I'm too privileged or something. I should be nicer, you know.
Fuck that, dude. You do the same thing to your guests.
But
Give me a
you
break.
don't keep women. Some of my relationships were pretty long. You don't.
I
seem
keep
to have any.
women. I keep women tied up in my basement.
You have a problem with women, obviously.
Fuck that, dude. Women love it.
Really do.
Women love it when you talk like that, dude. You just have never hooked up with a hot chick that has a sense of
Sometimes
humor.
if you don't get along with your mom, you won't like women.
Don't talk about my mom. Ugh.
Well, I'm
Gross.
asking.
We're
Your
talking
mom's
about
gross?
chicks.
Dude,
Yeah, dude,
I
she's a
have trouble
boomer.
with my. What's wrong with a boomer?
Boomers are
I don't
gross,
get it.
dude. You didn't know. Oh, because you are one, so of course you don't know. Of course.
No,
What am
why
I
are they
asking?
gross? Why are they gross?
Because they're old and saggy and stupid and
Well, you got a
demented
point, but I mean, they're not.
fucking gross, dude.
They're not. I don't think they're gross, but
Fuck that, it's
physically they
disgusting. Have you ever
degrade.
seen
for sure.
Have you ever seen a boomer naked? That's fucking disgusting.
Dude, in Las Vegas,
It's
you
like
go to the
looking
pool
at
and there's
dude.
all
It's
these
clear
old
that
men with hair. You
if
know,
you ever see a
but
boomer
that's
naked, it's clear that humans were not meant to live that long. We're supposed to die at 50 tops.
interesting. Why do people get gray hair?
They're not
Maybe you're
supposed to,
right.
dude. We have this like science thing that makes us
No, I
live
think
long
there's
and
probably some
miserable.
truth in that, right? Isn't there some truth in that? I
Yeah,
guess.
shut the fuck up. It's all theoretical. It's not truth.
No,
Don't go
I
around
think
claiming you know truth. That's gay.
no, I think probably because of science or whatever they live longer, but it seems
Yeah,
like most people
theoretical.
were.
There's no truth in that. Sam,
Sure, there is.
you know
You
what
just
hubris
said
is?
it. I agreed with you.
Do you know what hubris is?
It doesn't mean I want old people to die. I'm just saying
Oh, I'd
evolutionary.
love to see. Yeah, well, clearly God wants old people to die. What do you think? What do you think Corona was all about? COVID-19.
Well, I
I mean,
think
it may
the
have been the
sperm.
Chinese, but
I think old people don't repopulate. So, in an
and they drain
evolutionary
our medical
sense,
resources. They spend all our money.
that's
They
the
keep
truth.
all the nice things to them. They hoard all the nice things so that we live in little squalor
What
fucking
I said
apartments.
was about COVID.
I think it is very
I
logical
don't
to
want
kill boomers.
I don't want old people to die, but in the sense of evolutionary, that it's not. I don't want them to die, but there's kind of
But
a
they
cleansing
should.
process.
What you're
because
saying,
of,
what you're saying is you
no,
don't
they
want them
shouldn't.
to, but you know
No.
they should. In terms of
No, I'm
evolution,
saying
it would be a
an
necessary loss. It would be addition by
no.
subtraction.
Look, they do have a lot of the money for sure, right? They have
I'm
most
gonna
of the
get put
money.
on a boomer list.
Dude,
What?
I don't want them to die, but if anybody dies, it should be old people, not young people,
I agree.
right? Well, of course. But it
Well,
doesn't
and
mean I
stupid
want
young
my.
people. There are plenty
Right.
of stupid young people that can die too. I don't care.
I don't.
Let's
There's
keep them.
nothing
Like I'm
worse than a
pro-abortion.
child
I'm
dying.
not pro-life. I'm pro-abortion. So like we can
No,
kill. If the kid
I'm
if
not.
the
I'm
kid's not wanted by the
anti-abortion, but I
mom, I
get.
think the mom should kill it. Because if the mom
mm.
doesn't kill it, if she's not willing to take care of her offspring, then I'm gonna have to end up paying for it.
It's like you're
I ain't down with
devoid of
that.
compassion. Why are you so cold, man?
It's a stick. Give me a fucking break. We're on the
It's
internet.
a shtick. Yeah, but I don't
Yeah,
want
that's
shtick.
your word, right?
Go to
Isn't that
David
your thing?
Waltz. It's all shtick. You have plenty
Dude,
of
you can't
places.
have comedy without a stick. Every comedian has their stick. All right, get used to it if
Most
you want
of
to be
it,
a
but I
comedian.
try. I don't know.
You're way too serious, man. You need to learn. You need to learn a little bit about just taking it easy.
I can
and
be funny. I just don't feel funny, so I'm
nah,
not going to
dude.
take it. You know.
You're too serious. You're too full of like guilt and shame from your first marriage. I think you got to move on,
Let me
buddy.
think. Yeah, I do feel
definitely.
bad. Yeah, but my
Yeah.
kids, right?
You
for
lost your
sure.
sense of humor, dude. I'm
I'm
sorry,
not
but you're
gonna.
gonna have to redo
No,
that.
this isn't about sense of humor right now. I don't feel funny. It's middle of it.
That's
It's
what
late.
that's what feeling funny
I don't
is, a
fake.
sense of humor. That's exactly what it is. Feeling
To
funny
me, it's a feeling. I feel
is
funny.
synonymous
So
with a sense of humor.
isn't that
Do you listen
interesting?
to yourself sometimes? Do you just
Yeah, I
kind of like
do.
spew out?
No, I listen to it. I mean,
You're very
what happens
tangential.
is I'm bored by other people, and I go listen to it,
I
and
know
it's
it's my
good.
fault. I know it's my fault that you can't seem to focus because I'm boring.
Yeah, I'm too hard on you. I'm sorry. I
Hard
am.
on.
Yeah, I feel bad for you.
That's all right, dude. You don't have to feel bad for me. I'm tall, I'm hot, I'm young, I'm
I
athletic. I
just
got
don't
good
know
things
what you
going
want.
for
But
me.
yeah, but you're not that
I got
young. You're 32.
$1,600 in the bank, dude. I'm doing way better than you. I get hot pussy. I don't have to give my wife
when was the last time
$5,000 just to fuck
you have
me.
love? You don't have
I got
love?
love, yeah. I love myself, usually in the morning and sometimes at night.
You're still doing shtick. I'm trying to have I like conversations, I really do, but you won't have it. You're not good at it.
No, dude. I just think that your kinds of you just have the fucking women conversations that turn into therapy. It's like, dude, I don't want to talk about your personal life and all of your gay.
I like
you think is
listening to
interesting.
people. That's not therapy. Most
Boring,
people
dude.
don't.
I think that's just boring. Dude. I want to hear some funny shit. Tell me some funny, fucked up shit.
Okay, well, why don't you do it?
This is the internet. I don't log on the internet to have like a therapy session with some random dude I'd never met before. Fucking weird. I'd rather just shoot the shit and say some funny shit.
I think it's for 35-year-olds. If you look at the demographics,
most boomers, yeah, you're a boomer guy.
You know that, right? No, it's 30.
Well, 35-year-old women. You're more for women, dude.
You're
a couple. Like all the therapy talk, dude. That's women.
It's not therapy, dude. You have nothing about therapy.
Give me a break, dude. You go around diagnosing people with shit and like analyzing people's relationships.
Well, yeah.
An opinion? Come on. And then you back it up with 2 masters in psych and ed.
Dude.
So it's not just an opinion because you're an expert.
Here's a rocket.
Oh, no way. I guess it would be your professional opinion.
Get a job.
Give me a fucking break. You're a fraud.
I'm not a professional. No, I'm not a fraud.
You're a pretentious fraud. Fuck that.
Well,
give me a break.
I might be pretentious.
Someone as angry and fucked up as you should not be
respond? You don't know how to have a conversation. Do you know?
No, but you shouldn't be practicing therapy or psychology when you're that. No,
you shouldn't practice therapy. I'm not licensed.
Not to mention armchair therapy. Psychology is unethical. They tell you. I took Psych 101. Dude, the first thing they say is you don't go around diagnosing your friends and family because it's unethical.
Correct.
If you're not in the correct setting, the correct context, and the right person, especially if you're related to the person,
there needs to be a safe therapeutic environment. You're right, of course.
Yeah, and you're not the person that can provide that. So the only reason why you do it is because you think you can make money off of it. You're a social capitalist.
Okay,
you just do it because you think it'll advance your status in the YouTube game.
Dude, I don't ask for money.
You do it for views. You do it for likes. You do it for attention.
No, I don't. If I did it for views,
you don't do it to help the people that are listening. You're not actually trying to help anybody. You're just going around getting. That's just your way of getting attention.
That's not. The goal is that.
And dare I say, Sam, is that your stick? Being some like pseudo therapist on the internet, is that your stick? Because you can't come up with a better one.
No, I'm
interested. Is that who you really are, though?
Why are you so aggressive, man? I'm not being aggressive with you.
I think you're a stupid piece of shit.
Well, no, you don't care what I think. I don't take money.
I like calling people stupid pieces of shit. I think it's fun.
But it's not fun. You're very passive aggressive. There's something wrong with you. You're very angry.
I'm not passive. I'm aggressive.
What are you so angry at?
No, you're passive aggressive, Sam. I'm aggressive. You're passive aggressive. You're the one that like cloaks your insults and
aggressive. I can't.
You cloak your insults and compliments. You go to people like. What's a good example? When you,
I like these people.
You pretend to be nice, and then you insult people. It's the weirdest. And then you have the audacity to call me passive aggressive,
dude.
I'm aggressive. When people piss me off, I let them know.
Too much. I'm naive. I like them too much.
No, that's just the front, so they're not mean to you. Give me a fucking break. Don't be a pussy.
They are mean to me.
That's why you try to be so nice. Is because it's just a front, so they're not mean to you.
Who am I nice to? I'm nice to the people I like, not you.
Learn to have real conversations and not therapy.
I have long conversations, but you don't.
Yeah, and they're boring and gay. And there's a reason why only fat old women listen to them.
Then why come back here?
Because I like talking shit to you.
I was interesting before. Now you contradict yourself. You're very
inauthentic I never said you were interesting. I don't think you're interesting. I like talking shit to you.
You're like,
it's fun.
Well, that's interesting.
Because you don't have a sense of humor.
I have a great sense of humor, but you have
you lost your sense of humor long ago.
You're not funny, dude. I'm sorry. You're not. Some people do shtick and they're funny, but you're not a funny guy. You know that about yourself, surely.
I know. I'm having fun.
You do care. Are you that guy who wants to be better? You get the guys who just want.
No, let me be more specific. I don't care that you don't think I'm funny.
Okay.
And not to mention all the chicks in your chat are fucking fat, so I don't care about them either. You need more hot people around
women.
you.
So that means you've been rejected.
No, I don't like fat, ugly old women. I don't like I don't like the fat, old, ugly ones that are out of eggs and now they're just spreading their.
I wonder why you don't like women. So you have bad experiences with.
No, I like the hot ones that are into me.
What?
No, I like the hot athletic ones that aren't going around whining all the time. But the ones that are like destroying our
okay, but why don't
culture,
you have one then? Then why don't you have a hot
I've
one?
had them before. Maybe another one will come along soon. But
when was the last time?
I'm not going to get into therapy talk with you, man. Come on, that's gay.
No, it's just
don't ask
talking
about that
about
gay
you.
shit. I've already answered that question with you.
Because you don't give yourself. That's why you're not a streamer. You're all.
We already got past that in the therapy. All right, we're way past my relationships.
Dude, it's
all
not
right,
therapy. You don't know anything.
Let's move on to my mom because that's what really matters, right? In therapy.
Well, I'm trying to find out what you don't seem to like. You always go after women. You think it's funny
because they get the most hysterical and they respond the funniest, and it's
like your
fun
mom
for me.
who gave you life. Really?
Yeah, and she gave me my sense of humor too, so you can blame her for that.
But you don't have a sense of humor. You're the serious.
Exactly. Neither did my mom.
You're not funny. But I'm not the only one. Robin Gross and
I'm not the only
David
one.
Like you. Does David like you? I've
I
seen you
don't
over
care,
there.
dude. I don't care if another dude likes me. All I care about is.
Well, on air, who likes you on air?
I don't fucking know because I don't ask people that question because it's weird to go around saying I like this person, I don't like this person. Adults don't talk like that, dude. That's how kids talk. That's how my nephews talk.
Man.
I like this person. I don't like this person. I like this person. Adults don't talk like that, you fucking idiot.
You
can be more descriptive and creative how you describe people instead of going to the binary terms.
You know what? You really do need
evil,
therapy.
Bad, sad. You're mad. Dude, you can come up with
Some
better.
People are evil here.
Adjectives.
You don't think so?
What's that?
Some people are evil here.
Don't be so dramatic, dude. You don't know what evil is good is. Give me a fucking break.
Why do you don't even know
You know
me?
what hubris is?
Questions.
You know what hubris is? I'm asking you a question right now. What's hubris?
Yeah, it's pride. It's too much pride.
No, but it's more specific than that. It's not just pride.
Is it a Latin word?
I'm not asking that. Don't answer my question with another question just because you can't answer
Why
it.
are you so directive? Are you always bossy? People don't like that.
Oh,
you're very insecure.
You're projecting.
You're very
insecure. I'm not bossy. I'm just talking shit, dude. You're the one that bosses people around. Give me a fucking break.
I'm trying to find out what's wrong with you, dude. I'm trying to help you.
Why? You're not my therapist.
I'm
I have a YouTube show where you're funny.
I'm not doing therapy. I'm just trying to help you.
Why do you want to know what's wrong with me so you can exploit it? You fucking weirdo.
No, you have no worth to
exploit.
No,
That's exactly what you're doing. You do the gotcha game. It's gotcha gay apps. You find out what's wrong with people so you can use it against them later in conversation.
I can help you.
You do that all the time, dude. The minute you start losing an argument, you go to people's fucking past sins that happened years ago. You do it all the time. The minute you bring Rev on and he starts making you mad, you go,
Rev's a bad
porn
guy.
bomb, so you're evil. And then you kick him.
Porn bombing is pretty bad.
You're a weirdo, man.
Do you know Wendy? Do you know Wendy?
That shit was hilarious. Yeah, Wendy's just a fucking weirdo.
But she's
Wendy, I don't care, dude. It's YouTube, it's the internet. Wendy's some fucking weirdo with weird eyes.
I think this is important.
She's gonna get trolled. If you're gonna white knife for her, then you're wasting your time.
But it's decency.
Dude,
I know she's trolled.
No, dude, this is the internet, dude. Quit the whole fucking
listen. This
self-righteous
is important
bullshit.
to Wendy.
If you're gonna start calling the cops on people for not being decent,
I've never
dude,
called. I've never struck. You're talking to the wrong guy.
You're a Karen.
Talking
you promulgated all that fucking Lay Geno.
I'll be a Karen.
You know, reporting him to the authorities because he's a
Why are you
pedophile.
so manic right now? Why are you so manic?
I'm not being manic. I'm just being an
Let's
asshole.
have a conversation. Why can't you? I'm not yelling or anything. So
right,
you're going too quick. Slow it down. Slow it down.
Sorry, Sam. You just piss me off. People like you really piss me off.
Why?
Because you're fucking fraud. You're phony. You're phony.
They call
you're
that,
a fucking fraud.
No,
you go on YouTube saying you have 2 master's degrees in therapy and psych.
I do.
And then you try to fucking exploit people's. You know it's unethical to use that.
Give me a minute. I want you to hear this point.
And you find out people's.
You're not letting me respond to you. Just let me respond. It's called a conversation. I'll bring you up, or you can go up. Because I'm being so calm. I'm looking at your transference. I'm like neutral. So the fact you're so angry at me gives me a lot of insight into you. Now that's not therapy, but it is a therapeutic technique that I'm obviously not yelling at you. So you getting angry is called transference. You see, you're transferring your anger onto me. You're really angry at other things. but you won't become clean. It could be a person in your life. It could be your circumstance, because you reach
No, it's
32
just you,
and you
Sam,
don't
dude.
see
I'm actually, dude. No, you don't understand. You're in denial, Sam.
Well, I don't
Plenty of people have
understand.
told me the
That's
past
true.
couple of days. The way that you treat people on your show, man. I have every right to get pissed at you. You just,
Most
you just
people
don't know
won't
how to
even
react
have
to it.
Rev on, but I still will. Do you know that? He's
We're
very
not talking about
unpopular.
Rev, man. We're talking about you. Don't deflect.
Well, you're talking about how I don't care about people or help people. I help Rev.
I just think your whole strategy is to like play the gotcha game. You find out, people's
There's no
demons.
strategy. I used to do
It's politics.
segments.
It's like politics, though. It's like you go after their character so that whatever they say doesn't matter, and then you get to take the high ground because you have your
you're
master's
not
degrees.
true. I go after
Dude,
you because you are
people.
a
Dude, I was
character.
in debate. I did debate too, dude. I know how people like you function.
There's no debate.
It's not a matter of finding interesting conversation. It's about you elevating yourself above your guests because that's how you think you can divide and conquer.
I don't know where your anger comes from. And
it just comes from interacting with you, dude. You're just a fucking terrible person.
But
dude,
I'm
quit
not.
deflecting. Quit. You're in denial, man. There's
So
clearly
that
a pattern of behavior.
that you think you're terrible.
More than
you're
one
a terrible
people.
person.
I'm not the only person saying this, man.
A lot
it's a pattern
of people.
of behavior. How you treat people on your show.
Well, who are the people? Let's look at their credibility.
You do chaos.
People?
You're a fucking chick.
Dude, you don't like
dude,
women.
You talk like
I know
a
you
chick.
don't like. It's obvious. You're always putting down women, right? It's not one.
Whatever.
Time.
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's funny.
Probably
Whatever.
You got hurt. Maybe.
Okay, here we go. More therapy. Trauma. Let's talk about some fucked up shit that happened in your childhood. Dude, that's not how dudes talk to each other.
But
that's not how adults.
Jeremy, here's the thing. Because I have to, because your strategy is to keep talking. You ask me such personal questions, but you don't share. And part of the reason why I share is that I ask people questions that mean something. This is my time, Jeremy. So I want it to mean something, but you don't get that because you're so angry. And I'm just trying to get to the anger because it's stopping. If you want to be on air, you should be good. It's stopping you from being on air. It's too thick. Anger can be a good thing, but not your kind, because it's anger directed at yourself. You're so angry at yourself. If you be angry at me, but it's got to be real. And I'm being nice to you right now. I'm listening. I'm calm. So you can't look at yourself.
For me, being nice means you're just being real.
We have to be nice, just be honest. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I don't think you're that either.
But why would I care? You have no credibility because you don't share. You're so angry. I can't get through that. It's not fun. You're kind of angry is not fun. A ranting, that's better. You're just angry, man, and that's how you come off.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing. And also, you got to understand that, like, I don't respect you or your show, so I really don't care about how your audience experiences this.
Because you don't respect yourself.
You can't like yourself. Well, no, as someone, because I don't like you, so I'd actually rather do a bad job. I'd rather do a bad job on your show, so that the show is bad. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Right. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not.
You want to do a bad job.
I'm not self-sabotaging.
You want to do a bad
sabotaging.
Job. But that's what I say. You do a bad job. Why would I want to have you?
I don't know.
Your goal
still
is
on.
faulty cognition.
You had me on for like a good 30 minutes now, so I'm doing something right.
Nothing's going on. I'm going to bring up Cool Boy and mute you or something because Cool Boy's better than you.
Are you going to mute me or are you going to kick me?
No, I don't want to. Why don't you talk to Cool Boy then? Maybe he'll be good.
Nah.
I'll even get
I like
off.
talking shit to you. No, dude, I just like talking shit to you, man. I'm not looking to meet some new people.
Well, I thought you were bored.
I'm certainly not cool, so I'm not going to try to be cool.
Is that you? Cool Boy.
Hi, Sam.
Who is that?
It's Cool Boy.
You don't sound like Cool Boy.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
are you
there
professional
you go.
Cool Boy?
This guy is attacking me. Would you talk to him and defend me, please?
Yeah, why are you talking to Sam?
Nah, he's a little bitch. Nah, he's just a little bitch. I like calling out little bitches.
Okay. Sam's all right.
Anyway, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
He's terrible. He's the best. Who's worse than this guy? Cool boy. Really? I'm serious.
I don't think
so
he's bad,
angry.
Sam. He seems
Dude,
like a
he's
nice
so
enough
angry
guy.
at himself. Anger.
Sam, you got a lot of people angry at you right now.
Well, dude, for
that's
4.5 years.
This kind of turned into
Cool
a
boy.
pattern of behavior, Sam.
4.5 years.
Well, there's
right?
smoke, there's fire. Which I have no problem with you, Sam. I think you're.
I have no
small
problem
guy.
with you. I think you're not meeting your potential. And I want to support you. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, thank you, Sam.
I mean, I have 8 people watching me. That's not
pretty
good,
good.
but at least it's not 3. You know, you deserve
That's
better
pretty
than
good.
3
Thank
because
you.
you're new.
Hey,
Sam, I was wondering.
Are any of them hot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
a
we
bunch
got
of
some
hotties
hotties
watching. You got some bitches.
I'm sorry, dude.
watching
It's
right
Saturday
now.
night.
Be good with Cool Boy. I'll get off.
Don't tell me to be good. That's gay.
So anyway, I was gonna read some poetry. Is that cool with you?
No, that's gay too.
I actually am a good judge of poetry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's even gayer.
You know, I got into university because I got
Judging
a
poetry,
poem published in the New
judging
Yorker
poetry is gayer
magazine at
than
19.
writing poetry.
Cool boy. That's how, because I didn't graduate, so I got a
How do you
GED.
judge poetry? Oh, that's a good poem. That's a bad poem.
Well,
you
I got
you
a
didn't
published
rhyme enough in
poem.
that
That's
poem.
pretty good. Did you get any
Isn't
poetry
it
published?
subjective though? How can you be a good
Yeah,
judge of something
poetry is
that's
subjective. Sure. Yeah.
Everything's
It is. It's
subjective
an
if
art
you think
form.
about
You
it.
can't
But
be a
there's
good
a
judge of it.
universal appreciation. Out of 100 people,
Pretentious.
99 people might agree on a poem, and that's one measurement, right? So go ahead,
Sam,
Cool Boy.
I'm a good judge of tits.
Wish you're a good judge of humor of yourself. Go ahead, Cool Boy. I want to hear the poem, really. I'll remove you if you don't listen. In fact, I'm going to remove you anyway. I'm just bored of him. Go ahead, Cool Boy. I don't want him.
All right, here we go. Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. For the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment, and not sorrow, is our destined in our way, but to act, that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our hearts, thou shalt and brave, still like muffled drums are beating, funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present. Heart within, and God, oh here, live of great men. All remind us, we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sand of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life solemn main, or forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait.
Who wrote that?
Henry Wadsworth, Longfellow.
Okay.
I have some more poetries.
Brilliant,
Can I read?
huh? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
He was a New England poet.
How'd he die?
Out of Boston, I think. He was really popular too in his time.
Was he a gay guy?
I don't know much about him.
Most poetry guys are gay, right?
Not really. Ginsberg was. Most weren't gay. No, gay poetry is a big deal, or was a bigger deal. Because books meant more to people. You didn't have competing other mediums. It was a big deal, you know.
It was like going to the movie theater.
Yeah, right. I mean, people paid a lot, read poetry, but I don't think the masses really read poetry ever. Maybe Shakespeare. Shakespeare was popular But poetry has always been kind of a select group of people, right? Few.
Yeah, especially nowadays. It's a dying
I
art
don't think it
form.
ever made money. Poetry doesn't make money. A work of popular fiction like Jaws can make money, but not poetry.
I have more poems. Can I read some more poetry?
No, I don't want to hear them. No.
Maybe we can
if
talk
you
about
write
history.
poetry, I did actually. No one's ever called me on that, but I did get at 19 a poem published in the New Yorker magazine.
You got poetry published in the New Yorker
One poem.
magazine?
Yeah,
one
New
poem.
Yorker.
Read it for us, Sam.
No, because then you know my name.
I won't.
I don't think I ever
poet?
mentioned the magazine.
Are you a famous poet?
No, no, I'm not a famous poet. No,
what year
not
is
at
this,
all.
Sam?
Not at all. No.
What year did you get your poem title in the New Yorker?
Well, I don't want to, because then people would look it up. I don't think I've ever said the name
Why
of the
don't you want to look
magazine
them up if
before.
you're 38?
It was a group of people.
You just have to say the. Okay, go ahead.
It was a group of older people, like when I was a pool boy, and this group of like a communist teacher. And you
had a communist teacher in what the
oh, it's so complicated. No,
early 2000s.
I worked
mid 2000s
as a maintenance and pool boy for the pool boy. Yeah, pool boy. Come to think of it,
it's like
in
cool
Hollywood, and he had a bunch of children. And a couple of his children got interested in me. This was adult, and she was a teacher at, I think it was on Los Feliz, John Marshall High School. And she had sex with me, and she was a real communist.
What? So you're hanging out with a bunch of communists, and
no,
what?
Well,
this.
No,
I'm sorry,
she was
Sam,
a
but
communist.
people were just communists in like the 60s, and
it's not like in the movies. She was a teacher at John Marshall, and her personal politics, she turned out to be a communist. Interesting people. People don't want to hear this. And she was a daughter of this black guy who bought a mansion, an old Hollywood mansion. He got rich through real estate in Watts or something. And he took his money and he bought this old property, and he posted, I needed a job, and he hired me. I later found out it was because he wanted this white boy. It was a weird kind of
like reverse slavery kind of thing.
Not slavery, but status, maybe.
Status.
Because
so
he didn't want any qualifications or any, and I couldn't figure it. And then I got friendly with the family because he had a swimming pool, and tons of people would come by, and I got friendly with some, and they told me this. I said, "Why did he hire me?" What?
Could he swim?
No, he never swam, but
that
he
makes
had
sense.
he had a young wife who was a coke addict that the
Was
family
she white
didn't
or
like.
black?
Black. Oh, the white black.
You had an affair with this lady?
No, the daughter of the man who employed me, who had the old mansion in Hollywood, who made all the money from Watts. Very complicated, but true. Great job. But I met all these people because he wasn't always married to people. Like the communist teacher, this is dramatic and true. He was having an affair with the mother, right? And the mother was this bohemian, I can't say the word.
Oh, like a hippie?
Black poet. No, I don't know. I never met her.
Poet?
No, she was a black poet, but she was.
When I hear bohemian, I think like hippie, commune,
right,
kind of thing.
Artsy.
Yeah.
She was artsy.
I wouldn't think black person though.
I assume she was artsy, and
artsy.
And the daughter. I've told this story. The daughter, of course, she told me that the mom was so artsy. She had all these lovers, right? And she had one lover who kept threatening her. I guess she got rid of him, and they phoned the police and said, "This guy's threatening to kill me." And they said, "Well, no crime was committed." And the next day, he came over and killed the mom. And the daughter went to the bedroom. Yeah.
This really happened.
So what happened was he went to prison, and the mom was dead, and the father didn't adequately provide for the children. And this is the guy I worked for, and she told him sometimes when she was younger, they'd have to go in the dumpster. So this guy probably played around and had all these children. And that's when I came in the picture. And she was a teacher at that point. She used to be. She went to UCLA, very very smart, but she got a job before she became a teacher as a medical, representing some medical company, right? So she would go to the South, and she had a white assistant, and she told me even in this day and age, they tended to address the white assistant, and she let that happen. But she told me about racism really and all that stuff.
In the
very
deep
smart.
South.
But here's yeah, because they would send her to the South. But it gets even weirder. So she would vacation, and she met this white guy in the Navy or something. He was high up, right? And they would vacation and fuck. Get it? And she kind of knew it, but she enjoyed the relationship. I guess she loved him. And then before I came in the picture, he got brain cancer and he killed himself.
Good.
No, it was well. So
why did he kill himself if he had brain cancer? Why didn't he?
Because he was dying. He had terminal brain cancer.
Does brain cancer hurt?
What a good question. But there's not nerves in there, huh?
They say the brain doesn't feel pain like they do surgery.
No, it doesn't have.
People, they play the violin when they poke around in that motherfucker.
Listen.
Woo, woo, woo.
Listen. They do brain surgery when the person is awake because there's no pain receptors in the brain, only the outer skin.
I guess the cancer would probably fuck up your fucking nerves and shit, I would imagine.
It does seizures. I think I remember there's one famous politician, Kennedy, had it. You get seizures and stuff. It fucks up your consciousness, right?
Dude, if I ever got brain cancer, I'd be like, gotta get me a medical marijuana. I'd be like 420, and I'd be smoking weed all the time, man.
I knew another
taking all these
man.
painkillers. I would just take a bunch of fucking fentanyl and heroin and shit.
Actually, my first wife's, one of her relatives got brain cancer. They said they can't do anything with him. He came home and he started saying all these bizarre jokes.
Was he speaking Chinese? Ching chong.
No, he just said bizarre jokes like, "Oh, I'm dying. Aren't I funny?" It was very uncomfortable, and he died. Very sad, man. You don't want
funny though. He's saying goofy shit.
I think he used to be funny. He used to crack jokes all the time, but they were rational.
But so, these are like retard jokes, right?
I wasn't around.
Like he was talking like a cartoon character.
I knew I had known the guy, but not since he got sick and everything.
Yeah.
So, but no, they don't have pain receptors. What they do is when they have a brain operation, usually, so they do anesthetic, they cut through the skin, and when they get to the brain, they have like a roadmap, a diagram, and they apply electrodes to see where the centers of the brain is. So let's say that you put it in the left leg. So you put it in a certain spot, the sensory part of the brain, and the left leg may jump up. So from that, they have a little chart and they map out the brain before they go in and cut out because they want to know what to avoid.
I heard you have to be very careful when they do the brain surgery. They can only work on certain parts. They can't be fucking around.
For sure.
I heard a story about this brain surgeon. He's working on this guy's skull, right? And he hit a part of the guy's brain, and the guy got furious. He just got extremely angry because he touched some
That's
kind
what
of circuitry
I'm talking about.
in there.
Yeah. Let me tell you about our stream having to do with brain surgery. Do you know Wasi Doggy, right?
Yes.
So I used to do a show for our day, so I know this stuff. So Jay,
I'm well aware, Sam. You've told the story
Jay,
many times.
You know Jay?
Producer Jay.
Yeah. I used to call him Righteous Jay, and I did my first show with him, I think. Anyway, he told, and they deleted the interview, so I got serious, and Jay had something on his brain, right?
Something on his mind.
So they had to go in and drill his brain. So Jay told about he was in a chair. The doctor comes in with the drill, and as the doctor, he's awake. I swear he said this, as the doctor's drilling him, they had a conversation about basketball. So what happened was in the hospital after or somewhat, he said the nurse fucked up, which resulted in he's blind in one eye because of that. Yeah, he blamed the nurse. We had a big, long conversation, but I guess it was too personal, but it was on air, so I can say it. And it was a fascinating interview because I just went neutral and he told about this bizarre situation. But
you
I
just
get
put
it.
You put it into cruise control, right?
He had some kind of. You could ask him. He had some kind of growth, and but when they operate, it comes back to the brain that they don't feel pain. So that's why he was.
You don't feel pain in the brain.
No, you don't. That's why they can operate, and the guy's aware. They're conscious sometimes during brain
did you ever
surgery.
watch? I think it's called Hannibal, where the fucking Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah,
he cuts Ray Liotta's head open, and he starts cutting into his brain, and he starts cooking it.
It was in the
Benihana
book
grill
by Thomas. It was this Hannibal Lecter character, and it was written by Harris. Read the book; it's really gruesome.
I heard the books are pretty good, better than the movies.
They always say that incredible. Though. Get the first one, Red Dragon. I think
Red Dragon. Yeah.
They made a movie, but
they made 2 movies about it.
Dude, get the book. The first couple are incredible by Harris.
I'm gonna go to my local library and I'm gonna check that out.
So in the book, it's probably true that the character got revenge by cutting out part of his brain.
Is that what that was all about? I just thought it was fucking crazy to see Hannibal Lecter cut that guy's brain.
No, he was an enemy. He fed the brain to the guy. It was it was in the book too. It was in the book. Really gruesome, but fascinating stuff too, because Hannibal Lecter is a great character.
Oh yeah, one of the greatest. One of the criminal masterminds in
and not the first Hannibal Lecter
cinematic history.
Was brought in Red Dragon. It was played by Brian Fox, who is from Wales or something.
In the first Red Dragon?
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, that one was better. Well, the new one's pretty good too.
No, I think Hopkins, the second one, was good. But
what was the third one with the fucking? It was based off Red Dragon.
Was Anthony Hopkins in the third one? I don't think so.
Yeah, he was in the third one.
Was he? That's the one where they did the brain, though. I thought they cooked the brain.
No, that was Hannibal. Hannibal.
Were there 4 of them? I forget.
Silence of the Lambs. I think it goes Red Dragon and then Hannibal.
Silence of the Lambs was the best. Now I'm remembering.
Silence of the Lambs is probably one of the greatest movies ever made.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
Horror. Yeah.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
As far as it's pretty good, yeah.
Did it win an
Oscar? Let me see this.
It might have won an Oscar for the woman. Did she win?
She won Best Actor. Was it Jodie Foster?
Jodie Foster was in it. Did she win? I forget. She was probably nominated. I don't know if she won the Oscar. Hopkins should have gotten it, but maybe other people were. It was an incredible work of art, and that's why we're talking about it. A movie is probably the hardest thing you can make because it's collaborative. Everything got to be perfect. You have fucked up sound, it wrecks the movie, and there's hundreds of people. It's an incredibly hard thing to do, and most are junk, but you get a Silence of the Ram. You get the great book to begin with, right? And you get a great director, and everything came together.
Oh shit! Hopkins got Best Actor, and
did he win for that one?
Best Actress, yeah.
And she's a lesbian, so that might have been a first lesbian thing too. Jodie Foster, yeah. She was a child actor. She was in one of the best movies of all time. Let me try to remember. It was Taxi Driver.
Yeah, you're good, man. Good one. She was like, well, how old was she in that movie? It was basically, it was weird.
She played a prostitute, right?
Yeah.
Child prostitute.
Then that guy tried to kill fucking Richard Nixon.
It wasn't Richard Nixon. It was a politician.
Oh, no, it was Ronald Reagan he tried to kill.
No. Are you going real life or the movie?
Oh no, real life. That guy, John Hinckley Jr., tried to kill he tried to kill Ronald Reagan to impress Jodie Foster.
Reagan was coming out of a hotel, and what he
got him good. He was fucking.
He nearly died. Yeah, he nearly died. Reagan.
He was all fucked up after that.
It might have been dementia. You know, that's a good point. You're probably right, because he was fucked up, and the agent, if they hadn't gotten him to the hospital quick, he would have died. It turned out, but what happened was that his press agent got shot in the brain, and it was horrible.
Oh, shit! Did that guy die?
No, he had speech problems and all this.
Fuck.
But from that, they made a gun control law and named it after him. It was his press agent. It was like that congresswoman from Arizona. You know, they had the brain injury.
Oh, that
and
lady
they can't
got
talk.
fucked. She's like retarded now, right?
Yeah, he talked like she because the brain is fucked up. You know?
I wish you could. I'll show clips. You should show a clip of that guy that shot her. That's a crazy looking motherfucker right there.
Yeah, for sure, right? But I think he got home visits. Is he gone? I forget. these people, Chapman,
The
and all
crazy
these.
guy.
There's a lot. The guy who killed John Lennon. Some of these
Oh,
guys.
the guy.
Someone got released. You know.
I think John Hinckley Jr. is released now, which is crazy.
There you go. There you go.
I think that one guy's dead. Lennon. Who was that?
Is he dead?
How can I not remember this? He did it because of the Beatles or something else.
Yeah. Why did he had like the Catcher in the Rye in his. Why did he do it? I don't know. I don't remember why he did it.
There was some crazy reason he did it.
Of course, it'd have to be crazy.
Mark David Chapman, NBC.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
They made a movie about him.
Did they?
Yeah, it's pretty.
The problem with making a movie is the like Morrison. They're so charismatic. How do you get an actor who can out charismatic Morrison or Lennon? So in the Doors, people liked it. I thought it was pretty
Val
bad.
Kilmer did an okay job, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't really like that movie.
Remember, I saw Morrison in real life.
What? You saw him in real? Well, when did he die, though, Sam?
Excuse me. I was real. So in
What?
Paris, he's buried in the famous cemetery with Oscar Wilde and all these famous people. So when I was in Paris, I went to this famous cemetery and I approached it, and all these people, like young people, I was young at the time, 20s, were moving, and they were moving not to Oscar Wilde, but to the grave of Morrison. And on top of the grave, people left pubic hair and joints and all kinds of things. And then the police came or whatever and cleared everybody off. But yeah, I like the Doors a lot. And Morrison died of a heart attack, I think, in Paris, and that's where he's buried.
Some people say he's not actually buried there.
We always get those kinds of. But look at the pictures. I like album covers. I used to collect them. So then I saw footage, and he got bloated, Morrison, at the end. And actually, he started on hallucinogenics, and he ended up being a drunk. Fat and bloated. Real life.
Died at 20. Do you think it's worth it, like, to have that kind of lifestyle, and then you die at 27?
Because it might have contributed to the art, right?
Yeah, that's what matters is the art.
Well, that's what happened to. I like my nickname is based on Cobain, and look
now
at Cobain.
Tell the real story about when you actually met Jim Morrison, when he was alive.
So. Oh, I would have liked to. I wasn't alive. He was at the Whiskey a Go-Go in '60s, I think.
Yeah, and you were there too. You would always.
No, I was.
He
was at UCLA. The movie got a lot of it right. It's just that a lot of it.
Did you go to see the movie in theaters?
Well, I had a dame who was USC, and they would play these movies in the. I audited basically. I didn't pay anything, and I saw a lot of movies like Lawrence of Arabia in these classes.
Lawrence of Arabia is a great movie.
It's one of my top movies. Thank you for knowing about it.
Oh yeah.
So I had a movie show. It was discouraging because it doesn't get the interest.
Lawrence of Arabia's got great cutscenes. If you know about filmmaking.
Which
Lawrence
movie?
of Arabia.
Well, it was by David Lean, and probably one of his best movie. And what it did for me, it was movies that affect us. It showed me the scope of the world. That movie, it presents. You don't have to. It's good to travel, but in a sense, when you watch that movie, you travel through the experience. And actually, I look like Peter O'Toole in that movie. People have told me that.
So you look like Peter O'Toole.
Who's an Irish actor, and he's really not blonde. But in that movie, Lawrence of Arabia, when I was younger anyway, I looked like him. Yeah.
You look like, okay.
Peter
what
O'Toole.
Is Peter O'Toole.
People told me.
He's been in a lot of shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He became really famous, but he never made. I think
you look like Peter O'Toole.
Yeah. That in Lawrence of Arabia, that might have been his first and best movie. How can you top that? Some of these people never do. They do an incredible movie, and then how do you follow it? Right? You can't.
Oh, you can't. No.
They're like Spielberg, Jaws. How do you follow Jaws or something?
E.T.
Oh, you know what? How do you follow The Exorcist? That's
who made The Exorcist.
Movies.
That was
if you said the name, I'd get it, but I can't recall it.
That was supposed to be a good book too. I've never read it.
I read it's one of the best books I ever read. Oh, it'll go quick, man. If you don't like reading, but pick up that book. Who's it by? I forget. I read the book. I read The Godfather's a good book too by Puzo.
I don't like the movies. I think they're overrated.
Well, I disagree. I think They're among the top 10. The first two, everybody agrees. The third is kind of shit.
Yeah, the third one was really bad.
But I like, in terms of how Judgment, I like Flashdance is better.
Flashdance is a pretty good movie. I haven't seen that in a long time.
It's manipulative. It shouldn't work, but it does.
Yeah.
And it was cut. It was a very bad movie, and they came in, they edited it, and they brought that music in. It's not a work of art. It's just, to me, it affects me. You see, that's what I base movies on, not what a critic will think, but how does it affect me personally? Because art is a relationship, of course, between the person and the work of art. So you said subjective, absolutely, and projection comes in. E.T. was a great movie for me because E.T. was my father figure. And in that movie,
E.T. was your father figure. You're saying.
In the movie, there was no father. Did you notice that?
E.T. was the father.
Well, he was a father figure, so it was a split family, and here comes E.T. being a father figure to that little boy because the father probably abandoned the family. It was filmed in Chatsworth, which is not too far from Hollywood. It's about 40 minutes.
They're actually going to make a sequel to E.T., and it was going to be called Dark Skies, and it was going to be a horror movie.
Really?
Yeah, but Spielberg's wife read this, or was like, didn't want him to do it.
Well, the problem is that most sequels to great movies, you can't do
that. Sounds like a horror movie based on like Alien. Sounds pretty terrifying.
So it's
like
run,
Aliens,
by
did
movie.
That, but
sequels are made because of money. They have
nowadays, definitely.
No, always, traditionally, always.
Well, Matt Damon said that now their movies suck so bad because back in the day they had DVDs and they could sell, they can make their money back on DVDs, but nowadays they don't have DVDs, so they have to just like, they can't do anything creative. Right. They just have to make like Marvel movies all the time. Just the same
like
old
newspapers
shit.
And the internet. How did the internet make money when most people have stopped reading newspapers and really books? Very few people read books nowadays. There'll always be a few, but not like it was because of the competition and the attention. That's what I like about these streams. You can go off, you can fast forward. I never watch a full stream. Usually, do you?
Oh no, I listen to like 3 streams at one time and just kind of
it's called
in between.
It used to be called double dipping. You would be triple.
Oh, I'm triple dipping. I'm quadruple dipping, if you know what I mean.
So Rozzy Doggy wanted me to go against Unbleached because they don't like each other. So I had to go Saturday night, and people started like AOC said they're double dipping because it's basically the same audience, right? Between
I like that term, double dipping.
I think AOC
bring that
came
back.
Up with that. Yeah, AOC.
Where the hell is AOC?
What a great question, right?
Yeah, I would never imagine a guy like that could not be on the internet.
He was a big supporter of mine.
He might be dead. I don't know.
He could be dead. Could be a lot. Seriously, but he was. He formed this chat.
I don't know.
I formed a chat group, and I think who was in it? AOC.
It was Chat Force. It was before my time, but I remember hearing about it.
I created that. I created a group of 4 people because I thought 4 people could be a force in chat. And AOC, Tom, Pound Road might have been. Pound Road I've known forever. He might have been in it.
He's been around forever.
Yeah, but he was RDA, so he dug me, but his heart was RDA. So, but we were going to do a show together. So Pound and I got together, and we were going to do for Ross a fight show. Every week we were going to have a new person because I used to be a pit bull, believe it or not, and that was going to be the show. So we went to Wazzy Doggy, and he said he wanted to bring in who's that guy? He plays the Macho Man.
Oh, Frank, Fitness Frank?
No.
Or Griggy.
So Grigster had his own channel, even though Wazzy Doggy was always helping him. So what happened was Grigster, I was on a show a couple times, got to know him. So Grigster was starting to get under 100 views after years and years. So Wazzy Doggy wanted him, but he had his own channel. So Wazzy Doggy wanted him to come over to RDA. So he used me. He went to, because Griggy liked me. We did a great stream. And he went to Griggy and said, well, come on over to RDA and you can do a show with Sam Hill. And I did one show with Grigster.
Yep.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
No, because what happened was I didn't want it to. What he didn't have. He turned down in real life. His name is He's a very rigid, no sense humor guy from Canada. So I was ball busting.
Griggy can be like that sometimes. Me and Griggy have great chemistry, so I can't. We're absolutely amazing on stream.
You would be amazing together. So I went to Griggy at ball busted behind the scenes, and he didn't laugh. So I don't want to work with a person who had no sense of humor. So when we had the show, I stayed up like till 2:00 in the morning. I had no energy, and the show wasn't great. It should be with me. But what happened was Joe Booney came in, and I started being honest like Joe Booney. Why should I take advice from a virgin like you? Because Joe Booney's about pretend. And it made Joe Booney interesting, but people hated me for that because I got Joe Booney to stop with the bullshit.
Well, man, if you're gonna get on stream, you gotta grow a pair of balls,
But I agree. But Griggy didn't like it because he doesn't have a sense of humor behind the scenes.
So the problem with Joe Booney and Griggy is they're both Canadian. That's
no. The problem with Joe Booney is he's not that good.
He's kind of like autistic.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah,
he's on the spectrum.
I've been on his show. I felt bad for him, but nobody watches him. Why should they watch him? He's a kiss ass. I think his parents have money, by the way. So
he's
look,
a faggot.
I don't care about that, but he's just not interesting. So I'll watch you. Even though I don't
he's
like
Middle
you.
Eastern. Oh, by the way, Sam, happy 9/11.
Like isn't it tomorrow or right now?
It's right now.
Past 12. Weird, right? I don't want to watch a movie about 9/11. I don't even want to think about it.
Did you ever watch Loose Change?
No, what's that?
It was a movie made back in the day, and it was all about how the 9/11 was an inside job by like.
That'd be interesting. Oh.
I don't know if it's still on. It's a lot of it's been proven like not correct in my opinion, but
I think
it was like the first movie that was made about 9/11 conspiracies.
I think the government wants us to believe that because the real villains are the Saudi Arabians, and we have an oil relationship with them. And obviously, most of the
I think it's also. I think it's the CIA, the Saudis, and another group you probably don't want me to mention.
Could be. No, it's not Jews. Jews didn't benefit from it.
Yes, they did.
Not at
definitely.
all. Dude, here's a proof. There were many Jews killed.
Follow the money trail, Sam. Follow the money trail.
Many of the investment bankers were Jewish who died. Come on, man.
Dancing Israelis, brother. Look that up.
That turned out not to be true. There were dancing Palestinians, though. Did you know that? The Palestinians celebrated in Palestine. Did you know that?
Did, from what I heard.
They did.
Yeah. But it was.
No, the Israeli was a hoax. It never happened.
Oh, well, I don't believe you, but
I would say
we can agree to disagree, right, Sam?
No, I think the Mossad has done stuff. And I'm a big fan of the Mossad. Wow. Talk about ops, right? Killing going to Ethiopia and all these.
Mossad, they're supposed to be like the most like when they went after like escaped Nazis, like you didn't like they were like the most out of all the secret services in like different countries, the Mossad's like the most brutal and violent.
I believe it. Well, here's what the relationship is. So between the CIA and Mossad, the Israel gets to use U.S. weapons to see their effectiveness, and the American government gets to evaluate based on these wars and stuff. So it's a symbiotic relationship.
Had a lot to do with the fucking weapons. Israel's in that fucking dealing with that shit.
Let me try to remember. That was Reagan.
The Sandinistas.
And they bought weapons from. Who do they buy weapons from to give them?
They bought them from the Sandinistas. Our South
not
Americans.
The weapons. Who do they buy the weapons from to give to? Those people. I forget. Reagan was undergoing dementia.
I read a book about it a long time ago, but I completely forgot everything about
it.
I remember. It was a Noam Chomsky book. It was too hard for me to
Noam Chomsky
comprehend
is
back then.
Brilliant, but too lefty. I don't like his politics.
He is very lefty. I don't really agree with him.
He's brilliant in the field, but he's way too lefty. I don't even know if he likes America, but he's brilliant.
Like a commie to me.
He's a linguist, right? You know that. But Wittgenstein was the classic linguist. He was a refugee from somewhere, probably Germany, a Jewish guy, and he ended up living in England and became the worldwide. He's the guy, the Surface. I mention him sometimes.
What's his
Chomsky, name? Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein,
the most famous linguist that I've heard of. Don't ask me the spelling. W-I-T-T, maybe.
Harvey Weinstein?
No. What a creep, huh? Now that's interesting because I was never in the industry, but I was looking back, I was maybe manipulated by this.
That's what you were telling me last time. There was like a producer that was trying to molest you.
No, what happened was, I don't care if anybody believed it. I said years ago that these gay directors had these parties,
orgies.
I didn't know. Well, I didn't participate in an orgy. It just was I heard that the gay director just wanted attractive people in the pool because
and you look like your young Peter O'Toole looking asses. That
well, I didn't
orgy?
think about it. Yeah, I didn't think about it at the time. You know, when you're 16, you think you're an adult, but you're taken advantage of. And I got paid just to be in the pool.
How much did you get paid?
Well, I really don't want to say, but a lot.
Why not? Just say how much. Fuck.
$1,000.
I would do
That's
that
a
for
lot.
$1,000 as long as I don't have to get fucked in the ass.
Dude, if a gay guy came on to me, people did, I just got rid of him. I didn't.
Dude, if a gay guy ever came on me, I'd fucking smash his fucking face in, dude.
No, why would you do that?
Because I'm not gay. I'm not a faggot.
It's a compliment. They think you're attractive.
I don't
gay
give a
guys
shit.
Are really attracted
against
to
God.
No, they're gay guys in Hollywood. Maybe there's a sickness.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do
they're
that.
They're attracted to young, not children, but you know.
Some of them are. Most homosexuals are pedophiles. That's
wrong.
Fact.
That's really offensive. That's not true.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've read.
That's
on,
a belief.
Different websites.
So I had a principal once.
You ever heard of the Daily Stormer, Sam?
Yeah, that's a Nazi thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
I want to tell you about
my
principal. So there was this he wasn't the head of special ed. He was one of the big cheese in special ed. And he wanted to get out of special ed and be a principal, right? So he became a principal. And then I'm reading the newspaper because I like the New York Times, even though people don't read it.
You had you had poetry.
No, it was, I'm sorry, it was the LA Times. It was LA
Times.
Times. So I'm reading the LA Times on my way to go teach. And I read about this, this guy was a principal and he got busted in a park in Simi Valley for approaching an undercover cop. And it turned out to be this principal and of another school. So I went to the principal and we're all talking about it. And my principal said, well, he's homosexual, so he's a pedo. So it's out there among some people that if you're if you're homosexual, you're a pedo. And this principal thought it, but I don't think it holds up. Some are, but heterosexuals are too. I don't think there's a correlation, but there is an attraction, I think, between some homosexual men for younger 16-year-old
It's
boys.
a story as old as time.
That's creepy. Yeah.
That's like, what was his name that did that back in the day? Some fucking Greek philosopher.
Well,
Plato.
I had this
some
with
shit.
Gino.
They all had boys, dude.
I had this with Gino. It was supposed
Gino's people, yeah.
In Greek
Makes
culture,
sense.
that young boys were fucked, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a status. Gino denied it, but it's in popular culture that took place in Greek culture.
Well, Gino doesn't help the cause by pulling his dick out everywhere.
So he turned out to be sexual deviant now that you mention it, right?
Well, technically,
no, he is.
Yeah.
No, he is. No, I went through the book on it, and dude, come on, he's a flasher, right?
Well, if you did it in public, you'd get in trouble.
Well, I said the truth, which is, I'm not saying he does it in public, but the fact that he flashes ups the percentage that he does it in public. Don't you think?
It seemed like he was like getting a real thrill out of doing it.
Yeah.
And like if he's cut off from the internet, then that means he might go out in public and start flashing on the streets of London.
That's an excellent
Like
point.
Jack
that
the
it
Ripper
reduces
trying to hunt for
anxiety or
victims.
something within him that if he doesn't have access to express himself in this vile way, it's more likely that he has his impulse and he'll do it in public. Good point, man.
Thank you.
Not that you can't
just came up with
guarantee it, but you certainly, it's a red flag. And he didn't like that. So I don't accuse him of stuff. I just use the truth. It's vile. I mean, who flashes their penis? You wouldn't let anybody
Lay's
buy
my
him.
good friend, and I enjoy when he does it.
Helen, the pervert actually is a pervert. because he flashes too, but because he does it on the internet and he's buds with RDA, people don't call him out.
I don't think it makes you a pervert if you're not hard. Otherwise, you're
talking about if you're not sexually aroused.
Yeah, if you're not sexually aroused, it's all right in my book.
That's another great point, because it's not based on sex. Like a pedophile is sexually aroused, and that's why they're sick. So if Gino, there might not be a sexual element, more like a expression of anger. Great point, man.
Thank you.
Your college is coming through.
Yeah, man. 6
But
years.
we don't know that there's not a sexual element, right? He might get. We don't know that he might get sexually.
I don't know.
He doesn't have to be aroused.
He could be
sexual.
It could be pleasuring himself to the idea.
In his head, there could be ideation. It could be going off in his head.
This is just speculation, though.
He's acting out, him exposing himself, and it stimulates him. And
I mean, I've seen naked pictures of him when he's like hard or semi-hard.
Well, he posted in Discord, and you look at it for a second, you
everywhere.
identify.
People are posting them everywhere. Everyone's posting them.
That's part of his deviance. He wants people to see it, right? It's serious.
Why does the flasher want people to see his penis? Is it a shame thing? Do they like being shame? Are they
there's probably a variance of reasons.
Is that what they would be?
No, I don't think there's humiliation or masochism. I'm not real good on sexual deviance, but
not a big Freud guy, huh?
No, I'm a big Freud guy.
Didn't he talk about sex all the time?
Well, the deal with Freud was they call it the hydraulic system, in that it's based on, the nature nurture. It's based on biologic drive, so it's biology. Whereas another form of psychology like an existentialist might say that things are caused by the environment. But with Freud, they're based on drives, and a sex drive is a big deal, as we know. So fetish came when there was a bad association. Maybe the mom was touching the boy sexually, and she was putting on her stockings.
Like an Oedipus complex, right?
Well, the Oedipus comes from the Greeks.
Yeah,
Freud
Greeks must have just been weird motherfuckers.
They were smart, huh?
No, I think they're weird.
No, I don't think so. But the Oedipus, Freud was he was into, digging up those figurines from the past. What do you call that? And if you look on his desk, so he knew about, he knew about Greek, plays. So he got the Oedipus, he called it the Oedipus complex, but it was based on the play Oedipus Rex. And it's the thing he made.
Wait, could you repeat that for me, please?
So there was a play in Greek called Oedipus Rex, and it was
Oedipus
about
Rex.
Yeah,
yeah,
for real. It was about the boy having attraction for the mother, and Freud took that and called it Oedipus complex. There's a reverse. There's one for the female wanting the father. Do you know what that's called?
No, what's that called?
The Electra complex.
Electra?
Yeah, that girls want to. Now, I don't agree with him. He made it all sexual.
I think they said a lot of his shit was all fucking not right.
I agree. I think he was good on some things and wrong on others. I think he placed too much emphasis on sexuality. So when Jung came about, he was called the Prince. Jung was part of Freud's group. You know that, right?
Yeah, I like Jung. I like his work on
and why did Freud
archetypes and shadows.
I dig Freud. I use it on the show all the time. So why did Freud like Jung? Why was he important?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, he was called the Prince because most of the people around Freud were Jewish. So they didn't want the Germans and other people to think of psychoanalysts as the Jewish art. So this guy was a wasp, Jung.
White Anglo-Saxon Puritan?
He was very important.
A white Anglo-Saxon Puritan.
He was from Switzerland. Yeah.
I thought the wasps were Anglo.
White Anglo. He wasn't he Protestant?
He's from Switzerland?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
So he had a falling out with Freud, and you can buy it. It's called the Freud-Jung letters, where they broke off, and Jung did his own thing and came up with archetypes. He was brilliant, but the therapy was different.
Oh yeah, I'm reading some Jung right now.
Oh, I love Jung. So What happened was in therapy. Well, let's get into something important. You probably know this stuff, but it's middle of the night, whatever.
Well, you're teaching me a lot, Sam.
So
I'm enjoying this conversation
So
with
Freud
you.
was known for talking about the unconscious, right? Like in the old days, before him, kids were thought of as little adults. So Freud said they're not any. But here's what I'm trying to say: how do you get to the unconscious? How do you get to that material? If you're a therapist. How do you get material from your unconscious to come up? Well, Freud tried hypnotizing, and that was one way, right?
Oh, shit.
So he hypnotized patients to get the content from the unconscious to look at. But then he discovered something. This was a major discovery and led to the book he's famous for, Interpretation of Dreams. So you didn't have to hypnotize people. You would ask them about the dreams, because where do dreams come from? From the unconscious. So that's where you get
or unconscious.
Unconscious. You don't dream consciously.
Jung did a lot of work on the subconscious, or did a lot of work on dreams. I'm reading about that right now.
So one of the differences was that when Freud would be with a patient, in those days they call him patient, now client, he would have the client.
The guy who invented hypnotism, his name was Franz Mesmer.
Gee, that sounds familiar.
It's a cool name, Franz Mesmer.
I think Erickson is now the authority. You can go into the library and get a book on Erickson, and he's the authority on. It's called sometimes sensitization, and I know a little bit about it. I could explain hypnosis to you if you're interested.
You want to hypnotize me right now?
I couldn't do it, but let me talk about the dream.
Do it after you hypnotize me.
I'll tell you what it is.
I would get some ratings.
Let me bring B-Sox on. But this is an important
B-Sox
point.
Here?
Listen, yeah, he's here. Hang on. How do you get to the unconscious? You get it through dreams.
Yep.
But Jung did it differently. This is a big deal.
I'm reading about how he did. He did it.
Yo. Let me talk about Jung and Freud. And this is where Ian Ellis. So Ian Ellis came on as a big Jung guy, and I tore him apart because he didn't know that much. I said, what is the difference in therapy regarding dreams from Jung and Freud? And most people who know Jung know this. The difference is that Freud would interpret the dreams, right? So the patient is telling Freud the dreams, and then they tear apart the symbolism. But Jung would have the patient do it. You see the difference? He would have the patient interpret their own dreams. So therapeutically, they were very far apart.
Which one do you think worked better?
Well, there's a lot of people in the States who use Jungian therapy. Very few use Freudian, like in New York City, because so most people use, not most, but a lot more therapists use Jungian. So I like Jungian.
But Jungian theory, you don't have to pay somebody. You could just do that yourself. You could get a dream journal. And
well, then that's not therapy. That's self-analyzation, right?
What's wrong with that?
Therapy is a relationship. I didn't say anything's wrong with it, but it's not therapy. Therapy is a relationship that takes place in a safe therapeutic environment. And most therapies, not all, require rapport. But if you go to behavioralism, you don't, because that's based on overt behaviors. So with God Loves Me, she says she got a master's in clinical psych, and yet I started to talk about these different orientations. Carl Rogers, Rogerian, and she didn't know that stuff. So I'm skeptical that she really has a master's. She got something in sociology, but now Dana's the real stuff. Dana a little bit, because we did talk.
I know who she is, and I think she's a bitch, but I'm not.
A lot of people don't like her.
Is she the one that called the cops on Lyman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking hate that lady. Sorry.
I agree with what she did. I would have done.
She seems very intelligent. I just don't agree with some of the things she does and says.
If you think a client's in danger, you say better to be wrong than right. And I think what happened was Helen the Pervert is a troll.
Was that her client? Were they?
No.
Well, then that's not.
Let me explain what happened. Let me explain what happened. So Lemon did pass out, and Helen the Pervert was prodding Dana to do something. You know what he does. And based on that information, it got her worked up, and she had a concern that Lemon might be in trouble. So she took a route that ended up in hurting Lemonade's X or something.
But could it have saved her life?
Well, she made the right decision because who knew what her condition was? You know what I mean? What if Lemonade really was suicidal? She's very emotionally troubled by what RDA did.
Well, she didn't have to say that she was suicidal. She could have just said that she's
well, we don't know that she said that. She just said,
I don't know.
Will you
I don't
do
know.
a
This
check
seems like
on
a
her?
touchy situation for me to talk about.
No, because it's real life and it's important. And I know a little bit about if somebody says to you that they're thinking of suicide, what should you do?
You tell them they should, and you make fun of them.
So what you do is you don't ignore them.
That's what I did to Ben Ashworth. He's still alive. He's not drinking anymore.
We can. So what you should do is you should ask them. Well, tell me about it. And if it's real planned out. So if they're saying, well, I'm going to get a rope, I'm going to go to the top of a tree, which happened to my brother-in-law, and I'm going to hang myself.
I'm so sorry,
watch
Sam.
out. But then if they say, well, I'm going to kill myself, you don't have to be as concerned. So it has to do with their reaction, but you shouldn't ignore it.
So is this the brother-in-law that has the?
Yeah, the teacher
has the
Well, Ben Ashworth is a
the
streamer.
Filipino wife.
Ben Ashworth is a streamer who went on RevStream and said he was going to blow his brains out because of Sam Hill.
Yes.
So you like trolled someone to the point where they were going to kill themselves?
Sam
No, I'm not a troll. He just he liked me, so it turned out to be a con. But what happened was RDA. I don't know if Cool Boy, but I think Helen. They said, "Kill yourself, Ben." Very dangerous. Kill yourself, because who knew if he was serious? Ben has had mental problems, so this is how foul RDA was. They were telling him to kill himself, and who knew that Ben was going to do it? But yeah, why did he blame me? I don't know. These people like Rev. Why do you? I'm not his brother. You're assigning all this responsibility to me. I'm just a guy on air. So it's unfair and sick. And I never pretended to even be people's friends. But Cool Boy and RDA, because RDA hated me because I was the only one standing up to him. I was a target for them for a very long time. And Ray Pissed and Cool Boy were part of RDA. They were part of RDA, and then you guys broke up, and then Ray went after RDA. So there's a lot of interesting history, like a book, huh, Cool Boy?
Yeah, you should write a book about it, Sam.
I could write a book, and I never did. I'm ambitious because people wanted me to write a book, but I'm not ambitious.
Books are fucking hard to read. I was thinking about doing it one time. Like, how many pages do you have to write a book?
It depends on if you like to write. Like me, it's kind of easy for me, but for most people, it's very difficult.
I've only written like 3 pages of words. Like, that's the most I could do, and I was just like, I'm out.
Well, I write quicker than I talk, which is, and
you're a good writer, Sam. Except sometimes you miss the L's, I believe, and
well, that was
you got your own little.
The keyboard was broken. No, I can be a good writer when I try, and I can be an okay, right? I can really edit, but most of these things, like I got known to Wazzy Doggy because I told this story over and over that I was writing because my therapist told me to. And who reads comments? So I wrote 1,000 comments under Pop Vulture, and that's how I became known.
Was it just stream of consciousness, or
a lot of it stories, poetry, but about my life? Because the therapist said, "You like to write, so go venting."
You like to write poetry?
I used to, yeah, I still do, but poetry.
I like to sometimes I like to sit down. I like to have a good LSD trip.
Yeah.
And I like to write. I got them in my notes. I've written like 2 poetries, and then I like to write lyrics, like rap lyrics.
Right.
Like little verses that come up.
Do you like to read Dr. Seuss B-Socks?
No.
I have a story about Dr. Seuss.
Okay.
So wasn't Dr. Seuss from Michigan?
No. Well, he lived in San Diego, but originally he might have been. His name was Theodore Geiser. Anyway, so there was this guy named Ozzy Outlaw who used to be in Lycan Theory. He started coming on SHA. Do you know him, Cool Boy?
Ozzy Outlaw. He's retired now, I think.
Well, he had that thing with GLM. But so I went on a show and I read Dr. Seuss, Hat in the Cat. It took me an hour because I was joking. We interpreted. It was one of the best things I ever did. But in that book, it's very strange if you really analyze it, because some of the animals have clothes on, some are naked, and some of the things they do is like there's a character diving into the vaginal area of the character. So it might have been this Theodore Geiser, Dr. Seuss might really have been in real life kind of perverse.
You think he was a pedo?
No, I don't know that.
Most guys like that are pedos. The children guys.
Well, if you associate with children, that's kind of weird. But I don't know. Yeah. Like to be a priest, unfortunately, it would attract a lot of pedos.
Who was that? Who was that? Rogers, something Rogers. Rogers. He had that little
Mr.
trolley.
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, yeah.
No, Mr. Rogers was, he's a preacher. He was a good guy.
Did you ever hear that rumor that he wore long sleeves because he had tattoos because he killed a bunch of gooks and nom?
Well, that's ridiculous.
That's the rumor that was going around. I think they proved it wrong.
And the biography shows was he married? I don't know.
I don't think he was ever married. He might have been. Let's look up Doctor.
He has a very good reputation.
Rogers.
I don't know. Was he? Well, he was probably a doctor of divinity. I think he was a preacher.
Mr. Rogers.
Interesting guy. I don't know much about him though. So these writers, these guys are kind of, they can be straight. Dr. Seuss, when we analyzed the book, it was kind of strange,
Have you ever read the Goosebumps?
No.
Oh yeah, R.L. Stein. Jew.
Yes, I know. You're right. R.L. Stein wrote fantastic children's books. So I don't know that
was always the good
great writer
series in school.
I think R.L. Stein is one of the best. He's one of the greatest literary geniuses of our time.
I agree, but I think he wrote for Dr. Seuss. Didn't he write for younger children? Stein wrote for an older. I think
teens, preteens.
I think you're right. And
when
I taught, all these books were in the library and stuff, and we'd go to the library and I would read some of these books. Some of the Brits wrote kind of good children's books, but one of the authors of a children's book, I know, that rabbit, what's that called? Go ask Alice. Alice, the guy who wrote about the rabbit down the rabbit hole, turned out to be a pervert.
Carol, the
Alice in the Wonderland.
Alice in the Wonderland turned out to be a kind of a perverse guy who took pictures of, I think, naked children. Very strange.
Oh no!
Man. Yeah, look him up. Were they naked?
Right
there was something very odd about his relationship with children. He might have.
You ever read the Jonathan Rand books?
No.
No.
Maybe I've seen the covers.
Lewis Carroll. That's it.
Look him up, and Carroll, and you'll see that he was he might have been a pedo. I don't know. He did weird stuff. I like the real life.
Mathematician. That's pretty interesting.
Was he a mathematician? I didn't know that.
Honestly,
Johnny Depp played him in a movie. Cool boy.
My favorite book was Where the Red Fern Grows.
See, that sounds familiar. One of the favorite books is by the Giving Tree. Do you know that one?
Yeah, I think I remember that one.
Shel Silverstein was a writer for Playboy magazine, and yet he did other things, like he wrote a Boy Called Sue for Johnny Cash.
Yep,
so he was a talented guy. Yeah.
Sexuality. Let's see.
Sexuality is always weird. Don't
believe
about
anybody. Carol.
Right.
This is a fucking long list about his sexuality, so that means he's definitely gay, right? If they have like 5 paragraphs.
I don't think he was gay. He might have been. He had some weird thing for children.
It's a huge fucking thing.
Dude, it's well known. There was a biography, very strange. I forget if he was a pedo or not, but he was definitely.
I'm just saying, if you have a Wikipedia, right, and it says sexuality, and there's fucking 5 paragraphs, you're probably a pedophile.
Definitely. Well, something's wrong. I forget what it was. It might have been pedophile.
Yep, dodging. Wait, Roger Lindgren stopped short of identifying Dodgson as a pedophile. What? Who's Dodgson?
Is that his real name or something?
Let me see.
Was his real name Carol? I don't know. I don't know Dodson. Maybe he was a
that was him. Charles Ludwig Dodson.
That was his real name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have pseudonyms, especially in Hollywood, right?
Let's read this. Let's get down to the brass tacks right here, Sam.
My wife's not here, so I don't care. If she was here, I'd probably...
Cohen, Jewish guy sounds like, goes on to note that Dodson apparently convinced many of his friends that his attachment to the nude female child form was free of any eroticism, but adds that later generations look beneath the surface. He argues that Dodson may have wanted to marry an 11-year-old Alice Liddell, and that
sounds like a pedophile.
This was the cause of his unexplained break with the family in June.
There you go.
In 1863, an event for which other explanations are offered. Biographers Derek Hudson and Roger Lansing Green stopped short of identifying Dodson as a pedophile, through diaries and papers. But they concur that he had a passion for small female children, and next to no interest in the adult
Well, there
world.
you go. There you go.
Catherine Robson refers to Carroll as the Victorian era's most famous or infamous girl lover. Wow.
Young girl lover, right?
Yeah, I guess
that's
it's
a
not
pedophile,
young boys.
That's a pedophile, I think.
Oh, this guy.
But he was so well respected.
This guy is a fucking
it's
freak
like,
show.
Sir, it's like Jimmy.
Oh, he would
Savile.
draw pictures a little, like Jimmy. But of course, this was 1863. Didn't people die at like?
Well, but
30?
the echelon had such power. They got away with passes.
Higher class probably
they're deviants.
Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, they weren't held to account, right? But what about Jimmy Savile in that? What about Epstein and Clinton? That people looked the other way. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But dude, I saw it just in when I was I worked for this sitcom writer, and people give passes to people of celebrity.
Carol's female friendships ended when the girls reached the age of 14.
There you go. Which is puberty. So pre-puberty, that's pedophilia.
What a sick fuck.
He was sick. Past puberty is not pedophilia, but it could be criminal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pedophilia has to do with children.
Ooh, they're going to make a movie about his pedophilic tendencies.
Really? They made a movie about his life with Johnny Depp.
Oh yeah, they did. Johnny Depp seems like a weirdo, so good guy.
That's why he's good. He plays weirdos really well, right?
Yeah.
Scissorhands. He plays these strange kids, but I saw him in Whitey Bulger, and I turned it off. He was terrible.
Yeah.
He can be very good or very bad. He's a good actor, but drugs will change you over, and that's what happened to him.
Yeah, you can't get too screwed up on the drugs.
Like with bands, a little bit can be cool, but then you can do too much.
Yeah.
Right. It's balance, dude. So much of life. I'm so pretentious, but it's about balance, I think. Don't give my Filipino wife too much. Don't give her too little.
Yeah, you want to make sure she doesn't have enough, and she needs to come back for more.
Well, that's a culture. Whatever you have, the family has. So you can give. You can't give. You give away all your money. They'll take it.
Do you and your wife sleep in the same bed?
Come on, of course. You talk.
I don't know. I've never heard. I don't think anyone's ever asked you this question.
I haven't been away from her in months. I think she spent a night with her sister in this other town. So it's been months. It's going to feel weird going to bed alone. But actually, I sleep better. But I do miss her.
Was your wife going on vacation?
No, she went to Long Beach. They have these. Immigrants have these get-togethers. It's very important to them. And
they kill goats.
No, but the people in Miami, those Santerra people actually do.
Yep, Haitians.
No, they're Catholics. They're Muslims in the South, and they're strict Catholics where they put nails. They do all those. My wife had an exorcism, so they're very old-fashioned.
Oh, I was talking about Haitian people.
Your Haitian people do, right?
They're like in the voodoo and like witchcraft.
Yeah. Santerra, I think, is what it's called.
Yeah.
But people. Some of the religions are so weird. Well, the Jews used to sacrifice goats before Jesus, I think. Animals. That was part of their religion.
Ooh, R.L. Stine won a Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards 3 times.
Who is that?
The guy who wrote Goosebumps.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty cool.
I haven't heard those names in so long.
You know what? If I died and I won 3 Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, I think I'd be happy with that.
Oh, well, you'd be dead. It'd be hard to appreciate from the grave, but okay.
I'd be in heaven, Sam.
That's the thing about funerals. They always go, oh, they'd want a beautiful. No, they're dead. They don't give a fuck. But you do it. You do funerals for the living, but they always say, oh, do a beautiful funeral for the deceased. Give me a break.
Arnold Stein's like an ugly-looking Jewish guy. Let me see.
A lot of
Let me look at his wife.
A lot of the Jews are in the arts, right?
I want to be in a pair of shorts and a tank top when I'm buried.
Hell yeah.
Interesting. Okay. You know,
I don't want to be in a tuxedo.
I don't want because I don't want people to come say how great I was. That's what they do at funerals.
Ooh, R.L. Stein's wife is hideous.
But they're happily married. Ugly people have better marriages. I did a show on that because they're not tempted. So you have a pretty wife like mine. Men always are looking. But if you have a hideous wife, then you know she's not playing around because.
What about your first wife, Sam?
Very pretty. Kind of look like a little Jewish looking like. People said Elizabeth Taylor, the old time star. She looked like
really?
Elizabeth.
That's not bad.
Big boobs, short, you know.
Stocky?
No.
She's real sturdy?
Yeah, she was athletic. I like athletic.
I think Leigh Jeno said that Jan, she's a sturdy woman. Like a
compliment. Yeah, I heard that.
But like that's not a compliment when you call a woman sturdy.
No.
That means
I like athletic.
You
know, I like
I heard
athletic.
the cops are onto him.
You know, that's an interesting topic. What's going on, cool boy, with him, do you think?
We haven't heard anything.
I think the cops warned him and it scared him.
Well, I just got off a panel. I was just on a panel with the people that knew them people.
I wonder if he has a record then, cool boy. The police would have looked it up and they would, if the record came up, wow, who knows? You know what I mean? We don't know about
I mean, I think
before.
If something happens to him, we're going to know if he's the UKKPT is going to be after his ass. They're going to be filming
I would think. He deserves it, cool boy, right?
No, no, he's my good friend. And I think he's completely innocent.
Well, I don't think you have friends here. I think that's bull.
Nope.
Why would you be friends? I don't think you're friends with him. That's your troll.
Is anybody really friends with anybody on the internet, Sam?
No. I think the RDA people actually are. Yeah.
That's gay, though.
No, it's not gay. It's they don't have friends, but they formed a group of rejects. The truth, okay. Look at their lives. That's why it's ironic, and I bring up that look at their lives. B-Sox really, one guy's family left him. Another guy's a sexual pervert. The Joker can't joke. Who are the Cosmic truly is interesting because he's going bald and he's playing. He used to be my co-host, cool boy. Cosmic.
Who? Cosmic? Yeah. Everybody's been your co-host at one point.
Not everybody, but
I hope you're not bald.
No, I'm not bald, but I have a couple gray hairs that I pluck out. You know, but I'm not bald.
I imagine you completely
at 38, you got gray hairs.
I have a couple, yeah.
No.
Okay, think what you want. Some people get them in their 20s. It's unusual, but they get them.
B-Sox, what was the first concert you ever went to?
First concert I ever went to. I think it was a Toby Keith concert.
Yeah,
nice.
Sam, what was the first concert you ever went to?
Country Western, country. Well, high school bands. Do you mean that?
Well, no, like professional musicians. Yeah.
Maybe Napalm Death.
Napalm Death. Good answer.
I like them a lot. I saw them in Denver when Trump got elected.
Really?
Yeah. Because
what was the mood like then?
Well, Denver, it was the first time in Denver in the altitude. So we went looking for this metal bar that was infamous, and we walked forever. I was with a friend, and the altitude got me. So by the time we started walking back
up there, bro.
We started walking back to Napalm Death, but on the way, there was a TV in the window, and something was going on. And when we got to the concert, Barney, who's the lead singer for Napalm Death, he's kind of liberal, started talking about, something's going on, and he was worried. And that night was historic. I didn't think Trump was going to win, you know?
Yeah. When I woke up, it was probably the greatest day of my life.
Yeah, mine too.
I actually wanted Trump because I was so tired of the same old.
tired of the blacks telling you what to do?
No, Obama was a good guy, but he wasn't effectual. And he was, my brother was on the law review after Obama, but Obama was on Harvard Law Review. He got elected, not because he was liberal, but he ran against a lefty, and the conservatives wanted a moderate. So Obama was always a facilitator, which is a strength, but it makes for a weak president because you're always trying to be in the middle. Trump don't give a fuck.
Obama seemed like the most normal out of the few presidents.
Normal. I agree. Good family.
Trump and Biden are both fucking wackadoos.
Although Obama,
Trump, I like Trump a lot more than Biden. I like Trump maybe more than Obama.
Obama was raised by his white grandmother, so he was raised white, and his name was Barry.
Yep.
His father was a socialist.
So what's the difference between being raised white and black?
I think a lot, different culture, different history.
Yeah. Okay.
Different way you're treated. I had a black girlfriend, wife. You're in the city, cool boy. It's not a big deal, interracial, zebra. But when you go out, you probably live somewhere in the rural. Then people look at you. But walking around Hollywood or whatever is no big deal. But my mom did not. She kind of hurt my relationship with my first girlfriend because she let me know she didn't like it. So I found out
girlfriend was black.
Mom. Yeah, she was black.
Yeah.
But I had never heard her talk that way. They were fairly liberal. The university, even the conservative ones, are pretty liberal. My dad was a university professor. So they would talk a game, but when it came to it, my mom didn't want me dating a black.
What was your dad a professor of? If I may ask.
Classics.
The classics?
Yeah. So one of the good experiences, maybe why I like books, when we were young, he would come in and read about Homer and Ulysses. And I got my name Cyclops. I started this as Cyclops from the story of the cave, not the TV series, but it's a famous, you probably know the story of Ulysses.
Yes.
From Sinbad the Sailor, right? That movie. That was Ulysses.
Yes. Do you remember watching those Sinbad movies?
I loved them
like in
on
your
TV.
teens?
Yeah. My mom would put us in front of the TV on Saturday morning, and they'd play these old cartoons and everything in movies. Yeah.
What channel was this on?
I don't remember. 13.
How many channels did you have?
A lot. A lot. I think we had cable.
What was your favorite channel?
HBO. I used to like
came out in the 70s, I think.
No, well, the HBO, I have it now.
The best answer you could have gave would have been MTV, but go ahead.
When was MTV in? When was that?
That just seems like something people our age would say.
No, I watch. I like the clips of the bands and MTV. I would watch that.
Did you ever watch Real Sex on HBO?
That sounds familiar, huh?
Oh, I don't know. That was a great one.
But I like the movie.
Here's the weird thing about Real Sex is they made one season, I think, and it had 8 episodes, and they would play those fucking episodes for 20 years. So there'd be Real Sex, but it would just be all the same shows.
So this Hollywood producer that I knew through my girlfriend was a producer. Hugh Hefner had a TV show for a while, and he either directed or produced the Hugh Hefner Playboy thing. I don't know what it was on. Was it on HBO or something? I don't know.
That was before my time.
I wasn't ever in the industry, but through knowing people like my girlfriend, Jenny, lived in Bel Air. And
Jenny
her father,
from the block?
No, Jenny from Venice Beach.
Venice Beach.
She wasn't that good looking. I've talked about her.
But she was a good lay, right?
She was a virgin. I was the Virgin King. It took me 3 times, with her.
What do you mean?
Well, she had an athletic body, and she was very tight. So on Venice Beach, we tried to have sex, and she started hurting. So I never pushed it. So we did a second time. By the third time, I asked Murray if I can use his house.
Who's Murray?
Murray was a guy who lived at the Colony in Malibu. He was a sitcom writer, and he hired me.
Did I ever tell you that my dream was to write for Friends when I grew up? Be a sitcom writer.
What a great dream.
It never came true.
He was a real sitcom writer, so you can ask me about.
What did he write for?
He wrote a one season for a sitcom. I'm not going to tell you the name, and it didn't get renewed, so he was real depressed. But he came from a wealthy family in New York, and he went out to Hollywood.
Jewish?
What he was? How did you know that? Yeah, he was. His family, he said, sold furs. I guess in the old days they sold mink stoles and all of that. So he came from a wealthy family, but he made it on his own, and he was very successful.
He came from a wealthy Jewish family. He made it on his own. Yeah.
In New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got to know him. He had a house in Malibu, and that's how I got to know all these stories and met people and went to Sony in Culver City and had a tour and met some mostly TV people, but a couple of movie stars.
I think I've asked you this before, but like, what's the most famous person you had sex with?
I've never had sex with I had sex with an agent, but never with a famous person that you would know.
Oh,
I can make up a story, but I didn't, but I did with an agent.
That's not as impressive.
No, but it was to me because she took me to Dermitage Hotel I was homeless. I was nearly homeless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I was past homeless, but I was still, hungry and desperate. Anyway, she took me to, I thought, welcome to Hollywood, because she took me in a famous hotel, but she was married and she had sex with me. Looking back, she could have gotten in trouble. And the courtier, the guy in the fancy hotel, the courtier came up and kicked me out because the husband found out.
Oh, you're a home wrecker.
Dude, it was beautiful hotel. They had a swimming pool on top of the hotel. And she would
Didn't
go.
you talk
I would
about raping a lady one time?
No, I never raped a lady. No.
I thought it was by a swimming pool. You raped a lady one time?
No.
Am I just thinking of, is it just something I made up in my head?
No, people throw out, like
that
your
something
Ray
I
makes
dreamt
up
of?
stuff. No, I love women. I would never do that. That's disgusting. No.
Yeah.
No, but the rape thing, like with GLM, she did accuse this guy Simon, who used to be in my show, and that's true. And people know it who've been around Boosty Malaka, Lycan Theory, because Lycan Theory used to come on my show, But we were getting,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he would come on my show and I would go on his.
Now Lycan's a great big deal now.
What happened was that we were starting, was it Buster's or I forget, we were getting better views than his show. And he's very competitive, but he would come on and poke me and we would argue and I would beat him, except he'd win a couple points. But he hated GLM. So when I brought GLM up, he said, I'm done with you because of GLM.
Oh,
but anyway, Simon.
Are him and GLM still friends?
Who?
Are him and GLM still friends?
Most of the time they hate each other. But
That's what I thought.
She's come on the show, but the person
that
who
group
hates
of
her the
people
worst.
is fucking weird. I don't know if you're friends with those people. They're fucking strange.
Who?
Strange ducks. That whole group.
Who?
The whole group we're talking about.
Lycan Theory?
Yeah.
I agree. Oh, very much.
I stay away from that. Those fucktards.
Well, somebody told me stay away from Lycan Theory, that they strike and but Frank DeRosa brought me over
shit.
And it turned out to be true. They're very, I got my channel down because of Raleigh, who was associated with Lycan. Raleigh said that he got paid by Lycan Theory to take us down. Could be.
Is Raleigh a dating coach guy?
No, Raleigh's been around. He has his own show and everything. He actually went to beat up a guy in Florida based on the internet. But he took down the channel. He said he did. So I got mad at Russell Cook because Russell Cook said he supports the guy who took down SHA.
I think I saw Russell Cook in David's chat.
Yeah, he goes all over, but he really stabbed me in the back. He used to be my co-host on Busters. There were 3 of us. I created the show Busters with host Busters, and I brought in Russell on the show.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're bored, go off, man. I get it.
No, I'm not bored. Yeah, kind of bored. I might have to head out, Sam.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
No problem, man.
You're good,
you just
man. You're
You're
smart.
You're doing good too, Sam. You just have to watch that gas. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't do it.
You got to watch those fart. Well,
people want to make it a thing. I get it.
Well,
It don't
maybe you
make
need
me
to
uncomfortable.
get
I
new
do it.
furniture.
I don't fart, man. I'm too cool. I don't. Really don't.
Well, I'm really on the fence on this one, Sam.
Well, people who fart a lot drink a lot, and I'm a vapor. Maybe that's it. Right?
Repeat that again. That
people who drink a lot have a lot of gas, but I don't drink. So you
vape?
probably fart a lot.
I don't drink, Sam. Not anymore.
Well, not anymore, but you did.
I did drink. Yes.
You were drunk, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good for you, man. I mean, getting off it.
Yeah, man.
No, the fart is interesting. How people want to keep going because I'm a smart ass. They think it makes me feel uncomfortable. No, I just don't want to take time up. I'm not. That's not my content.
You made 2 episodes on it.
The reaction to it. The reaction to it. One was proving that it wasn't. It's me just removing my chair, and it interests me that people want, because it's that naughty thing. Farts are kind of.
There's really no way you can disprove it.
No, I did, because I duplicated the sound. It's me pulling out the chair. Want me to do it right now?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Hang on. There it is. And that's what it was. And I proved it.
Could you do that one more time?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
And that's what it was. It was just me pulling out my chair.
One more time, please. I just didn't quite hear it.
And in the clip,
it doesn't sound exact like it will, and you could just be farting off camera.
No.
You could actually just be farting.
Why don't you believe the truth? So in the clip, usually I go, what is it? See you again. And you don't hear it because I end the stream. But this one time I put on music and got my wife, and that's why you heard it.
Could
Just
you
a share.
Maybe do it a little bit louder.
I'll try. Hang on. Something like that,
Well, that just sounds like you're scraping your chair against your wood floor.
But listen to it. It's just me pulling out the chair.
One more time. Just one more time. Let me get this.
It's really hot in California, by the way.
Get a fan.
Sometimes it makes them more. Look, dude, that's what it is. And I don't fart. I'm too cool for it, man.
It seems like, well, I don't know. It seems like you're going to do a lot of work to do that, make that noise. It didn't seem like you're doing that much work when the fire video came out. It seemed like you just kind of.
Yeah. No, I did it on that one show. Listen to it for some reason. I don't know.
I can't make fart noises in my mouth. What kind of tile do you have?
What kind of what?
Tile do you have? Do you have wood panel?
Kitchen tile,
Kitchen tile.
Yeah, I like the wood, but I don't know. I'm a minimalist, which is how I save money. So I'm not used to spending a lot of money. I think it's like $10,000 to get wood floor. Something.
Is it 10,000? Oh shit!
But I had $1 million in stock, and I could have done anything, and I didn't do it.
Right.
A swimming pool is $50,000. So,
do you have a swimming pool?
No, I should have, because I had $1 million in stock. So I had the money.
$50,000's nothing.
No, it's a lot of money if you don't have it. Come on.
And if you have $1 million, it's not a lot of money.
It wasn't real.
It is quite a bit of money if you have only $1 million.
The stock was never real to me, cool boy. You know what I mean?
Is any stock real?
Well, it's real in the sense that you get the money out, but to me, I had this strange. It was too easy.
Stocks are it's fear and anticipation, something like that.
It's a belief in the future of the value of the company.
It's not even a real thing. Actually,
it's based on it's based on faith or something. You're right, but it's the only way I know of that. You don't have to be that smart, and you get lucky.
You got $1 million. Why didn't you just take it all out?
Of course,
500,000, something like that.
Dude,
half a mil.
I took out 20,000 once to buy a car for a relative, but of course, I don't even open the statement because it lost like a week ago. Had lost like 500,000.
Holy shit!
No, really, I swear. NVIDIA, look up the stock, and it went down. Like, I don't know what's done this week, but it lost half its value.
Why don't you just take it all out?
I don't know. I don't know why I do things.
Why don't you invest in AMC, Sam?
Well, AMC busted, didn't they? No, you buy.
I don't know.
would buy an index fund. I just at this one time I bought an individual.
You
Most
should get
of my
a
stocks.
Roth IRA.
I got some from
or
when
not
I
buy
worked.
it, but get one.
That's a retirement pension that you don't get taxed until you take it out or something. I don't know.
I don't think you get taxed for it.
A Roth? You're talking about a
safe.
Roth or a 401b?
A Roth.
A Roth is like an IRA. It is an IRA, but you don't when you take it out, you don't pay interest. Whereas an IRA, you get the benefit up front. I have a couple Roth, yeah.
I used to have the Robinhood app, and I got some stuff. I actually had quite a bit of Bitcoin, but I took like $500 of it out, and then it fucking skyrocketed. It wouldn't have been a lot of money, but it would have been a lot more money than $500.
Yeah, I can't even think about. I don't open the statements because I like written statements. I don't like to do things electronically.
I just like when I was doing crypto, and I had some stocks. It's like I can't concentrate on all that shit. Like
you buy index funds. You don't buy individual. You follow the market. You get index funds. Like check out Vanguard.
Can you get a broker too? Isn't that what people do? They get brokers.
Well, I have a broker. Yeah, I have brokers.
Kind of old fashioned though.
No, I don't think so. But you can do everything online. But I have two brokers, and they phoned me and said, "Get rid of diversify." I didn't take the phone call. I got two.
Diversify your funds.
Well, if you have all your money, I had two different. I had index, but this is where I made the big money. The other followed the market, but this was a phenomenal stock, Nvidia. And it got it. I remember looking at the statement, $1 million.
I have an Nvidia graphics card on my computer, Sam.
Well, I know because I didn't know I had $2,000 or something that my grandfather gave me or something to invest years ago. And I asked a 16-year-old, and they said Nvidia, and I said, okay, what is it? And and it grew and grew and grew, and people kept saying sell, and then it grew again, sell, and I blew it again. Somebody said it might come back. They're out of Santa Clara, I think. Nvidia.
All right. I got to get going.
Okay. See you, man. Bye.
Watch your farts, man.
Yeah. Too bad I didn't fart. Too bad B-Sox didn't stay. I'll go through chat. He's an intelligent guy. But so he's picking between being a troll or being a streamer. But he's doing something. He needs help because he got like 3 views and one was me. But he possibly could be a great streamer, this guy, because he's got the mind for it. And he can be funny and he asks questions. So out of everybody, in terms of ability, I'd say Evil Abe, me, Cool Boy might be third, just because he hasn't done anything. In terms of ability, you see, he can hold a conversation. He can do satire. He can make fun. He can do jokes. He can troll. But I don't think he'll ever get anywhere if he doesn't commit to one thing. Because half the time I think he might be trolling me. I don't know. But you just saw a really good conversation, I thought. Intellectual, kind of. But he can be silly. So he's pretty high up. But if he stays with Ray or remains a troll, he'll remain not developing his talent. Right? I don't plan on going anywhere. I'm not going to be big. Cool Boy might. So I'm just trying to help him a little bit. That's all. And who knows? Maybe he's figuring out what to do. Maybe he'll go for the 20 crowd. Because all of us are basically in our 30s. And the demographics show it. Analytics show it. But if he could get the younger people, Reb too. Reb is talking to people much older. He complains, but without them, nobody would watch, right? Because we get these analytics and it shows the age of the people watching, and just about the great majority are between 30 and 40. Sometimes it'll be, I think it's 50, 55 and above. I'll get 0 on that. Sometimes nobody in that age group. And that proves that nobody beyond that age is watching. So do something with the 20-year-olds. I don't know. But he could even go on TV. Cool. No, I'm not saying he's going to, because he's different. And you need to be different. There's to me the same. He's quirky, but does he self-sabotage? Maybe. I think he did damage. If he ever gets really, really big, you never know. If he really gets big, then some idiot will pull out from the internet the days when he used the N-word, maybe. Right? He doesn't need to do that. Raymond doesn't have talent. That's his buddy. So Raymond's second tier, or he's a brilliant troll. Whereas Cool Boy has the real deal. Now, out of 100 people with the real deal, 1 or 2 might make it because it takes more than ability. You have to apply it, develop it, blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know. In that conversation, you can tell he's pretty bright and creative. Fun to talk to. Flow. Most people don't have flow. When I'm with Rev, I don't think about, okay, what am I going to say? Or with this guy, or with Abe. But most people, I'm trying to fill in the pauses. And I don't want it ever to feel like work. But it does. Anyway, thank you, 10 people. You don't have to listen to me. Let's see who's in chat. Oh, wow. You know what? It got way too late. I got to end this. Whoa, what happened? It was like 10 o'clock or something. Thank you for the 10 people. If I stuck on, I'd get the morning crowd back east, but I got to end it. Thank you, Nubs Revenge. I think this guy might be really good. I hope he comes up again. 7 hours. Oh, boy. I'll finish with chat. It's too long. It's how many movies are 7 hours? I think I'm the best at long streams. There's not pauses. I don't peter out. I could keep going, but I got to end it. I got to sleep. I am checking chat. Brutal Mafia. I wish he'd come up sometime. He knows Jack. Jack was embodied. He embodies what a true simp is. I agree. Huckleberry, I've heard of, and maybe I've heard her on air, but I don't know what's going on. Jack is offended for GLM. Lo, that's not weird at all. I don't know if you're going to come back to this, Brutal, but it's a pattern of behavior. You block GLM? Okay, you're a mod, dude. I trust you, and good for you. Because she just does the same old thing. Same old line. She wants to make it happen, but it hasn't been picked up because it's not that good. She's not. She was good with me, but I'm sorry, she's just not top tier. She never was. But she can be good, I guess. Jack is a fine example of what a troll should be. Jack is wearing his finest cape. Jack is a good American. I've been up and down with Brutal, but I respect him a lot. Reading comments. I thought XI was very, very good, but how can you top? If you heard that conversation, it's hard. That was one of the best because he talked about being saved by his child, blah, blah, blah. Good, blah, blah, blah. GLM videos made no impact except to the person giving it power, right? This guy is really smart. I don't count that. Trolling people go super real life. Don't go super life. Don't go real life. Aussie lies. STL came in and like to check it out. Maybe somebody else. He's been on the show a couple times. I like the guy, like Paige. I think maybe I need to become bigger before some people come back. Hopefully I do. Big enough to have people like bigger streamers come be guests. But I've gotten a couple, and I'm lucky. Really. I don't come here for clout. Maybe they come here for good conversation. So I do appreciate them coming. Aussie lies. I spoke to Rev about the porn bombing. He knew it was wrong, and he did it to try to get kicked off YouTube. Probably right, but it was wrong to do. I'm not even that interested in the GLM. If I was just starting out, I would be. I just don't want to fight with her, but Jack. Yeah, I used to be friends with a lot of these people. I used to be friends. I used to be on air with RDA. One time, actually, Wazzy Doggy called me a friend, but he wasn't. It's pretend, right? Velcro. For the Velcro. I think something very cool happened in the early part that POON came on. I wish somebody would clip that. I know I'm not big, but POON was happy. You see it in the clip. Maybe on his own channel or it goes somewhere else. So great. Out of 7 hours, the few minutes of happiness by POON, very special. Serious. It was like the guy was happy. I think XILED said it too. I've never seen POON like that. Now, keep it together and be together always and stuff. Yoda, Doug's Tool Collecting Channel. Thank you for showing up, man. Maybe we had an argument or something, but thank you for being here. Let's try to be buds. Yeah. Running in panties might be Ray pissed. I think he said good things to try to get a wrench. I don't mean to be paranoid, but there's some dissidence in his statements. He's questioning my age. He seems to be giving me a compliment. It's very clever. So I'm very skeptical of this person. But who knows? Maybe they're just some dude or woman. What are their memories from 2007? I don't think of it as years. Go check out Sam Righteous channel. I shared my memories. Young B-Sox learning the ropes. Yeah, right. I think he got mad at David. What's happened is, I think David, some people laugh at him, whereas I confront him. I say, are you smart? Are you stupid? Are you dummy? But I don't laugh at him. I don't know. But they sit back, David, Rev, and I think like you, laugh at him underneath. You seem like you're friendly, but you're really making fun of him. And I don't like that. I don't like that. He has to figure it out. He don't listen to me. Did I repeat this from before? Maybe. See, only a few people watch and only a few people see what a dummy I am. I'll catch up. Toward the end, there weren't that many viewers. Phil, 2012. I like you coming in, man. Pungat, Sweet Lovin', Sin. I don't know if I brought them together. It might have happened on his channel. They've been on air a lot, and I like both of them. I did bring POON. He brought himself. But I think Bless probably went other places. And I would think they met somewhere else. But they might have. I just don't remember that. Sheppy ran away in fear. He leaves. I don't know the guy. What's he? Maybe he's going from stream to stream. Maybe he's gaming. Maybe he's drinking. I don't know. He can be good, but sometimes not. Sheppy, sometimes you're not, dude. You need to have a conversation. You interrupt too much. And you don't pause. Moon Cricket, I don't think is a fan of mine, but that's okay, man. So he's going with Moon Cricket. I don't know who that could be. Rep for all I know, or Ray. Do the fart thing. I don't care. People like talking about farts, I guess. Going through the chat. I am getting toward the end. Boy, that caught up quick. I didn't know it was 3:00. Here's the, Moon Cricket, I'm trying to get it. There it is. He's bringing this up. Why can't I bring it up? There it is, I think. Did you hear Sam Hill fart on air? Well, Authority Check, I think, came to hear because of a comment by Tonic. And I want to tell you that Tonic's not doing it to gain anything. He's just being to be nice. Just to be nice. And he came on the other day, and I'm not sucking up to him, except if I was sucking up to him, I'd go on a show and he could promo me. And no, I just like the guy. That's all. I change, and I said, wait a minute. The things they accuse him of aren't even that bad compared to most people. And he's very entertaining on air. And all I had to do was say a couple of things honestly, and the guy was nice. I'm just going through chat. Rev, don't porn bomb. I don't know. I can't predict it. Of course, people care about porn bombing because it takes down channels of people they may like. I'm in big trouble. Could be. The worst is they'll take down the channel. I've never done anything wrong. So after we take Geno down, you're next. Well, as long as you're truthful, I'm not worried. So I think you're a troll. But whatever. Check me out. Got nothing to hide. Been around 4.5 years. The chat was really good for a while, huh? Was I smashed? Maybe. Do I care? No, I don't think it didn't feel bad. It felt fair. I don't think Jack went low. Did he continue telling you I was harassing? No, I thought Jack was fair today. Underwear Man, I'm done with him. I was just, nobody was on air. So I let the guy up. And again, he's just not good. POON came up. And Authority Check came up. We had some good people up. Fuck. Tiffany, I don't know her. I mean, she's been in chat. I've heard her name. She seems pretty good, I guess. Okay, Winkler, you have your opinion. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Andy Cruz, I think, came by to check things out. All I ask of Andy's to be fair. That's all. I think if this is self-serving, but if it's a typical pattern of behavior, Jack will not be a fan of that lady in a period of time. But who knows? And I don't want bad on God Loves Me. I know I'm part of her troll now, or whatever she calls it. I don't like it. But why do I want more conflict? Not from her. I'm reading your comments. You had sex with a communist. Yeah. But she wasn't like the movies, you know, she wasn't marching in the street, but she called herself a communist. And it was accepted at the school she taught, but she had mental problems, actually. She had depression, I think. She took, I forget the drug, Lexapro, I think she took. But I got to meet all these people. She would take me to this bar downtown, and there might be fellow communists. Am I a communist? No, I think it's horrible. It doesn't work. It's dehumanizing. But we didn't talk about politics that much. There's more to the story. There were a group of people who thought I was smart and helped me get into university. And at that point, I was writing to my mom and phoning and uncles and blah, blah, blah. Not my father. Wow. Anyway. Reb came in. I thought I banned him, but okay. No, I didn't realize, Reb, that you met up with Nicole and spent a week with her and didn't shut the bed. I'm kind of tired of talking about it. And I kind of still like part of her. Andy's saying hello. Winkler's this guy. I think he came in to check on Winkler. Just can't get out. Reb, why do you come here? If you don't like me, why do you come here? What are these morons talking about? I'm sure it was one of the morons hanging in chat. Winkler came up, but he didn't stay long. I forget. Did I say something aggressive to him or something? I forget. That's funny, Tiffany. I haven't heard that. Sexual conquest. I never think of them like that. Most of us have, I'm married now, but more women when we're younger. You keep streets. I've made that mistake by putting myself on mute. This is at an hour and a half ago, and the views go down, so I'll catch up. Just here for chat. Actually, I like that. You can even ignore me, Rev. Just come for chat. Winkler is talking to Tiffany. I'm kept up. Yeah, Shotgun Rev is Ray. So he took the clone or name. I didn't know that, Winkler. I thought it was Rev. Oh, Tiffany did too. I don't know. I don't care that much. Just reading chat, getting toward the end. Some good people came up. Shep, I don't know. But no, unfortunately, I don't know. Shotgun Reb, I think is still Reb, but I'm not sure. Oh, come on, I want to go to sleep. But just in case there's somebody new, I want to acknowledge them. Tiffany, you can be, you can be pro Reb for sure, if you like. Cool Boy was very good. He can be very good. But when he trolls, he's just like other people, Sam is like, I'm a bottom tier? Well, why are you here? No, when I'm myself, I think I'm interesting to listen to. But am I wonderful for 7.5 hours? Probably not. Bargain bin. Reb's angry to me because I've called him out, as I think I should. Watch the N-word. In fact, can I remove that? No, I'll remove it when I replay it. No, it's kind of a joke. I saw his grave. I saw it in Paris. It's well known. You can Google it. Yeah, I don't know, Rep. You keep changing your opinion. Are you trolling me now? I'm not 37. I'm 38. And why? Yeah, I'm 38. I'll prove it one day. I know most people don't believe it. Tip gets it. Lately, there's some kind of getting it. No, I've continued. There's no special getting it. I just want to be myself, have a little fun, and hopefully people will be entertained. I get bored with the age. Okay, talk about it. I didn't intentionally not show my face. I just came on air. It wasn't pre-planned. I wasn't going to stay on air. Why would I? People liked it. It was fun. What do you mean you're sick, Rep? Physically? Fucking voice is roached. B-Socks is a good choice. I don't know what happened with B-Socks. Maybe he went off somewhere else. Rep gets sick a lot, but then other times he'll say, I haven't been sick in a year. So I don't know. I think one time he had 2 or 3 birthdays in a year, someone said. Him and Tiffany, oh, they're talking. I'm down to 1 hour, folk. The few people, thank you for really being here. Otherwise, I'd be talking to myself, which everybody does in thinking, but I don't want to hear any voices back. Rep comes here. I'm not sure why, really. Why do you come? You keep saying horrible things about me. Here you are. Well, there's no other shows. Well, go do something else. Just don't attack me and come here. Nothing important. Just people talking in chat. It's kind of nice. My group of loyal people who are perpetual plat pussy. What? Hi. Are you new? Welcome. Why is EFD? EFD is a character. I was on a show with him. Was it Mr. T or something? I forget. Seems like a nice guy. I don't know much about him. He's been around for a couple of years. Katrina, hi. Perpetual plat pussy. Lexi, Lou, I know and like. Katrina. Where are you? And I'm tired now. It's 3:31 where I live. Talking about battered nugs. Are those kinds of threats a felony? Threats are made it, huh? I don't make them. Some of these comments I don't understand. Sorry. Why did you go off there, B-Socks? I see you in chat. Yerk works better if you're self-aware. Young. Oh, I think that's the wrong name. Spelling. I think it's J-U-N-G. You bring up a great point. A goal of most orientations, not all, is self-awareness. Good point. A key point in therapy. Somebody attacked therapy as being directive. That's not good therapy. They're saying, well, I don't want to be told how I... No, a good therapist does not tell or direct. They help the client get self-awareness. Then it's up to the client to make the decision. So the person who said it don't understand therapy. What did I miss? You missed 7 hours. I'm done, Boosty. Why I came up for a reason. I don't know. I gotta stop. I said, okay, I'll stream. I'll stream when I feel like it. Too much. I had fun. I had some good guests. And one of these I'll just stop. Week or 2, maybe 3. And appreciate the fun I had with most of you, the guests. Stop on with Busta Malaka, my favorite person in chat. Second most important. We have a history. We started in Sands in this little universe. What did you miss? Some good people. Hiya, Boosty. You're back east. Good morning. Till we meet again. Boosty, you better be there. I'm Sam Hill.